Hello! Welcome back, everyone. How's it going? It's finally time for Silent Hill 2. I meant to get on earlier, like 2 hours ago, but we're here, and we'll probably be going late into the night because I would like to do this in one sitting. But, Yeah, it might not end until like 4 o'clock in the morning now. We'll see. I'm not sure how long Silent Hill 2 playthroughs usually take me. Maybe they're a little bit less than 12 hours. I think they are a bit less than Silent Hill 3 playthroughs. So maybe it won't go too long. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Um, Let me thank some people here. Sons of Liberty, thank you very much for the 5. Why am I not seeing any other things pop up here? Quib, thank you. Heaven's Knight, thank you for the Prime sub. Hold on a second. Wow, do I actually have to have my thing active on OBS for it to appear here as well? Oh, no, 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 we're good, we're good. Heaven's Knight, thank you. Quib, it just takes a while for it to pop up. I don't have alerts on for this stream, because I didn't want the scrolling text up at the top, and now it's all connected to Stream Elements, so yeah, you're just gonna have to deal with the lack of alerts for today's stream, but that's okay, I'll still see it on my end. I just don't want any random pop-ups during the glory of Silent Hill 2. Also, there shouldn't be any midstream ads for non-subs during this stream. I hope I have that set up correctly, but yeah, hopefully no midstream ads, just pre-rolls. Because that's the last thing you really want during a Silent Hill 2 playthrough. Especially when you get to the end of the game. I just really dislike the thought of anyone having to watch an ad during like Mary's letter or something, you know? In a game that's so moody and atmospheric, the last thing you want is some fucking uh, jarring tonal shift with some random ass ad at a key moment in the game. So yeah, hopefully I have it set up correctly, and all you'll see are pre-rolls. Let's see. Hold on a second, guys. So you'll have to let me know how the audio is balanced. I might need to fine tune it a little bit because, of course, I like to be a bit louder than the game. Let's see. How's it going, Wexford? Welcome back, everyone. D Gamer. I was tinkering with the enhanced edition a bit, changing some files. Nico was helping me out. If you're there, Nico, thank you for all your help. It could probably still do with a bit of fine tuning. I didn't download the image pack at all because they scared me with their talk of remade images. And I remember really not liking some of their remade stuff. All I want really is a remaster of the original game, a little fine tuning of the original game. But these developers have also went beyond that, and they've started to remake things. But thankfully, you have the choice if you want to use their remade stuff or not. But yeah, I'm not using their image pack at all, which seems to be okay. Because like I was just looking at the map and the photograph and stuff like that, and it looks good. And it still looks kind of updated as well at the same time. It's not just the old image, so it's not really like clashing with the updated visuals. Let's see. So, one really nice thing about this enhanced edition is that they bring back the original menu image here. Because usually in the PC version, you just have the black screen, the director's cut black screen. But this is what the original image was, this image of water. Which I prefer because it has actual significance to the story. Water is one of the main symbols in the game. So yeah, how about we get into it, shall we? We'll do normal and hard. We might do Born from a Wish some other day. We won't do that today. Let's see. Yeah, we'll go for normal and hard riddle. Let's do it.
Mary, could you really be in this town?
Fuck yeah. We're back. The last time I played this game was this time last year, I think. So good. It's always a treat revisiting this game. So here we are in the bathroom once again. Some really interesting little details here in the bathroom. I might play the next cutscene though before we talk about all the stuff here. That music. One interesting thing about that opening shot with the mirror is how you don't really see James's eyes at all. You know, they're completely blacked out, shadowed. And then when he moves his head, where you might be able to see his eyes, he closes them. As soon as he comes out of the shadow, he closes his eyes and looks up and breathes a sigh. So you never really see him looking at his own eyes in the mirror. And that's what that image of water also ties into. I think a lot of people just look at the water as symbolizing death, right? Because the in water ending is where James kills himself. But I think water is also there to symbolize reflection. Looking at your own reflection in the water. Or being reflective while you stare into the water. James later will talk about spending time with Mary. And at first he thinks their special place is the park, because they spent the whole day there, staring at the water. And I think that's what the save screen is in this game as well. You know, the red image, but it has that glaze over it where it looks like it's drenched in water. And the very first save image we find is stuck down a well, actually drenched in water. Not all of them are drenched in water, but the first one is, and all the other ones still have that kind of watery glaze to them where it looks like we're looking at our own reflection in water. Photo of Mary, a photo from when she was still healthy. With the lake behind her. That's definitely Mary's name in her own handwriting on the front of the envelope. I do have the HD image pack. Well, I chose specifically not to download the image pack. But I guess I have it. These look fine so far. Yeah, I remember seeing another remade version of this image. And I didn't like it at all, but I think this looks okay. This just looks like a sort of upscaled, smoothed out version of the original image. Yeah, you can tell here as well. Look, the letter. Yeah. Okay, interesting. I wonder why that is. In my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you. Okay, we'll go out and get the next scene, and then we'll come back in and talk about some of the other details here. This music, man, what a mood.
my restless dreams, I see that town, Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday, but you never did. Well, I'm alone there now, in our special place, waiting for you.
I got a letter. The name on the envelope said Mary. My wife's name. It's ridiculous. Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. A dead person can't write a letter. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then, why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us, staring at the water. Could Mary really be there? Is she really alive? Waiting for me?
Ugh. So good. Hitting me right in the fucking gut. Every time. Beautiful. Oh man. It is really a treat coming back to this game every year. That's what makes this game so special, man. It's so unique for a horror story, I think, in any medium. To have such an emotional core, you know? It's you know, it's a tragic love story at its core. A really twisted love story. He does a really great job with that opening monologue, I think. Really great bit of VA, just the pain and the loss. The deep, deep sadness of it all. Let's go back into the... First, let's try and leave, right? This is the road I came in on. There's no point in going back. Yeah, we're not stuck here. We're coming here. For a purpose. We're on a mission. So now, we're back in the bathroom. We don't get the same music anymore. That's why I was so hesitant to leave before. Yeah, I think I might prefer the original PS2 look as well. The 60 FPS really threw me off when I was testing this at first, but I've gotten used to it now. So, some interesting things here written on the wall. We have Bible verses. Both from the book of Job, I think. You can barely make it out, and some of the words have been blotched out. So you really can only see a couple of words. There you see, I am decaying. Like something that. So what this is while I am decaying like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten. That's what it's taken from. That's the passage it's taken from, but you can only make out a few of the words. And then over here, we have another thing, which is also from the book of Job. And this one says, thy hands fashioned and made me, and now thou dost turn about and destroy me. But you can only read, like, thy hands fashioned and then it's blotched out. And then you can see at the bottom, thou dost, but yeah, you can't make out the whole thing. And I'm not an expert on the book of Job, but I know a lot of people talk about it, and it's maybe one of the more controversial parts of the Bible, because God is like a real fucking asshole to Job. From what I understand, Job is a character who has everything, you know. He has the best life. He has this loving family. Everything in the world is going right. He has everything going for him. And in order to test his faith or something like that, God takes everything from him. He loses his family. He loses his wife and kids. And it's all as a test, to test his faith. So I think that's an interesting thing to think about with regards to James. Especially the line about like a moth-eaten, while I am decaying, like a rotten thing, like a garment that is moth-eaten. You know, if you've played this game, that might sound relevant, with the use of butterflies and moths. Mary, who died of this illness that just ate away at her, where she became this horrible looking thing. You know, we see what she looked like at the very end of the game, and she looks like some kind of moth-eaten corpse. You know, she looks like there are like chunks taken out of her face. Whatever the disease was, you know, it did a real number on her skin. And whenever I see her at the end, I always think of this moth-eaten thing. Thy hands fashioned and made me, and now thou dost turn about and destroy me. But yeah, with the book of Job in mind, I think maybe it's they're trying to parallel James with Job, you know, and how fate, God just came about and took Mary away from him. You know, just this disease that you know, they could do nothing about. That all of this happened just due to complete chance. This horror that was inflicted upon the two of them. So now James has lost everything. And maybe the idea is that he's being tested in the same sense that Job is being tested. Because this game kind of does feel like a test in a way. Especially with how they use Maria in the story. Maria is like this little trick pulled by the town. Do you really love your wife, or will you take this demonic replacement? And the first image we see of Maria is an advertisement. Right here, the Heaven's Night advertisement. She's up there on the wall. Taking the form of a stripper who works at the strip club, who looks just like his wife, a healthy young, seductive version of his wife. This over here as well is, I think this is like Hebrew or something like that, with names of like various gods and deities, with a little alien man drawn on the wall there. At the back, it kind of looks like a long letter as well. I don't think that's legible at all. I don't think it's possible to read what that says, but look at the back of the wall there. It looks like a really long letter written out. Always makes me wonder if that's supposed to be like Mary's full letter or something. Probably not. Of course, on New Game Plus, this is where you also get the item for the UFO ending. So maybe that's partly why they have the alien there. Let me scroll up in the chat here and see what people are talking about. The quick rundown of the Book of Job. God makes a bet with Satan, saying that he won't break. And even when he lost everything and Job spoke negatively to God, God said we should all aim to be like Job. Because even when he's lost everything and prayed to God, even done so poorly, but the fact he still spoke to God, he never lost faith in him, and he was never tempted by Satan. Yeah, like Job, it turned out that Job really was loyal to God. The idea was that, you know, maybe Job is only loyal to God out of fear of losing his family, right? Because he has everything. But then it turns out that, you know, even when Job has lost everything, he still remains loyal through it all. Or something like that. Yeah, I remember reading about Satan's role in it as well. Okay, we head out. If you watch the making of Silent Hill 2, they talk about this bathroom as well as being like their initial... It was the first thing they created for the game. It was like their visual reference for the style of the game, where they wanted to create the idea of simultaneous repulsion and attraction. They wanted you to be kind of disgusted by the world, but they also wanted you to be attracted to it in the same way. They wanted like a contradictory sort of thing going on there, where it's like disgusting, but at the same time alluring. Bathrooms obviously recur throughout the series in interesting ways. They're often like portals. The first area you go through after waking up out of the dream in Silent Hill 3 is a bathroom, with the focus on the mirrors as well. Silent Hill 1, the bathroom portals. And, yeah, that's where we begin here. That red as well feels significant, the red floor. Red is one of the big colors in this game. Hey, what's up, Sov? One of the ideas behind the Book of Job is about the sacrifice of an innocent. The mystery of evil and why God allows it. Yeah, I remember. I've seen it like be brought up a good few times in fiction. For that reason, you know, people, I think it's one of the things that people point to when it comes to, you know, looking at God as a, maybe not so great force, or, you know, to maybe, you know, one of that it's one of the questionable things that God does. Just considering what he puts Job through, the suffering that he goes through. I love the sound here. Hear that sound? We only hear that here when we approach the car. We got the map of Silent Hill. It's all to test loyalty, yeah, and that makes a lot of sense with regards to this game, right? But yeah, if I back away from the car here, it's not possible to skip the map. Then it fades out. Then we approach it again. I always thought it sounded like, you know, the engine of a car, like you're trying to start it, but it won't start. But the sound also plays at the end when we go to the gate at the very end of this area. It also plays over there. So it's not exclusively tied to the car. I love how he parks the car here, you know? I feel like this symbolizes James's mindset nicely here. Fuck it, just leave the door open, don't give a fuck. Go into the bathroom, question my reality. Grab the map, don't close the car door. Leave. The reckless behavior of a suicidal man who has lost everything. Just, yeah. Why the fuck would you need to care about closing a car door? Trivial. Free man with the 8 months. Freeman, thank you. The Hackers Heaven, thank you for the 7. Nalgea, thank you for the 2. Jake Basil, thank you for gifting a sub to Shadow of Sorrow. Angry Short Round, thank you for the 25. Heaven's Knight, I did thank you for your sub as well, didn't I? Thank you. Isn't he also drunk right now? Okay, one thing I will say. We will be talking about full spoilers over the course of this game. Big spoilers. So yeah, if you don't want to see spoilers, leave now. That's your warning. Okay, I will now continue to talk about spoilers. Yeah, James, you know, we're told that Mary died 3 years ago. In reality, James has killed his wife mere days ago. And later on, we learn that he started drinking heavily after he killed Mary to take his mind, you know, just to cope with the pain of her loss. So yeah, maybe he was fucking drunk driving into town. But yeah, who knows? I think I prefer to think that no, he's maybe he was sobering up on his way to town. And the developers have said that Mary's body is in the back seat of the car here as well. They said that they put the most amount of effort into the in water ending, that they don't consider any of the endings canonical, but the in water ending was the one that meant the most to them when making the game. And I think Mary's seat in the back seat of the car is supposed to tie into that. That, you know, when James eventually... Because when James kills himself, he drives the car into Toluca Lake. And then they fall to the bottom of the lake, the two of them. And James dies there with his wife in the car. Later on, we learn about Toluca Lake and its associations with death and all these myths of other people who died there and ships that sank and, you know, all the other bodies that are resting at the bottom of the lake. So yeah, you can see why they thought it was the most meaningful, because, you know, they put a lot of focus on the water symbolism and everything. But I remember people saying as well that it's like it also tied into something that was very culturally associated with Japan. Like it was like a lot of people who committed suicide in Japan did stuff like this, or if people committed suicide and killed their families, this was like a recurring like trend in Japan. Like this sort of suicide ritual of putting your loved one in the back seat and then driving into a lake. I remember Guy Seehee talking about that in one interview. Over here, again, we're getting that sound, the more ominous. With that kind of subtle engine starting. Paleville National Park, 10 miles. Paleville, 10. Old Silent Hill, 50. Brahms, 265. No, the body is in the back seat, not the trunk. And apparently that's an important detail, because again, it ties in with the reality of what this is referencing, and that sort of recurring trend in Japan. That's what I've been told anyway. I remember Masahiro Ito on Twitter specifically saying, no, not the trunk, the back seat. But yeah, the weird detail here is that Brahms is way further away than it should be. Right? Remember Sybil? Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill. We're in a different part of Silent Hill right now. Old Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill. And Sybil tells us that she's from Brahms, the next town over. You know, it's implied that she's the neighbor. You know, she's from the neighboring town. So this seems way off. Is it a mistake from the developers, or is it an early suggestion that something is not quite right, and James's mind is that we're seeing things through a warped mind? It could be a mistake. It's a pretty crazy mistake if it is a mistake, considering just, you know, 265? This is something that they changed in the Silent Hill HD collection. Because the developers of the Silent Hill HD collection, I guess, assumed that they made a mistake. I really dislike that they changed it, personally. Even if it is a mistake, I would like the mistake to remain. But I'm really not convinced that it is a mistake. Up here we have an ad for Pete's Bolorama. That's where we'll be visiting later on. Some people think that this might be Eddie's van, because in the opening cinematic montage we see Eddie sitting down beside a white van. Makes it seem like that's how he got to town. But we also see white vans all over the town later on. But because we find it here, the starting area where we start, where we park our car, maybe, and because, you know, the stories of James, Eddie, and Angela, how they all kind of parallel each other, might make you think, oh, you know, this is... He's starting his journey in the same place. Maybe Angela also walked down from here. It's changed in 2 different ways, but yeah, they changed it for the enhanced edition as well. To me, it's just weird, like, just that assumption that it, you know, that it must be wrong, you know, that it must be unintended. And even if it is, you know, what's wrong with having a few flaws in the game? Just leave it be. The flaws are interesting to think about, or whether or not they are flaws in the first place. Right? Because you do have an easy explanation for how it could be intended, right? You see so much stuff in this game that comes straight from James's mind that isn't really there. So I kind of like it, whether it's intended or not, you know? It's like, oh, there's something off kilter already in, like, the most subtle of ways, just this sign, you know? It's like, whether it's intended or not, it's you know, even if it is accidental, I think it's a happy accident. I like it. You know, it's not like it really matters that much anyway. Who gives a shit? Oh, hey, Vaughn. Nice one. You finished Darkwood? Amazing game. In the beta build of the game, the sign also said 265. Jesus. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot. I wonder, will we be able to trigger it now, or did I go down too far? If you hang around at the start of the area here, after a minute or so, you'll hear a very strange sound. Storm, hello, good to see you. Thank you for the 68. Hopefully it happens. Andrew, thank you for the 6 months. It's already out, Right Hand. It's already been released. Connor, thank you for the 38. Maybe I went down too far. I don't think I did. I think we should still get it. Hopefully. I remember I was mind blown when I discovered this for the first time. The only reason I found it is because I was testing settings. I was just standing here testing settings, and then I heard a sound that I never heard before. It scared the shit out of me. The amount of fucking time I've spent messing around with Silent Hill 2 settings on various PC versions and patches and enhanced editions and emulators, and oh my god, man. Fuck! I think I fucked it up because I walked down too far. It shouldn't take this long. Aka, thank you for the 3. Reset? I'm not resetting just to hear this sound. It's just like some sudden footsteps that you hear beside you. Like running. Pop, 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 pop. Okay, I'm gonna wait for 20 more seconds and then we're gonna keep going. Hey, what's up, Odie? Good to see you. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I went down too far. Wow, man, it has to be precise. You really just have to stay around here. That's so weird. I love all the precise, you know, contextual sounds in this game. Like up, like in the previous area, approaching the car or the gate at the end. Just those little things. Okay. Fuck it. We'll just keep going. I bet it's because I triggered the next sound. You know? That other sound that we triggered. Maybe once you trigger that sound, you can't trigger the other one. Well... And here we get our first save. There's something in the well. What's that? Looking at this makes me feel like someone's groping around inside my skull. It gives me a weird feeling. So now we finally get to look at our reflection in full. And now we can see the eyes. Stuck down a well. The glaze effect doesn't look... I feel like it looks too clean here compared to how it would look on PS2. Where I feel it looks more like a watery reflection. But yeah, again, interesting that we're finding it down a well in water. And I think, almost like a literal symbol, it's supposed to symbolize our memory, or our lost memory. Our memory stuck down a well, and our struggle to reflect, to look into ourselves. Okay, time to meet Angela. I haven't played Homecoming. I haven't played any of the games past 4. Because I'm an elitist bigot. But someday I will.
Excuse me,
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
was
it's
just...
okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah. I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
But
Yes?
I think you'd better stay away. This, this town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I really don't care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going to town either way.
But why?
I'm looking for... someone.
Who is it?
Someone... very important to me. I'd do anything if I could be with her again.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's not your
No,
problem.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. So here's Angela. I love her body language here, huddled up, you know, kind of coveting herself, holding her arms around herself. The way she caresses the gravestone. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. Caressing the gravestone that she was staring at before we triggered the scene. So Angela is a victim of sexual abuse. She murdered her father before coming here. That's why she's here. Guilt over killing her father. And perhaps the desire to be punished due to her guilt. Just like James has killed his wife. She's here for a similar reason. She's here to look for her mother. Did she also kill her mother? But has she blocked that out of her mind in the same way that James has blocked it out of her mind? I'm not really sure. But Angela is a very, very tragic character. And yeah, I think her body language here has a lot to do with what she suffered, you know, kind of holding herself, doesn't want anyone to approach. The way she acts in shock when James comes up. I think it's supposed to say, you know, it's interesting to think about what that scene says about Angela, but also James. I think the relationship between James and Angela is in a way supposed to parallel James's relationship with his wife, or maybe like kind of parallel what James did to his wife. Not that James sexually abused his wife, but, you know, that he was this oppressive figure who killed her, smothered her. And when James approaches Angela there, you know, it's framed as if James is this dangerous force to be feared. Or, you know, that's what we're seeing from Angela's perspective. And we see that later on in a few scenes between James and Angela where Angela gets scared many times. She's not sure if she can really trust James. And I guess she explicitly states it much later in the game. You know, that you're all the same, you men. You only want one thing. Her experience with her father has given her a very, you know, bleak outlook, one-note outlook on all the men she encounters. That's how it feels.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
Aren't you looking for someone?
That's right.
There should be another line we can get here.
What is it?
Oh. Nothing. Sure is quiet here, huh?
I guess.
Okay, we'll see you later then. Well, yeah, this scene again always makes me reflect on Silent Hill 1 as well, and just how, you know, how characters in Silent Hill 1 are kind of like stick figures during cutscenes. They're not the most expressive, let's say. But now, with the mocap and this PS2 technology, they're able to do a lot more, you know? They're able to say a lot about a character just with the way they move and with their body language. Whenever I see Angela here, it always makes me think of that, because you might not think too much of it on a first playthrough when you don't know everything about the character, but on a second playthrough, I feel like so much of who she is comes through just these small little things, just small bits of body language, the way she holds herself. You know, it's very, very guarded, I feel. That pose that she's in. Like she's trying to protect herself. I think you can see the Lynch influence just in terms of the mood, some of the sound design, the surreal soundscapes. And yeah, just like the approach to character, especially with this game, like going into the mind of someone. Where everything you see might not be real, but some sort of projection that's supposed to symbolize something about them. But yeah, it still very much has its own style too. It's not like it's just fucking a Lynch ripoff. But yeah, you can definitely feel the influence. Another big influence behind the team when creating the story was Crime and Punishment, the famous novel. Dostoevsky. Apparently, several people on the team were reading the book while making the game. I think Yamaoka said that he even read the book as a source of inspiration to create the music in the game. It's very much a story about, you know, murder and like really digging into what that can do to the mind, how someone copes with it, the guilt, the desire for punishment. Yeah. Betrayal, guilt, redemption, all that stuff. The big themes of the game. Silent Hill Ranch. Thankfully, we're playing a version of the game that is not the Silent Hill HD collection, because then this would be in Comic Sans if we were playing the HD collection. One of the many great things about the HD collection. Did they ever change that? Did they ever change it from Comic Sans? How is the audio, by the way, chat? Is the audio okay? Should I reduce the game volume a bit? I like to be a bit louder than the game. We good? We're good? Cool. So, the slow walk into town. Another thing that I really like about Silent Hill 2, I think a lot of people like this about Silent Hill 2, the pacing and the slow in-between moments and build-ups and, like, intermission sections, however you want to describe them. You know, like after the apartment and the slow break we take there when we meet Maria and go to the bowling alley. The slow boat ride up to the hotel. The stairs that lead down to the Historical Society. It's a very different style coming from Silent Hill 1. Here we have Shining posters. Jack Torrance. And I guess they put that here for a reason. Jack Torrance, who went crazy and tried to murder his wife. Who also has a name that begins with J. Jack. We had the Book of Job at the start in the bathroom. There was going to be another character in the game called Joseph as well, who was going to be like, kind of like Maria, where it was like another version of James or something like that. Like someone who you met who looked like you, but wasn't you, but was like some kind of projection or, you know, manifestation born from the town. Later on, when we get to the hospital as well, we'll be reading about various hospital patients, and they all have a name. They all have names starting with J. So I guess this was a little thing they wanted to put in the game. The Shining poster is a really neat detail. I just love because it's so easy to miss as well. They're torn to shreds. You know, it's not. They don't make it too explicit. Even that yellow poster as well is another Shining poster. I think that was the one for like the original theater release. It's one of like the theatrical posters. The yellow one. You see them all over the town, but they're all just torn. Flowers. Celebrating 70 years. Think of all the memories. Isn't that right, James? All those years ago. another thing they try to convey about the town in this. Obviously, James, the idea of lost memories is inherent to James, but they also relate it to like the entire town in this game, where this whole place is like a shrine of lost memories and a lost history. Later on, we will even be able to read the Book of Lost Memories. Although, I might have to look that up online because you can only read that on New Game Plus. Are these marks blood? Shadow Swift with the 17. Thank you. Nordy as well with the 59. Thanks for playing SH2 on Halloween as usual. Thanks. Cheers, Nordy. Made of scars. Oh shit! Scatman Fiddlestick with the $100 tip. Happy Halloween, dog. Scatman, thank you very much. Naughty Yori as well. Thank you, Mako. Let me know if you're there in the chat, Scatman. Thank you for the 100. I don't have alerts turned on because the alerts are directly tied to the scrolling text in my browser source, and I don't want all that scrolling text at the top and alerts on screen for Silent Hill 2. I thought I would just for the special occasion, you know? It's nice not to have pop-ups for such a moody game. Midstream ads should be off as well. I hope I've said it correctly for non-subs, so you won't have to worry about ads coming up during key moments. Health drinks. Peepo on tour with the 2 months as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the amazing presentation. You're a goat. Thank you very much. I'm glad you appreciate it. So here you can barely make out what's going on this poster, but it says girls, girls, girls. Open. An advertisement for some kind of strip club or something. Reminds me of the bathroom at the start of the game. Maria being advertised to us from the get-go. This is James's trial. This is his test. Okay, how do I play this game? Ha!
Is it dead? What the hell is it? It's not human.
Dead? Could it have been that creature? What's going on in this town?
Oh, yeah. This thing broken?
Why did you kill me?
What the? I'd better take it anyway. I might need it.
What the hell is it? So if you listen carefully during that little radio sequence, you can hear Mary say, "Why did you kill me?" And you can even see a lot of it come up in the subtitles. But most people completely miss it on a first playthrough. Very ballsy detail, yeah. So these creatures are called the Lying Figures. And apparently they were inspired by one of Masahiro Ito's co-workers, another member of the team, who came into the office one day with his hoodie over his head, his hands in his pockets, and he was jamming out to music. And apparently his movements inspired the monster. What you're seeing there is some guy jamming out. But within the context of the story, I think it's more like a person, you know, in a straitjacket or something. Someone being suppressed, stuck inside something. Sick Mary, basically. A sick Mary struggling and coughing. Hold on, I'll read this after I take care of him. No. No! So, now, what do we have here? Remains of Blank Swamp. The Blankers of land surround Blank. Blanka's monument was originally swamp, but was later full blank. Fra blanking ago to Blanks nicknamed Blood Swamp because the Blankers poured the water blankst to wash the ex-Blankals in here. Perhaps it's for Blankhat, many pa Blankum, to have sa blanken the area. Pretty spooky stuff. So people have hacked the game to find out what this means. Find out what it's actually saying here. You can kind of make out some of it yourself. Remains of something swamp. The settlers of land, most likely, right? Surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later fill. Something from long ago. The settlers again, nicknamed. Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the executioner tools in here. Perhaps it's for this reason that many people seem to have something the area. Forgotten the area? Now I'm going to Google what it actually is. Blood Swamp, Silent Hill 2. Yeah, so what this actually is remains of Blood Swamp. The X meters, the however many meters of land surrounding this monument was originally swamp, but was later filled in. From long ago, the swamp was nicknamed Blood Swamp because the executioners poured the water used to wash the execution tools in here. Perhaps it's for this reason that many people seem to have seen ghosts in the area. So some obscurely hidden history related to the town. It's dark history. And later on we'll be encountering Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head is a representation of those old executioners. That's what Pyramid Head represents. An executioner. And James's desire to be punished. Hold on, what did I miss in chat here? Hold on. I was busy talking about the Blood Swamp. All right, Nico posted it. Hey, Vlad, as well, if I didn't say hi. Oh, you little shit. Snuff it out, James. Apparently all these models are supposed to be James's model that we see. You can kind of see the jacket looks similar, obviously way dirtier. And of course the head has been blotched out. Kind of looks like the lying figures we've been fighting in a way. Just this mass of flesh. Apartment gate key. For the Woodside Apartments, perhaps? We'll explore some other parts of the town first before we check out the apartments. What do I think about the early plain sight introduction to the monsters? I don't really have any thoughts, really. I don't think anything. Let's pick this up. Happy Burger. No Queen Burger. Like in Silent Hill 1. I'm just referring to the pretty common idea that things become less scary when you show them. Right. But don't you see most monsters in horror games quite clearly? I really like the first encounter with the lying figure. You know, we just see it walking off into the fog. Until we eventually track it down. And the little scene underneath that little arch with the fog in the background. I just think it's a neat looking scene. But I have some pretty significant criticisms regarding the gameplay in this game. I would agree that monsters are not really that much of a threat in Silent Hill 2. And that they are not particularly intimidating. I also think Silent Hill 2 is a really poorly balanced game with regards to its action and combat and survival elements. On hard mode, this game just is not that great. Bosses are way too much of a slog. And I think normal enemies on any difficulty are, you know, they're really lacking in any sort of challenge. But yeah. At the same time, I think this game would be worse off if it had, say, combat like Silent Hill 3. You know, Silent Hill 3 just throws so much shit at you all the time. Enemies everywhere, panic everywhere. Like you're like you constantly feel like you have to run. And it's just, you know, so full on. I feel like Silent Hill 2 really needs to be a much calmer experience. Weird to say calm, but you know what I mean. Like, more subdued. You want to be able to slowly walk around areas and just kind of sit in the atmosphere. Yeah, I wouldn't say 10 minutes into the game, Astronomer. But yeah, enemy encounters, combat is really not where this game shines at all. I would say Silent Hill in general. the combat and action is nothing to write home about. Enemy encounters are really not where it's at in Silent Hill. But yeah, with regards to like showing enemies, I'm perfectly fine with horror games having lots of enemies and showing, you know, I don't think a horror game needs to hide enemies or do things like Amnesia to be effective or tense. But I also really liked the original Amnesia too. I've only played it the one time. I really should go back and play it again sometime. But I feel like that's where Resident Evil really does shine in comparison to Silent Hill. For me, Resident Evil is like, I go to Silent Hill for the atmosphere and the environments and the story and the mood and the sound. I go to Resident Evil for the gameplay, the combat, the survival elements. That's where Resident Evil really gets its tension from. Just like when it comes to the best Resident Evil games, you know, it's like the finely tuned gameplay and the survival mechanics, the limited inventory, the management of all that, the limited saves, and you know, Silent Hill does not shine in the same way. You know, it's the combat and the survival management and item management, all of that is just serviceable at best. Oh hey, did Cody raid? I was rambling there. Excessive profanity with the raid. Cheers, man. Welcome on in. I hope you're having fun with Darkwood. Speaking of other horror games and the differences between horror games and their and how they can be effective for different reasons. Darkwood is also one of my favorite horror games of all time. Top 3: Silent Hill 2, Resident Evil Remake, Darkwood. Darkwood is number 1 in terms of being like the scariest game I've ever played. Darkwood on hard mode with limited lives. Oh boy. Most intense experience I've ever had with any game, and no other game comes remotely close. Not even close. So I think Darkwood should be my number 1 in some sense, but nothing can beat the mood and the story of Silent Hill 2. And the emotion and the feelings that I have with Silent Hill 2. But Darkwood is the scariest and the most tense. And it's so well balanced as well, I feel, the gameplay. If you want to talk about a game with lots of enemies, but really tense enemy encounters, Darkwood is a good game to look at, to point to. A game with very, very simple combat, but really effective combat. Top-down view doesn't bother me? No, that's part of what I loved about Darkwood. I had never played a horror game with that kind of top-down twin-stick view. It was so refreshing, you know? It felt like a whole new kind of horror game that I'd never played before. Finally, not a horror game that's just trying to do what Resident Evil does and what Silent Hill does, or a horror game that just does the first-person stalker enemy thing where there are no mechanics really, and you're just running away from things you can't see, which will just kill you if they find you. You know, the wave of horror post Amnesia that just tried to copy Amnesia. You know, Darkwood felt like it's completely its own thing. You know, that I'd never played before. Lord Setite with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Cheers. Smaller Cathedrals with the 3 as well. Thank you. The Darkwood devs they're taking a break from making games now. They said that you know, they need to focus on their families, and that all their work on game development was you know, that they needed a break from it because it was doing a number on their personal lives. They said that they might come back to game development after a few years, but for now they need to focus on their family lives. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking it, Cody. I hope you stick with the hard mode. Again, I'm glad you tried it at least. it might feel like too much of a slog if you keep losing your lives and you have to go back. But yeah, I'm not going to say, I don't want to say too much about the game. But yeah, I'm glad you're trying hard mode. I recommend sticking with it maybe for 2 playthroughs until you think about dropping it down. Have you lost any lives yet? You were doing pretty well when I was watching. You were on like day 4 and you still had all your lives. You just died the first time. Yeah, and like if you do lose your lives, you'll be able to get back up to where you were in like a fraction of the time. But even with that being the case, it can still be draining if you die many times. But I just loved the game so much, and I guess I'm such a masochist that I was able to deal with it, because I did die a good few times. I lost all my lives a number of times. To some red mist sludge shit near the wedding. Ooh, I don't remember that. I remember the wedding area. I remember almost every part of that game. Uncle Lander with the raid. Cheers. There's a memo here. I'll wait at bar Neely's. Bar in caps. Neely's bar. Why is bar in caps? Any reason? Maybe, maybe not. Let's save here. The motorhome. Hey, what's up, Genome? Boom. So now we'll head towards Neely's bar. This is all optional stuff we're doing now. It's kind of easy to miss this stuff related to Neely's bar on a first playthrough. Guess just depending on whether you find the key early or not. I guess depending on how much you explore the town as well before going to the apartments. Oh, you bitch. Another dead James body here. Whoa, that's some fast item usage. Yeah, you can see the updated images here. Oh, here we have the apartment gate as well. Woodside Apartments. So here we are in Neely's bar. There's a map here. He didn't say I'm going to copy this onto my own map? It should say that, shouldn't it? Huh, the text didn't trigger. Issue with the enhanced edition, or maybe I skipped past it by mistake. Anyway, that highlights, if we look at the map here. Yeah, it highlights where you find... Oh, wait, no. It just highlights the key. Yeah, so if you haven't already found the key, he'll mark the key on the map. So maybe he only comments on it if you haven't found the key before this point. Or maybe it's a 60 FPS issue or some other issue. Hey, what's up, Bilbus? And showing us that we can go through the Woodside Apartments in order to reach Rosewater Park. There was a hole here. It's gone now. So this is one of the iconic moments from the series, which is interesting because it's a very like minor part of the game, but it just became a very memorable thing because of its ambiguity and the lack of any clear meaning. What is this? What does this mean? What is this referring to? You're never given any real meaning. It doesn't relate to any puzzle or anything like that. What's interesting though is that if I press X here and interact with it, you know, it'll come up in subtitles what this is. It's like James, you know, when you interact with this, James is reading what it says. And if you do that, it adds another couple of points to the in water ending. This game has a very strange ending system where it just calculates the things you've been doing over the course of the playthrough and gives you an ending of all these little things that you've done. This is one of those things. So if you do a certain number of things, if you behave in a certain way over the course of the game, you might get an ending where you kill yourself. If you behave in another kind of way, you'll get an ending where you're forgiven and you get to keep living. If you behave in another kind of way, you'll get the Maria ending where you leave the game with Maria. And there are all sorts of little things that add points to each ending. This one adds points to the in water ending. So if I don't want to get the in water ending, I don't want to read this. So it's interesting that this ties into the idea of James's suicide in some way. I think this has something to do with James's drinking, personally. Later on, we find out that James drank a lot after Mary's death to cope with the pain. And we are now in a bar. There was a hole here. It's gone now. So that's how I kind of interpret this, that the bar used to be a hole for James. That is not here anymore. Right? Because he started drinking. It must have been shortly before the game begins, right? Because in reality, Mary died only a few days ago. After her death, he started drinking like crazy. And then he came to Silent Hill. Maybe that isn't what they're getting at. Maybe it's just a more broad idea related to like the holes later in the game, you know, and later on in the game you jump down many different holes and it kind of feels like you're just jumping further down into the abyss of James's mind. You would think it relates to that in some way. Later on when we come here, there'll be another message on the wall here which like directly addresses James personally and tells him that he should kill himself. I don't think I ever really thought about that and how that ties in with that. But yeah, the second note we read here later on is basically a message from the town telling him to go kill himself. But yeah, it's an interesting thing to ponder anyway. And yeah, if I was to read the note here, if I was to press X, I'm not going to because I don't want James to kill himself. But if I was to press X here, the only thing that would come up in caps is hole. Hole is written in caps. Everything else is written normally. But hole is in caps, which makes me think of the note we got in the previous area leading us to this place, which says, "I'll wait at Bar Neely's." Is that supposed to be drawing some intentional parallel? Like bar, hole, the bar is the hole? Tying in with the idea of, you know, the bar, which used to be James's hole, is gone now. There's no room for alcohol. You have to confront your issues in another way. Right? Because that's what the town is really doing for James here. It's like a perverse therapy session James is going through here. Where the therapist sometimes tells you should go kill yourself. Like I said, perverse. Anyway, let's leave this place. It's just interesting, right? Because the James's drinking is such a... Like, it's so easy to play through the game and not learn about it. It's very easy to miss that little interaction in Heaven's Night. But still feels very purposeful. Hey, what's up, cool man? Yeah, I guess he, hold on. There's like 3 of them around here. Would you like to stand up? Would you like to stand up? Oh my god. Oh my god, you little bitch. Stand up. Jesus. The only reason I'm killing these guys is because I want to be able to read something in peace here. Nice. Oh, you can interact with the gate here? The road is blocked. I can't go any further. So, another dead James corpse on the ground. I'm going to write everything that I've learned so far. Maybe that will help you out somehow. If you're reading this, it probably means I'm already dead. I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean that what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. They also react strongly to sound. If you want to go on living, you'd be better off just sitting in the dark and staying quiet. But even that probably won't save you. So this is pretty cool. In Silent Hill 1, enemies are also attracted to your light. This is like a tutorial hint regarding the enemies and how they work. Later on, we'll be getting a flashlight. And when you're running past enemies, it's better to turn the light off because they're attracted to it. Um, and yeah, I guess they also react to the radio. So turning your radio off can also be good for avoiding enemies. I never really do that. I always turn off the light. But I guess it affects the radio as well. But what's cool here is that they take this same mechanic from Silent Hill 1, but they also try to give it some story significance. That's what it feels like here anyway. It seems that they're attracted to light. That's why people who need light to see are their natural prey. That feels significant in some way, doesn't it? They also react strongly to sound. If you're going to try to fight them, the most important thing is to relax. It's dangerous to fire a gun while you're all crazy with fear. Take good aim and then squeeze the trigger. And don't forget to finish them off. I think most of those creatures can be killed, even if they are tougher than people. Run away. Run away, run away, run away, run away, run away, run away. The people who need light to see are their natural prey. Yeah, little tutorial there. Another one that's quite missable, I think. Nope. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. Locked. So that... the hint here is pretty straightforward. But we won't be able to interact with this door properly until much later, when it's dark. Garbage. No use for that. Can kind of see some kind of thing there, though, can't you? I got a map of the apartment building. So here we are. First major area in the game. Love these apartments. The atmosphere here, the designs, the way all the different rooms look. We'll check out this place first. You can leave the apartment if you want, yeah. Or can you go back out onto the streets? I think you can. This is a whole different part of the town compared to the first Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1 takes place in old Silent Hill. And this is a whole different part of the town. Lettuce with the 36. Thank you. The light. The light that we need to see. The monsters, to become the monster's natural prey. Love how they frame this here. The framing here changes, I think, once we get the light. When we come back here after grabbing the light. I don't think it's framed like this. Maybe it is. Like we're being watched, like we're being judged here. The clothes look familiar. Ugh. I love the design of the mannequins covered up in latex. The sheen off them. It's interesting as well that the mannequin seems to be missing legs. And this thing is just composed completely of legs. Just a mannequin, but these clothes. I have to stop and just admire the room. Look at this game, man. Just gorgeous. I find it so hard to imagine a world where I play a remake of this game and the remake of this room looks nicer to me than this room the way it is now. Like, look at this. So nice. The wallpaper here is quite unique too. It's one of the things I really love about the apartments is just how handcrafted every room feels, how specific everything feels. Like no other room in the apartment building has this wallpaper. And which with the specificity of everything else, the mannequin, how it appears, Mary's dress here, just makes you wonder, like, why is the wallpaper like this? Is it here for some reason? Is it here for some like symbolic reason? Maybe not, but it's a really nice detail either way. Just makes it feel so unique. I guess it just fits with the design here. I guess compared to the other rooms, I think generally the wallpaper is like messier than it is here. I remember someone actually posting a picture. I think this is taken directly from like some famous picture or something. I remember people were talking about this during my last Silent Hill 2 playthrough. I'm only remembering it now. If you're playing on... Ooh, what does he say there? There are arms and legs scattered all over the sofa. Luckily, they came from a mannequin. A sewing machine. There's nothing special about it. If we were playing on New Game Plus, it's possible to get a few different memos here, which give you hints regarding other endings for the game. Let me just Google this real quick so I can read this out for you. Yeah, on New Game Plus, you find another memo here, and the memo can be like 3 varying pieces of information. Like it's not always the same memo, and I think it's random which one you find. Yeah, you can either find the road to tomorrow, how to be a happy couple, or choosing death. And I think it's random which one you find here. And you can only ever find them on New Game Plus. and they're each a clue for a different ending. The road to tomorrow is your clue to get the leave ending. And this is what it says. The first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also very important. Instead of working to heal yourself after you're sick, it's better to avoid getting sick in the first place. Also, you have to maintain a positive, optimistic outlook on life. It's no use worrying over things that have happened in the past. You've got to get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while, instead of just sitting inside reading difficult books. Well, that's quite comical. It's just making me think of the Book of Job tie-in and what we were talking about at the start of the game, and how, I don't think Mary really had much of a choice here. That's the idea I get. It's just God kicked them up the ass. Fate said, fuck you. Mary is going to have this horrible illness. And, yeah, obviously in life, it is not so easy to just simply avoid illness. So the writer of this one can go fuck themselves for all I care. You've got to get outside and play in the fresh air once in a while, instead of just sitting inside reading difficult books. It's quite funny how cynical this comes across when this is your hint to get like the good ending where James is forgiven and leaves. Yeah, just making me think about how the developers really preferred the in water ending as well. How they put most of their effort into the in water ending. How to be a happy couple. Personally, my favorite ending is the leave ending. But I think, well, no, I think even aside from this, but I would get the in water ending more often. I just really dislike the jarring cut to the credits. I don't like Angel's Thanatos as a credits theme after Mary's letter. I just don't. It's too abrasive. It's too heavy, I think. Whereas Overdose Delusion, the theme that plays for the leave ending, is still heavy, but it has an underlying melodic quality to it as well, like a sad melodic quality to it. For the in water ending, it's just pure abrasive metal. There's no real melancholic feel to the theme at all, which just feels kind of off to me coming from the letter, which is so emotional. So the next one, how to be a happy couple. This is the clue for Maria's ending. Do you really love her, in sickness and in health? If you truly love her, then you must act. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. Always try just one more time. Even though there may be hard times ahead, never turn to another woman. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with your very life. After all, true love means a willingness to sacrifice. Be true to your heart, and with luck, things will work out in the end. How does this read as a clue for the Maria ending? Because I would never read, even though there may be hard times ahead, never turn to another woman. I would initially read that as, don't choose Maria. Stay loyal to Mary. But anyway. Hold on a second. All right, yeah, well, I guess these are like kind of doubling as a as a comment on what you should do as James as well. Like for the first one, The Road to Tomorrow, it says the first step to a healthy life is to avoid illness. That may sound obvious, but it's also important. So you can read this as something that's talking about the story, but you're also supposed to be reading this as like a mechanical tutorial, right? Because to get the leave ending, you need to stay topped up on health. That's what it's really telling you here, gameplay wise. You know, don't get sick. It's important not to get sick. Don't lose health. Don't lose health in the first place, and then you have a better chance of getting the leave ending. So it's really just telling you how to manage your health there. But it's interesting to also to read it as a comment on the story, obviously. So yeah, kind of fucked up to read that second one as a clue for helping Maria, when you could also read it as something that means the opposite. But yeah, if you want to get the Maria ending, you do need to protect Maria and care for her and visit her when you can. It all depends on how hard you fight for her. Whatever happens, don't give up. And if it comes to it, you must be willing to protect her with your very life. And then the final one is a clue for the in water ending. When life is filled with nothing but despair, some people choose to end it all. I once chose that path for myself as well. At the time, I felt that I had no other choices. After I made my decision, it became the only thing binding me into this world. Sometimes I would cry to myself while thinking of the past, but mostly all I did was plan over and over again how and when I was going to kill myself. I did stupid, dangerous things. I figured it didn't matter since I was going to die anyway. So I went out of my way to invite disaster. I stopped talking to people. And it didn't bother me, even when friendships grew distant. Yeah, when I read this in the game, I never interpreted these as being clues for other endings. And I have a feeling most people probably do the same, right? Because to interpret these as in-game clues for endings, like you really have to read into it, you know, and you have to like see it as something completely different, you know? Like, cause it obviously just jumps out at you as something that relates to the story of the game. Like you feel like you're just reading something that's, you know, completely unrelated to gameplay. But yeah, apparently they're all hints related to endings, other possible endings. Anyway, let me catch up with chat here. Is this from an actual book or person? No, this is in the game on New Game Plus. I'm just playing on New Game, so we can't read it. I was just reading out memos that you normally find right here beside the sewing machine. If I was on New Game Plus right now, we would have found one of those notes here beside the sewing machine. And I think it's random which one you find. You will either find The Road to Tomorrow, How to Be a Happy Couple, or Choosing Death. Choosing Death was the last one I read, which is all about suicide. But like even that one, like it's not really giving you any hints, any real gameplay hints there. Is it? Like you really have to read into it. Like, is there anything here that's like, oh, they're really trying to say you should look at the knife and the photograph and... I guess you could interpret doing stupid, dangerous things as like purposely keeping your health low. Because if you keep your health low, that will add towards the in-water ending. You'll be more likely to kill yourself at the end of the game if you're reckless and you keep your health low. But yeah, kind of abstract to see those as hints. Listo, thank you very much for the 71 months. Cheers. Maria is a creation of the town. Yeah, she's not real. She's like a monster. But it's a little bit more complicated than that because she also seems to have her own kind of will as well. She doesn't really know what she is. That's one of the interesting things about the Born from a Wish scenario. We get to play as Maria. I think in Born from a Wish, you get to literally see the moment of her birth, of her creation. When she wakes up at the start of the Born from a Wish scenario inside Heaven's Night, I interpret that as the start of her life, where she wakes up and she starts almost stating bullet points about how she feels. And, you know, it's kind of, she speaks as if she is another version of Mary. But there's also that part of her that doesn't really understand what she is. She's kind of like, it's almost like an android story, the Maria story. Like you're playing as an android that's becoming like self-aware or something like that. But then at the end, her will is suppressed and she's, you know, she commits to carrying out her role. No, if he leaves with Maria, it's implied that the same thing will happen again. The Maria ending almost feels like the worst ending to me. James leaves town and Maria starts to get sick again. And it ends with a darkly comic line from James where he says, "We better do something about that cough." I really love that final line. It's almost too silly. Like, it's almost a little bit too much, but not quite. I think it's a great line. I think it lands well. So yeah, the implication being James is gonna fucking murder Maria and it's just gonna happen all over again. Like, he didn't really learn anything. And the same, you know, it's only gonna lead to more horror. Let's turn off that light. What the fuck? Okay. Not used to that sound. Sometimes I forget to come to this room early. But it's interesting to come here now because it's different to how it will be later on. Later on, when we come back here, there'll be a body in the chair that looks just like James. There'll be blood smeared all over the ground where it looks like some body was dragged. A key will magically appear here. There's no key there now. But yeah, it's interesting. When we come here early in the game, the body isn't even here. A television. There's nothing unusual about it. Are you sure? You don't remember? You don't recognize this TV? I am James's #1 fan. I am the biggest James sympathizer. James deserves to live. James deserves to be forgiven. He feels really fucking bad about what he did. It's ruined his life. You know, after playing as James and seeing all of this through his eyes and feeling what he feels, I can forgive him. if I didn't have this perspective of being James, then I probably, you know, then I might not forgive him. But I think he deserves forgiveness after all this. He really, you know, he really punishes himself. He really does feel bad about it. He really goes through hell. Hold on. Since Maria starts her life as lonely, presumably to motivate her to be attached to James, I wonder if Pyramid Head sort of has to slowly become its own thing too. I'm not sure. I think I interpret Maria as more being like a unique case, whereas Pyramid Head is more like the other monsters, where he has like less of his own sort of will. I always interpreted Maria's loneliness again as being like another part of her like manufactured Mary persona, rather than being a part of like Maria's personality. Because we learn later, you know, that Mary was. I think that's supposed to tie in with Mary's loneliness in the hospital, wanting James to be there. You know how later on Maria is like lonely 1 second and craving love and attention, and then she snaps on a dime and starts lashing out at James. It really seems to reflect the hallway scene at the end of the game, where Mary is the exact same. You know, the way she, you know, how aggressive she could get, like loving 1 second and then cursing James the next second. I'm just scrolling up here just to see what else I missed. Maybe it's just relating to the notes earlier, because I didn't read all the chat earlier. Maybe it's assuming you don't know what all the endings are, because this was early internet, so it's prompting you to find ways to end it, looking at the knife, things like that. Yeah, I just think it's an interesting way to hint towards endings, you know, and it's just when it's so easy to not interpret it like that. It almost feels like a hard mode Silent Hill 3 puzzle, where it's like, oh shit, this is actually a part of a puzzle? This is actually a hint? I always just read those as a although yeah, I guess the title of the thing is a pretty big hint that it's related to other endings. Searching for another conclusion. That's the title that's always given. And then you get one of the 3 things. Yeah, so you read the memo, it says searching for another conclusion, and then you either get The Road to Tomorrow, How to Be a Happy Couple, or Choosing Death. I guess choosing death, like the choice aspect. Yeah, so I guess it isn't completely unclear. No dog ending clue, Nico. Yeah. All right, let's go back. There's a little memo here as well, so we can take a look at this while we're here. This note, it must have been from the person who lived here. 3 needles stand of 3 different heights, the fat, the tall, and the thin. From slow to fast, they move to the right. Scott rests not on 3, but 15. So this is a little hint regarding the clock puzzle here. But right now we don't have the key to open it. 4:50 and 15 seconds. The faceplate is closed. It's locked. I can't touch the needles of the clock like this. There is writing on the clock. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Push the clock. No matter how hard I push, it doesn't move. It's like it's stuck to the ground. What's this? Henry Mildred Scott. Pretty easy to figure this one out, right? Hours, minutes, seconds. Man, this game looks good. Now we're gonna go up to the top floor. I'm always amazed by how realistic certain things look in this. Just like the dirt and the graffiti and the peeling wallpaper. Just the way the wall looks there, and they use a mixture of... They're kind of like half pre-rendered backgrounds, aren't they? Like they're not fully pre-rendered, but they're like partly pre-rendered. I wish I knew more about the technical side of things. Yeah, they don't really look pre-rendered. That's the thing. But I remember someone saying before that they were. Or at least to some extent. There's a key on the ground on the other side of the bars. If I stretch my arms out, I just might be able to reach it. But yeah, the level of detail is just crazy. Will you pick it up?
Ow! Hey, wait! Damn it.
I can't reach it no matter how far I stretch. But who's that kid? The shadows are great. It's one really nice thing that they fixed from the original PC version. The shadows were not so great. That is a dark hall. We got a handgun. It's a shopping cart. What is that doing here? Red. The wall is pockmarked with gunshots. What the hell happened here? the shopping cart. What's that doing here? So what's interesting now is that once we pick up the gun, this is the trigger for the dead James body to appear in that room downstairs. Is this the game trying to draw a link between the gun and the body? I think that that body might be another thing if you interact with it. I think it might be another thing that adds points to the in-water ending. I forget exactly, but I think it does. I think it's another one that adds towards the in-water ending. I often just wonder about the apartment building as a whole, you know, and what this area is supposed to say thematically or symbolically. You know, like, is it like the corrupted domestic life of James and Mary, the happy family, being torn apart? Mary was at home when James smothered her as well, wasn't she? Yeah. You know, just thinking about how the areas in these games are usually quite significant to the story in some sense. Maybe not in some, like, literal sense always, but, you know, like later on we go to a mental hospital. The significance of that is pretty obvious. Then the Silent Hill historical society, where you're going down, like, into the abyss of James's mind, almost literally. And then the hotel where they spent their time together. So it just makes me wonder, like, what is the apartment supposed to have some, like, clear significance? Like, is the apartment building itself supposed to be symbolic in some way? Ken, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. But yeah, it just makes me think of their homely life, their domestic life turned upside down. Making me think of Job again. Those cigarettes on the ground? I think those are cigarettes, are they? Or just more casings? Probably referencing Americans casually having guns in their shopping list. Well, yeah, I mean, the gun in the shopping cart is interesting in itself. But yeah, just with regards to just, you know, more with regards to James's story, I'm wondering regarding the significance, how the body appears as soon as we pick this up, this weapon of murder. And then the body appears downstairs sitting in the chair. And the body downstairs in the chair, that's the exact same position James will be sitting in later on in the game when he watches the videotape. When he discovers what he did to Mary. When he finally learns the truth, he will be sitting in that same position. Except he'll be alive. He won't be dead. Love the bars, the unnatural bars. The apartment turned into some kind of prison. And now when we come back with our gun as well, something else has changed. All the monsters are gone. Are they afraid of me because I have a gun now? I don't think so. What was that? Some kind of noise north of here? If we turn off our light, he just glows. You don't care about the body sitting over there, James? No? All he cares about is this key. Key to room 202. Who could have done such a thing? Who could have killed someone like this? Just terrible what people are capable of these days. Oh, just shocking. Who could have? Oh. He's dead. Who could have done this? Who could be capable of such a thing? So unlike all the other bodies we find, this one doesn't have its head melted. You can see quite clearly that this is James's head, his hair. And yeah, keep this pose in mind, because when we get to the very end of the game, many hours from now, you will see James sitting in that exact same position. Once we get to the hotel, when he watches the videotape and finds out what he did, he slumps back into the chair just like this. I love the blood stain here as well. It just makes you wonder what the fuck actually, what happened here. Like something was underneath the chair and was dragged like a bloody corpse. Yeah, it looks like the chair was pulled over to the TV. Oh yeah, and this is where the chair was, right? When we came into this room earlier, the chair wasn't right in front of the TV. The chair was back here. That's such a cool detail. Then we come back, the chair is up towards the TV, but we get to see how it was moved. We get to see what happened while it was moved. Okay, we also found the key to room 202. Yeah, it just feels like all these little things trying to tell James what he did, but in ways that he can't really understand right now. And in ways that the player couldn't really understand without finishing the game. Except you might notice that looks like James, and there's something kind of odd about that. That maybe that this isn't real. That maybe this is some kind of thing he's dreaming up, something that's coming from his mind. That whole sequence works as a connected string of events. This is what I always wonder about, Cool Man. Yeah. For the longest time, I never thought of how all these things might relate to each other as, like, you know, with a sense of continuity. Like picking up the gun leads to the body appearing. Leads to seeing Pyramid Head. And also leads to this key appearing, which then leads to a room filled with dead butterflies and moths. So it's like picking up this weapon of murder is doing, like, now more things are appearing to highlight, to show James what he did in some abstract sense. Because that's what this video, that's what this scene is all about. This is what happens later. This is James realizing what he did. But yeah, James bought a gun to shoot himself, punish himself, and Pyramid Head was born out of that desire. So we see him newly born, standing in the corridor, full of James's wrath, a knack for self-harm that he was created from. Then we see the result of James buying the gun. And yeah, I don't think I ever looked at it as necessarily relating to James's suicide. That's what the gun is. That it's supposed to tie in with James wanting to kill himself. But yeah, that makes sense for sure. I think it more made me think about James killing Mary and not taking the gun so literally. But just viewing the gun as a symbol of murder. Again, it's all fairly, it's easy to read into, It all feels quite abstract. Hey, what's up, Ghost Esquire? And now, room 202. There's nothing inside the cage. Damn, what a vibe, man. The colors are so good. These subtle greens. Of course, the moths come to the light. If you keep the light turned off, the moths won't come to you. There are dead butterflies on the bed and ground. There's nothing else of interest here. Yeah, we see butterflies and moths several times. The butterfly more as a symbol of rebirth, life, transformation. And the moth more as a symbol of death, I think. Yeah, or decay. Again, the Book of Job verse at the start of the game. Like a decaying, like a moth-eaten thing. Love how you can see like the graffiti drawing of another moth up there on the wall, or a few different moths or butterflies, I guess. It's too dark to tell for sure, but I think there's something on the other side of the hole. Will you investigate? I got the clock key. Your controller vibrates, doesn't it? When James gets fright. Right now, I'm not using a. I don't think my controller is set up properly to vibrate here, but I think on PS2, the controller vibrates there, which makes it a bit more disturbing. Like you're actually in some way feeling what James felt, but you're still not sure what it was. There's nothing in the hole anymore. But yeah, I like that idea about the gun more relating to James's suicide. Picking up the gun, which then leads to the Pyramid Head encounter. Pyramid Head representing James's desire for punishment, for self-punishment. And then the image of dead James in front of the TV, which also doesn't appear until you pick up the gun. And, like I was saying, I think that TV sequence also adds to the in-water ending, if you interact with it, because you don't have to interact with it. But if you do, I think it's another thing that adds points to the suicide ending. And of course, James is lying there, dead, in the chair. So that would make sense, right? Man, I just cannot get enough of the visuals in this game. The colors are so good. What ending am I aiming for? Probably leave, like I always do. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. I'm not on New Game Plus, so I can't do the ritual ending. I really do love the ritual ending, though. Henry Mildred Scott. Hours, minutes, seconds. Now that I think of it, there was a big clock in room 208. The scars from the past shall remove the nail that stops time. Again, just interesting to think about the clock key and the significance of finding it in the hole, surrounded by moths and butterflies, and how all this ties into this puzzle with the scars from the past. Almost as if the room we came from is showing us the scars from the past. There it is. Great sounds. Little hospital trolley kind of thing, isn't it? Doesn't this look like something you would find in a hospital? Or more likely to see something like this in a hospital than in someone's apartment? I guess I just think of something more being used for the sick or the elderly. It just stands out as a pretty unique object, I think, right? You don't really see these lying around the game that much. So it just kind of stands out, especially with the save point on it. Okay. Pick that up. But now we're on the opposite side of the bars. This is where we saw Pyramid Head. Those movements are so weird. It looks like it's bugging out, but it's not. It's intentional. I love just how sudden it is. It's the best part of that scene. Just the, like, what the fuck is this out of nowhere? That sudden cut to Pyramid Head getting up to all kinds of freaky shit in the kitchen. Everyone acting weird as hell. The way he moves with the mannequins when he's standing here, it looks like buggy animations, right? Like what you're seeing doesn't really make sense, right? It looks like Pyramid Head is grabbing their legs and moving their legs around, but he's not holding onto their legs. He's just kind of moving his arms around the air, but it still looks like the mannequins are reacting to his movements. It's like he's telepathically holding on to them or something. It looks so weird. And then the way he suddenly snaps out of his animation also looks like a kind of buggy animation. It's really weird. But it's not a bug. And as many people know, this scene was partially inspired by Lynch's Blue Velvet, where in Blue Velvet, Jeffrey is hiding in a closet as he voyeuristically spies on two people engaging in sadomasochism, in perverse sexual acts. Masahiro Ito has said that Pyramid Head is not doing anything sexual to the mannequins, that he is not raping them or sexually abusing them. But I think it is still supposed to conjure up those sorts of ideas, though it is not literally happening. And you can see him, he's holding onto their legs as they try to squirm around. You don't even really see him like beat them or anything like that. He's just holding onto them as they try to squirm away. But then they do seem to die, so I guess the implication is that he did kill them in a way. It's very strange. Let me go back here and pick up this key. What do we get? The courtyard key. It says courtyard. I'm trying to remember what else Ito has said about this scene. I think we were talking about it during the last playthrough. Hold on a second. Let me just see if I can find it real quick. I think this is just the one. I think I found the one where he says it's not rape. Oh, yeah, yeah, this is it. This is it. I wanted to depict that Pyramid Head is trying to remove the visions from James's mind. That's it. That's it. Those mean lying figures, bubblehead nurses, etc. Pyramid Head tries to make him face the fact by that. This means his conflict is in his mind. He is still afraid to face. He's still afraid to face it at that time, so he shoots a gun in the closet. Removing the monsters. He's just trying to help us. James, you don't need to kill these monsters. I'll do it for you. We need to get rid of these monsters in your brain. Pyramid Head is a bro, really. He's just trying to help. This is something as well that Ito commented on that I really wish he didn't comment on, because I always loved the mystery of it. And it seems like he didn't really want to comment on it either, because when he revealed this, he also said, "I'm going to delete this tweet after an hour." Well, what fucking good is that on the internet, Masahiro Ito, when you have all these sweaty, nerdy Silent Hill fans who are just going to screen cap everything you say anyway? Like, either you want to give out this information or you don't. You know? You know? Anyway. What he revealed on Twitter once was the meaning behind the red squares. The 9 red squares that you see at the end of the game, the final save point of the game. I always thought that was one of the game's like greatest mysteries. The ambiguity of it, like, what the fuck? Why are there 9? Why is the final save point 9 red save points on a wall? It's also the cover art for the Japanese version of the game. The cover art for the Japanese version of the game is 9 red squares. I always thought it was just such a cool enigmatic mystery that like no answer could probably live up to, you know, how it was in my mind. But you know, because I never thought I'd ever really have any definitive answer for it. And it just felt like too ambiguous to really ever have some kind of concrete answer for it. But Ito revealed that the 9 red squares, each one represents a monster. It's as simple as that. And there are 9 major monsters in the game. Enemies in the game. I guess... Whoa! Hold on. I'll talk about this again in a second. So yeah, I just think that's interesting to consider with regards to what we were just saying about the scene with that last scene where Pyramid Head is trying to remove the clutter from James's mind, the hallucinations. But I guess it still doesn't really. It's not like there isn't any more room for interpretation with regards to the 9 red squares. But yeah, I still wish he just didn't say anything. It's because it seems like he didn't want to reveal it either. Here we get the fire escape key. And I guess at the end of the game, it's like, I don't know. I guess it's still a little bit ambiguous regarding the final save scene. Are we seeing like, I don't know, all of Are we supposed to be looking at that final save point in a positive way or a negative way? Is it supposed to represent James's understanding now of all these, of what these monsters are? That it's all kind of like it's his memory coalescing and, you know, all coming back? Right? Because it's after he watches the videotape and after he learns about Mary. Although, as watching the videotape still isn't enough for James. That's another one of my favorite parts of the game. That even after watching the videotape, he still convinces himself that Mary could still be alive. But yeah, either way, it's interesting. Let me scroll up in chat now and just see what I've been missing. Oh yeah, I just thought that was so funny, you know. I will say what this means, but then I will delete the tweet in 2 hours. Hold on. That's lame as hell, cool man. Yeah, I mean, it's just, I feel like nothing could have really lived up to it. But I mean, you don't have to describe it in such a blunt way either, you know. But yeah, I guess with each of the monsters representing a part of James's psyche, or it almost feels like the monsters are what's like are part of what's responsible for like blocking James's mind, especially given the previous scene, you know, with Pyramid Head like trying to remove the monsters as if he's trying to remove all this clutter in order to allow him to see properly like what he really did. Kick him. Do I have plans to play Alan Wake 2? Maybe. I'm going to play Alan Wake 1 first, and I'll see how I feel about that. You missed my picture of Ito happy to work on Silent Hill 2. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, look at these two guys. Nico. So I was happy. He kind of looks like James sitting in the chair there. Who are these two people? Yeah, I saw you say that on Discord, Nico. That's a shame. You ran into a shitload of bugs towards the end. Showing up at, like, key dramatic moments, just ruining the moment. Maybe you'll get to enjoy it more the second time through, if you play it again after some patches. Can juice. A heavy 6-pack of expired canned juice. It was in the hallway on the first floor. Apple juice? But yeah, I think the red squares would have been one of those things just better left completely unexplained. Let's go in here. There's a trash chute. There's some kind of strange garbage stuck in the hole. And how do we get it out? We dump some heavy canned juice. Of course. It looks like the garbage stuck in the trash chute has fallen through. The garbage bag is torn and the contents are strewn all over. What's this? Some gossip magazine, eh? The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, committed suicide in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police statement, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches in his neck. An old schoolmate of Walter Sullivan's from his hometown of Pleasant River said he didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. But I do remember that just before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff, like, he's trying to kill me, he's trying to punish me, the monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. So here we get the article with the Walter Sullivan tie-in. And thanks to Silent Hill 4, I think when a lot of people read this now, they don't really think about how this applies to the story of Silent Hill 2. They just think about the Silent Hill 4 tie-in. But of course, when this game was being written, they weren't writing a Silent Hill 4 character. They weren't writing Walter Sullivan in order to be with the plans that this guy was going to become a major character in Silent Hill 4 or anything like that. But yeah, Walter Sullivan goes on to be the main antagonist of Silent Hill 4 and kind of the main character in a way of Silent Hill 4, even though you don't play as him. Billy Locane and Miriam are 2 other characters mentioned again. I mean, like, all of this stuff comes back in Silent Hill 4. But within the context of Silent Hill 2, it's interesting. I think Walter is supposed to parallel James in a way. The idea of someone seeming normal who can easily snap the capability of someone to just go crazy. He didn't look like the type of guy who would kill kids. James doesn't seem like the kind of guy who would kill someone. He seems like a pretty normal guy. That's kind of how I look at this. I kind of just see... I'm trying to see how this applies to James, you know? He's trying to kill me. He's trying to punish me. The monster, the red devil. Forgive me. I did it, but it wasn't me. Again, in the context of Silent Hill 4, they alter the meaning of this red devil because the red pyramid head was a monster designed specifically for James. So in the context of Silent Hill 4, this red devil becomes like one of the cult members. But within the context of 2, I think this is supposed to be alluding to Pyramid Head. Especially with the whole idea of punishment. He's trying to punish me. Pyramid Head taking the form of the old executioners of the town, symbolizing James's own desire for punishment. The schoolmate then added, I guess now that I think of it, he was kind of crazy. Jimmy Stone, yeah. Just glancing over this again. Before they arrested him, he was blurting out all sorts of strange stuff. Yeah, it just kind of gives me the idea of, someone seeming normal, possibly being a normal person, then something within them snaps. They end up murdering someone in a fit of rage. Or pushed to the point where they do something that they didn't think they were capable of doing. And then losing their mind. Yeah, again, when you're just thinking within the context of Silent Hill 2, did they even mean for that article to be real? Is it again something like Maria, where it's the town pulling stuff from reality and like twisting it to try and tell James something about himself? Like how Pyramid Head is a manifestation born from James's mind, but it's also inspired by the real history of the town. The town is taking stuff from the past and reshaping it with its magical power. So the Pyramid Head might be some kind of hallucinatory manifestation, but it comes from it has its source in reality. I think that's the idea with Maria as well. And the poster you find in Silent Hill 3, the advertisement for the return of Lady Maria. If you have a Silent Hill 2 save on your card, which you can then find in the Heaven's Nightclub, this ad for Maria, but she looks completely different to Maria. I always wonder if that's supposed to be the real Maria, who this Maria is based on. That maybe Maria is also a monster based off a real figure. Let's see. Where are we going? Oh no, the remade coins. I don't like it. So this is a remade image from the enhanced team, from the enhanced dev team. Sorry, devs, but I prefer to have the original coins. It looks like an old man. I just prefer the texture of the original. That's Mike Ehrmantraut. We've already been here. Oh, the text on the key is actually some silly little thing, isn't it? It's like something that ties in. It's like an inside joke that the developers put there. I don't think it relates to the story in any meaningful way. I think it's just like a weird little reference. I forget what it is. I remember Nub Zombie talking about it before, but I can't remember what he said now. Hey, what's up, Rack? The tag attached to it says fire escape. I got my hand stepped on the first time I tried to get this. I wonder what happened to that kid. And the courtyard key. It says courtyard. Yeah, I think we'll go back and go through the courtyard first. Say hi to Eddie. The text around the edge of the coin is Romanized Japanese. The decrypted text reads Tatsuki ga Kyoken no. The Tatsuki aforementioned is speculated to be the son of a Team Silent member. Huh, okay. Yeah, I remember it just had something to do with the developers. And less to do with the actual story. Yeah, so just like a little tribute to one of the developers' kids. Maybe whoever was working on those textures. Those images. Grab it! These images are so clean. They're too clean. Yeah, I feel like they look a little bit too token-like. In the original game, they really look like these worn, sort of ancient things. I feel like here they look a little bit too, I don't know, too sanded down. A large coin imprinted with a snake. I found it in that pool with no water. That pool with no water. The little baby carriage inside the pool as well. Conjuring up horrifying images of babies around pools. Always makes me think as well of James and Mary wanting a child, not being able to have a child. Mary's desire to adopt Laura if she ever got better. Maybe something there. I don't know. Relating to James and Mary and the child they wish to have. To hell. Oh, where does this take me? Ah. I should have turned off my light. Look at this beautiful room. This beautiful, rotten, decaying, filthy, destroyed room. Looks so good, though. Don't you want to live in this room? um, attraction and repulsion. Ooh, that's some nice filth on the wall there. Look at that. Look at those smudges. Burn marks. Dampness. Leakage. Top-notch filth. I'm a really big fan of filth. And decay. Maybe partly because of Silent Hill 2. I don't know. A sightseeing brochure for the town is lying here. Welcome to Silent Hill. Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. We're happy to have you. Take some time out of your busy schedules and enjoy a nice, restful vacation here. Row after row of quaint old houses, a gorgeous mountain landscape, and a lake which shows different sides of its beauty with the passing of the day, from sunrise to late afternoons to sunset. Silent Hill will move you and fill you with a feeling of deep peace. I hope your time here will be pleasant and your memories will last forever. Editor, Roger Widmark. What the? Who could have done this?
It wasn't me. I didn't do it.
Do what?
I didn't do anything. I swear. He was like this when I got here.
My name's James. James Sunderland.
Eddie.
Eddie. Who's that dead guy in the kitchen?
I didn't do it. I swear I didn't kill anybody.
You're not friends with that red pyramid thing, are you?
Red pyramid thing? I don't know what you're talking about. Honest. But I did see some weird-looking monsters. They scared the hell out of me, so I ran in here.
Well, I guess this place isn't too safe either. What happened here anyway?
I told you, I don't know. I'm not even from this town. I just...
You too, huh? Something just brought you here, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, whatever it is, I think you better get out of here soon.
Yeah, you're right. What about you?
I'll leave as soon as I'm done here. Eddie, be careful.
James, You be careful too.
Love it. The lighting, so good. And these glorious Sato CG cutscenes. Just beautiful. Let me thank some people here before I continue. Ken, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Much appreciated. Sorry, I'm a little bit behind. I'm thanking people. I often forget when we're rambling about the lore and stuff, so I apologize. I'm like an hour behind with some people here. Anonymous with the $20 tip. Thank you very, very much, Anonymous. I hope you're still there. Cheers. Much appreciated. Josh, thank you for the 6. Jay Dory, thank you for gifting a sub to Tardif4. Listo with the 71 earlier as well. Thank you. Kev with the 10. Lettuce with the 36. Cheers, everyone. The sounds are so good. There was one of those burps really got me during that scene. I think I'm wearing better headphones than I was last year playing this. So I was getting really immersed in Eddie's puking and burp sounds there.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Eddie, are you okay?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, looks like he's finished. So yeah, if we go back into where Eddie was, we can find that there's actually another room here. Don't think there's anything to find in terms of like items and supplies, but the visuals here are interesting. We just see lots of football posters, even a football on the ground, magazines, graffiti. And this feels significant because later on we'll find out that Eddie has a bit of a history with football. The wall is covered with football posters and meaningless graffiti. I couldn't care less about either of them. But yeah, we learn later on that he shot a football player in the leg. Probably someone who was bullying him. We learn that Eddie was a victim of bullying. Has self-esteem issues related to his weight. And like James and Angela, he eventually snapped, lashed out. But unlike James and Angela, it isn't really clear if he actually killed someone. He never tells us that he killed anyone. Only that he shot someone in the leg. He tells us that he killed a dog. But when it comes to another person, he only tells us that he shot someone in the leg. And then he went on the run to Silent Hill. Another thing about Eddie as well is that he seems quite cowardly. Or, you know, there's a certain part of his character where he's constantly about to say something or admit to something, but then he stops himself at the last second. He can't quite do it. Like when we were walking out at the end there, he's like, James, and then he said, oh, no, forget it. And he always has this tone where he's like, oh, I don't know, you know, oh, this just happened. I don't know, I didn't know anything about this. You know, he kind of, you know, he seems kind of sus in that way, where it seems like he might be lying a lot of the time, or not telling the full truth. Wanting to at times, but not being able. Pretty unique looking figure here as well. Doesn't look like anything we've seen so far. The lying figures or the James bodies. Just this very thin, naked figure here. Sticking out of the fridge. Probably seeing one of whatever Eddie sees here. You know, later on we'll get the heavy implication that all these characters are seeing different things in Silent Hill. They're all seeing their own monsters, which are related to their own trauma. So maybe this is one of Eddie's monsters. We might not be seeing it the same way he sees it, though. Sticking out of a fridge. Kind of interesting as well, I guess. We have the football posters in there, which seem to relate to Eddie's past in some way, which we'll learn later on. But maybe the fridge is too. We learn that Eddie has issues with his weight, his body image. Possibly relating to that somehow. What the? Who could have done this? Yeah, his final room, his boss room, is like a freezer with meat slabs hung up. Let's head back out. Let me just see here. Did I miss anyone else? Ken, again, thank you for your sub earlier. And Anonymous with your 20. Cheers to the most cerebral stream of the year. Happy Halloween. Thank you again, Anonymous. I hope you're still there, because that was a bit ago. I hate being late thanking donations. Cheers, guys. Killed the dog. Shot some guy in the leg. He's still committing some pretty bad crimes. Hiss Lizard, thank you for gifting a sub to Rosa. And Silkjet, thank you for gifting a sub to Rick for the win. Use the fire escape key. There's no fire escape outside the door. Maybe they knocked it down when they built the building next door. I think if I can get into the building next door... I think I can get into the building next door if I go through the window in front of me. I've always loved this little moment, even though nothing is really happening. Like, it feels like you're going through some portal. Coming from Silent Hill 1, you might think you're about to enter, like, the otherworld version of the apartment, but it doesn't really feel like that when you come here. It's just the other apartment building. There's an old broken down bed here. It looks like there's something stuck inside the toilet. Will you take it out? Of course. Oh, Jesus. It looks like a wallet. There's some kind of memo in it. XX9VV03. So what you do here is you combine the Roman numerals and the other numbers together. XX will be 20. 9, 10, 3. We almost got the Dave special. We almost got VV4. Not quite. 29, 10, 3. James will do anything on his mission here. Twenty, 9, 10, 3. And if you... This is actually an optional little puzzle here. All you get is a load of extra ammo. Pretty sweet. Love the water here. Ah! I need to turn on the light to kick him. Oh yeah, you can kick even after they crawl away. That's handier. So yeah, this is something that's a little bit different compared to the previous apartment building. This one is flooded, unlike the other one. I think we get yeah, the Blue Creek apartment. There's a note stuck on the door. Dear Tim, I have to run an errand, so I'm going out. I left the house key with Uncle David. You know where he lives, don't you? The key is in the room near the first floor staircase. I'll be back as soon as I can, so please watch the place while I'm gone. The little shake. Am I going to finish Silent Hill 2 tonight? That is the plan. That's the final area of the apartments. That's how we leave this place. This place is pretty run down. Yeah, I was hoping to get the extra riddle mode set up for this stream. But that'll have to wait till next time. I'm hoping to show that one for the next playthrough. So a lot of people don't know about that. The game actually has a 4th riddle difficulty. In the 4th riddle difficulty, you can see the other side of these coins. Here we are. Yeah, I think it's called extra. It doesn't appear in the menu for the game. You don't select it. It's what you're automatically put into it after you complete all 3 riddle difficulties. Although I think there might be some random element to it as well. I'm not sure. I think I've only done it like twice in my life. The extra riddle mode. Love the setup for this room here, where we're about to meet Angela. One of the most busted up rooms in the whole place. Oh, hey, it's another one of those things. Those trolleys. A stuffed animal. It probably belonged to the kid that used to live here.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I'm James.
Angela.
Angela. Okay. I don't know what you're planning, but there's always another way.
Really? But you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, is what we deserve.
No, I'm not like you.
Are you afraid? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Did you find your mother?
Not yet. She's not anywhere.
Did she live in this apartment building?
I don't know.
So, all you know is she lived in this town.
What did you say? How do you know that?
Well, I just figured, 'cause this is where you're looking for her. How else would I know?
Yeah,
Am I right?
I'm so tired.
So, why did you come to this town anyway?
I'm sorry. Did you find the person you're looking for?
Not yet. Her name's Mary. She's my wife.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Anyway, she's dead. I don't know why I think she's here.
She's dead?
Don't worry. I'm not crazy. At least, I don't think so.
I've got to find my mama.
Should I go with you? This town's dangerous. Now I know what you meant back there in the cemetery.
I'll be okay by myself. Besides, I'd just slow you down.
What about that?
Will you hold it for me?
Sure. No problem.
If I kept it, I'm not sure what I might do. No! Oh, I'm sorry. I've been bad. Please, don't!
All right. Poor old Angela. What do we have here? Coin. Prisoner. I love the extremely low ceiling in here, in this room. It's so strange. And this mirror. I don't think you ever see James look in the mirror during the scene. And I don't think you ever see Angela look in the mirror either. James comes in and he's just looking straight at Angela, but I don't think you ever see a shot where he just looks up at himself. And Angela is staring at her reflection, but she's staring at her reflection in the knife. She's looking at herself in the reflection of the knife. I don't think you ever see her actually looking at the mirror. I always thought that was kind of interesting, that you never see either of them looking at themselves in the reflection. At least I don't think. And in the middle of the room, we have something here, which is easy to miss. Angela and her mother. The photograph ripped in half. The father on the other side. And I think you're supposed to be... I think the father is next to the brother. But it's really hard to even see if there's another person there aside from the father. But is there another person there? I guess. Yeah, it's pretty easy to miss the photograph, especially if you're playing the original version. I guess if it's lower res as well, it'll look less like a unique item on the ground. Are we sure that's Angela? Maybe not. Maybe it's a photograph of the person that did live here, and they're just drawing a parallel between the person who lived in this apartment and Angela's situation. Either way, I think it must be trying to tell you something about Angela and her family. She's here to look for her mother. She loves her mother. Her mother's word is the gospel. She killed her father, killed her brother. So I must be saying something about Angela here with this picture. I'd imagine that's what the teddy bear here is for as well. Even though this isn't Angela's own apartment. Probably belonged to the kid that used to live here. I think just another thing that's trying to, like in some abstract sense, communicate the idea of a broken childhood. I always thought this image of the doors was just interesting in itself. The broken, busted up, boarded up door right next to this clean white door. You don't really see a lot of doors that look like this, you know? I think this is the only white door you go through in the apartment building. We picked up a coin in there. Oh, I quite like the rework on this coin. I still prefer the original, but I like the image. This prisoner looks like a woman. No coincidence, we find it in the room with Angela. Hey, what's up, Colonel? How's it going? Let me scroll up here. Yeah, with the whole reflection thing and why and the fact that they don't look at themselves in the reflection of the mirror, I get again, you have to wonder if that's tying into the idea of them not, trying to run away from their crimes, the inability to look inward and to confront what they really did. They're both here to be punished, but they're both here to, they're trying to run away from what they did, but they can't escape their own innate desire for punishment, to be punished for their crimes, because at their core they feel guilty about what they've done. Again, maybe there's more to it than that. Because I think Angela really does only look at her reflection in the knife. But Angela, unlike James, actually, she seems to know at this point in the game why she's here. So that interpretation doesn't exactly work for Angela. And I guess she is looking at her own reflection, unlike James. Hold on, I hear my housemates shouting. They're distracting me. But yeah, during that scene, Angela has that dialogue, but you're the same as me. It's easier just to run. Besides, it's what we deserve. You know? Angela knows. And James quickly responds, "No, I'm not like you." Not a particularly well delivered line, that one. A little bit wooden. But yeah. That's something you see throughout the game as well. Like James is the last character to really face up to what he's done. Before you meet Eddie, Eddie is more or less spelling out to James what he's done. James still denies that he has anything in common with Eddie. But yeah, it's interesting. Even at this point in the story, Angela seems to know, in some sense. The whole thing with taking the knife off her as well. Again, that's Angela seeing her father in James, afraid of this male figure that could do her harm. He reaches out to take the knife and she fucking snaps back. The way she kind of shoos herself out of the room as well. She kind of scuttles off. I've been bad. That's another thing about Angela. You notice that she seems to apologize at random for no reason. And misplaced guilt, I think, is a big part of Angela's character, which we learn later on, or, ties in with her feelings for her mother. When we get to Angela's final scene, she has a line where she says, the saddest line in the game, I think, where she says, "Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened." Angela's mother told her that she deserved to be abused by her father. She feels she deserved to be sexually abused. So that really paints an absolutely horrifying picture of that family household. It's just truly grim. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. Even Mama, The mother's word is the gospel. Like if even she said it, like she couldn't be wrong. She's my mother. So I think that's where a lot of the apologizing comes from, and Just sort of those random feelings of guilt, walking out the door at the last second. I've been bad, you know, running out the door. Very sad. Silent Hill 2 is a barrel of laughs, isn't it? It's so much fun. Oh, I'm just scrolling up here. What happened to your cleaning lady? Haven't heard any stories about her in a long time. That's because I don't live in that same apartment anymore. And we don't have a cleaning lady. Yeah, no cleaning lady anymore, thankfully. I could have sworn Angela was looking at herself in the beginning of the scene. Yeah, like she is. But I think she's just looking in the reflection of her knife. I think that's what that reflection is. You know, because when you start the scene, you see that reflection of her. We're seeing a reflection of her, but she's looking straight at her knife. So I think she is kind of seeing a reflection of herself in some sense. Of course, the knife, bloody. I think the knife may have something to do with how, like, her very slow speech in that scene. She constantly says that she's tired, and it would seem that's like the more overt reason for why she's, you know, slowly talking. But maybe it's also because of blood loss. Because it seemed like she was cutting herself in there. She's suicidal. The blade is stained with something red. Oh, fuck. And because I examined this now, that's another point towards the in water ending. Shit. If you examine this knife, you are more likely to kill yourself at the end of the game. But hopefully I'll still be okay. I don't want James to kill himself at the end of the game. The ending system in this game is so cool. It just calculates all the different things that you've done, subtle interactions, various choices, and then gives you an ending based off that. The things you interact with, the rate at which you've been healing yourself, how you treat Maria, how often you look at the photograph of Mary. I think the letter might tie into it as well, although I can't remember. I forgot to fucking show... oh, that's okay. I can show it later. Never mind. I won't even say it. But this letter is interesting. Yeah, it'd be cool to see other games do this kind of thing with endings. Like, it'd be cool to see other more fleshed out versions of it. There's something written on the desk. First lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be. They be not there for you to see. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. There is a line of 5 1-inch round depressions set into the table. So, what we have now is our coin puzzle. And if we look at this again, first lies the seat of he who is peerless, silent and empty, heartless and fearless. This is your hint that the first one here, I think, is an empty slot. Beside him sits one who knows the place of the servant is next to the throne. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. So the second one must be a him, because this one is beside him. And there's only one he, the old man coin. The other one is a woman and the other one is a snake. So the first one is empty. The second one is the old man, the he. Dozens of feet, yet not a single toe. The one that is hidden beside him doth go. And that's telling you that the next one beside the old man is hidden. Empty again. Seducer of dreams, creature of Hades, lying further from man and closer to lady. So the snake then is probably not after the empty slot because we want him to be further away from the man. So probably the lady prisoner after the second empty slot, and then the serpent. Man and woman seeing all, heedless to the raven's call. Silent and hidden the two may be, they be not there for you to see. And here they're really hammering it home that there are 2 empty slots, that you only need 3 coins. Return them to whence they would be, and blessing shall descend on thee. I speak thus with the North Star behind me. The birth of the sun is the start of the story. I think this is hinting that, that the puzzle is from left to right. Okay. So, empty. Old man. Empty. Woman. The serpent is furthest from man and closest to lady. So I think that's right. No! Okay, well then it must be the other way around. Because we can get that serpent further away from the man. Hey, there we go. The Linehouse Key. It was in the coin puzzle desk. The tag on it says line. This must be the key mentioned in that note. The one that says it was left with Uncle David. So this is a little callback, or a little reference rather, to the director of Jacob's Ladder. Adrian Lyne, I think his name is. Obviously, Jacob's Ladder had a big influence on the team. We didn't get it. Damn. Sometimes you can hear whispering in here. I feel like you're more likely to get it than not. But sometimes it just won't trigger. Yeah, I don't think reloading the room ever works. It's either going to happen or it's not. Pretty unique looking room here as well. This red. The reds look so nice in this. Now we can cross over to the next door apartment. Is it 50-50? I feel like it's better. I feel like I usually hear it. Like it's rare that it doesn't play for me. Maybe I've just been really lucky the last few times. I got the apartment stairway key and an envelope where the cushion should be. Little butterfly there. Nothing sexual going on here at all. Oof. So, some of you may not know about this, but Pyramid Head actually has a tongue. Do you want to see Pyramid Head's tongue? Come on, Pyramid Head. There it is. Get off me. Get off me. He dealt a shitload of damage there, by the way. When you shoot him, you really slow him down. Ah! It's not his tongue? You think his dick is coming out of his mouth? Whoa! Pyramid Head gets pissed. Nah, he's still not ready to confront the truth. I'm leaving. Get rid of this water. Love how you can see all the the decay here from the water. Look at the rot on the door. See how look at all that how much has been peeled off from the door. Yeah, I'm assuming when the idea is that when Pyramid Head opens the door to leave, it also drains all the water out. But I guess symbolically it's interesting as well, given how prominent water is as a symbol in the game. I think mainly relating to the idea of reflection. Reflection and death. Now we're about to go to Rosewater Park. This is where James thinks he might find Mary, because could be their special place, possibly. He's not sure where their special place could be, but they spent a lot of time in Rosewater Park staring at the water in contemplation and reflection. But when we get there, there will be no water. There's one shot in particular that like really tries to highlight how there is no water beyond the pier, beyond the barrier. It's dry, and of course, James isn't greeted with Mary, but some kind of monstrous replacement. What's my favorite Silent Hill? Silent Hill 2.
You! It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
I don't know. Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here, anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Wait! How do you know Mary's name?
And here we have our first interaction with Laura, or our first conversation with Laura. Love all the child drawings here on the wall. The cat, the bear. Which is interesting because we see Laura play with bear teddies later on. A few times. And we see her draw cats as well up at the hotel. I think a lot of people think that line of dialogue is supposed to allude to Laura not being real. You know, when she says, "Are you blind or something?" Like, what's a little girl like you doing here? Are you blind or something? Almost as if, like, what are they saying there? That she's not a little girl? But I don't think that's the idea. I think it's more that James is implying that there's something wrong with her being here. Right? Because this is a dangerous town. There are monsters around. Everything's all fucked up. But to Laura, there's nothing strange about what she's doing at all. There's nothing strange about her being here. Later on, we find out that Laura does not see any monsters here. This is not a dangerous place for her. Hey, what's up, Guy Grimm? So this is that park. Mary, are you here? Rosewater Park. It's still an abandoned town, so it's weird. Yeah, I agree. It is Laura being out here on her own. The implication is in the opening cinematic that she came here with Eddie as well. Wait, no, Eddie, don't they say that explicitly in the bowling alley scene? I can't remember if they do. Does Eddie say that Laura came to the town with him? But yeah, they seem to have been palling around together to some degree. And there's that shot of the two of them beside the van in the opening cinematic. So that always gave me the indication that they came to town together. But I can't remember if they actually explicitly say it. I don't think they do. I'm just trying to think of everything they say in the bowling alley scene, but I don't think they say that. Patrick Chester, son of Edward, he fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. Patrick is missing his head and his arms. Here we are.
Mary? No, you're not.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I? See? Feel how warm I am?
You're really not Mary.
I told you, I'm Maria.
Sorry. I was confused.
Where are you going?
I'm looking for Mary. Have you seen her?
Didn't you say she died?
Oh yeah, 3 years ago. But I got a letter from her. She says she was waiting in our special place.
Oh yeah!
And that's here? Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
Well, there's the hotel too, I guess. The one on the lake? I wonder if it's still there.
The Lakeview Hotel? Yeah, it's still there. So the hotel was your special place, huh? I'll bet it was. Don't get so mad. I was just joking. Anyway, it's not that way. It's this way.
You're coming with me?
You were gonna just leave me?
No, but...
With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. I look like Mary, don't I? You loved her, right? Huh. Or maybe you hated her.
Don't be ridiculous.
So it's okay?
Yeah, fine.
All right. Here's Maria. Third Kind, thank you very much for the 25 months. Much appreciated. Let me make sure I have everyone else thanked as well here. And thank you, Third Kind. Silk Jet, thank you for gifting a sub to Rick for the win. Hiss Lizard, thank you for gifting a sub to Rosa. Wait, I think I thanked you for that one earlier, but thank you again. I think that's everyone. Cheers, guys. Man, that gorgeous Sato artwork. Those CG scenes are just beautiful. He really does an incredible job with Maria. I feel like we see Maria more than any other character in those FMVs as well. She gets quite a few of them. You know, she gets another one later on in the hospital. Then later on in the Abyss, down in the prison. I guess there's just a lot of focus on her varying expressions during the scenes as well. Lots of little subtleties. And that moment where he seems to forget about his wife. Oh yeah, didn't you say she died? Oh yeah. But she said she's waiting in our special place. It's he's quick to forget once he has this new Mary in front of him. Like, oh wait a second, yeah, you're not actually my wife. She died. Let's examine her. Let's make sure she's up to par here. She never told her that he never told her that she died, did he? Did he not tell her that she died? I think I forgot about that detail. Yeah, he doesn't, does he? Oh, wait, no, he does. Yeah, he says, looking for my late wife. Right, yeah, no, he does say it. He does say it. You're making me second guess it there for a second. That would have been kind of cool, though. That one shot where half the frame is just showing the lack of water on the other side here. It's like taking up half the screen. It's coming. This is where they spent all their time, staring at the water. Now it's nowhere to be seen. And Mary is nowhere to be seen either. James, incapable of reflection, seeing the truth, has to have this thing here ready for him. I think that's interesting, you know, that he finds Maria here when this is the place that he's building up in his mind, you know, where she is. Like, he's built up in his mind that this is where it's gonna happen. This is where he's gonna meet Mary. Of course, he can't meet Mary here, but he still summons up something from his mind to meet him here. This seductive, healthy replacement. in memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. I feel like that last little exchange they have as well is supposed to be Maria really playing the Mary role. You know, she's like, I'm all alone here. Everyone else is gone. You loved Mary, right? Or maybe you hated her. It feels to me like she's reflecting the, you know, who the sick Mary really was at the end of her life. Lonely. Wanting that love and attention, but lashing out simultaneously. And James feels kind of angry, you know, at the end. He's like, yeah, fine, come on. You know, like she's already starting to wear on him like Mary did. These goddamn women, nothing's ever enough. Let's go down here. Am I going in the right place? The right direction? Victim of persecution by the Christians, I think this is. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. I think this is probably alluding to Saint Jennifer, who is then referenced in Silent Hill 3. One of the members of the Order, the cult, persecuted by the Christians. You know, when we get to the church in Silent Hill 3, we get that image of Saint Jennifer. We have to come back here later on to dig underneath the ground here. Okay. Where to next? Let's go up to Texan Gas first. Oh, does that say the dance company? Not Monica's, though, right? Jazz dance. What the hell is that? Can you guys read that? An inn? Oh, I can't read it. I give up. My eyes are getting old? What does it say then? All this smoke and fog and industrial noise. Clunky sounds clinking around. So now we are at Texan Gas. On New Game Plus, you would find a book here, which gives you extra lore on the town. And it's also an item that you need to resurrect Mary from the dead. Let me just look it up real quick so I can read it to you, even though I'm still on new game. Let's see. So the book is called Lost Memories. And inside it, it says, this name comes from the legend of the people whose land was stolen from them. They called this place the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they meant not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place. But it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. Spooky. And interesting that we find it at Texan Gas as well, with this Native American logo. So going into the deep history of the town, and this name that is now lost. Why did the ancient residents leave this town? I love all these other things that just paint the town as this sort of shrine of lost memories. Of course, it relates quite intimately to our protagonist, who cannot access his memory and what he's done. But then it seems to extrapolate into the whole town. This whole town is a place of lost memory, forgotten histories. Silent Hill Historical Society. The early days of Toluca. The stories of the truth. Let's just keep making our way up Nathan Avenue. Lakeside Amusement Park. You'd be a great reader for Wah! You would be a great reader for horror mystery stories. Thank you. Yeah. Mannequins can fly over the wall here. Your ad. Quiet cocktails. I think you can get some different ads on the opposite side of the place as well. On our way back, we'll take the opposite side. Look at this fog. It's so foggy. Silent Hill Historical Society. If you were playing the Silent Hill HD collection right now, you wouldn't be seeing any fog. Or maybe you can now that it's been patched 50 times. But unpatched, I don't think you would be seeing a single piece of fog right now. Giga computers. Baby ad kids. Superstore. Discount prices. Baby gift registry. Parking in rear. Rear entrance. Yeah, I'm assuming that is supposed to be an N, right? Baby and kids. And you have a little picture of a bird with a bird holding a little blanket with a baby inside, I guess. A pelican. Silent Hill fresh meats. Oh, nice. I like that. I like that little cow. He's cute. Whoa, more of them. Oh, shit. Yeah, here's the sign for Lakeview Hotel. This one has been knocked down. Cool. Oh, nice. You can even get a little interaction with it. I don't suppose you can interact with the others, can you? No. But of course, the Lakeview Hotel is significant. And now we have reached the very end. Wait. This bridge is ruined. I can't get to the hotel from here. Another dead guy at the end of the line here. There's a map here. And this tells us where we need to go next. Highlights the Historical Society as well as a key place. Or maybe not, just highlighting it as a dead end for now. Pete's Bowl-orama. Yeah. Mr. Man, thank you for gifting a sub to Droops. Ad for Heaven's Night. Cool. Vaccine clinic. Pet center. Italian restaurant. Jack's Inn. Hey, what's up, Dark Angel? Another ad for Texan Gas. Okay, this is the place.
I'll wait here. I hate bowling.
I didn't come here to play, you know.
Hurry back, okay?
So what'd you do? Robbery? Murder?
Nah, nothing like that.
Huh! You're just a gutless fatso.
What'd you have to say that for?
I thought you said the cops were after you.
No, I just ran because I was scared. I don't know what the cops are doing.
But if you did something bad, why don't you just say you were sorry? Well, I guess I run away a lot too.
It's no good. They wouldn't listen. Nobody will ever forgive me. Did you find the lady you're looking for? What's her name? Mary?
So good. Love how that little extra bit of dialogue keeps playing here as you walk through.
Eddie?
Oh, you're...
James. We met in the apartment building?
Yeah, I remember. But...
Are you alone here, Eddie?
no.
Bye-bye.
Wait! Come back! Eddie, let's go after her.
Huh? Laura? But why?
Laura. Is that her name?
That's what she said.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
She said she was fine by herself. She said a fatso like me would just slow her down.
Forget you.
I love James's body language there. The way he points towards the door. Forget you.
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
Why do you always sound like you're lying, Eddie?
Who is that girl, anyhow?
I don't know.
Is that all we get here?
Who is that girl, Who is...
One more.
Who is...
One more.
Who is that...
Okay, I'm done. Bam, bam, bam. Love how the camera just stays pulled back here. There is an item down here. It's almost impossible to see. Bam, 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 bam. Where did he get the pizza? It's the eternal mystery of Silent Hill. People have debated over this for years. Now I think maybe Silent Hill, maybe this is a part of Eddie's trial. You know how everyone's seeing a different thing in Silent Hill. Eddie's Silent Hill is probably full of food and pizza. One of Eddie's problems is his self-esteem, his struggle with his body image. how he was bullied. His bullying leading him to eventually snap and lash out at the cool kids, shooting the football player in the leg. So here he is, refusing to face the truth and instead giving into his vices. Bam, bam, bam. Ba-dum. Bam, 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 bam. Who is that? Is that a developer? I feel like that person looks Japanese from a distance. I'm gonna get closer to the screen. No, I don't think that person is Japanese. It looks like an American kid with a trophy. Bowling trophy. Maybe it's AJ. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Suck my balls.
Did a little girl run out of here?
Yeah, she was too fast for me. Aren't you gonna go after her?
You probably looked like a hideous demon, Maria. That's probably why she ran for her life. ZN7th with the Prime sub. Thank you. Yeah, I like to imagine that other characters would just see Maria as some kind of monstrosity. We never see her interact with any other character. We only ever see her on screen with James. Maybe she was just invisible to Laura. Any items back here? No.
She went through there.
Is there any other way?
Yeah, there is. Right through there.
A pan down to the bottle.
It's no good. It's locked.
James trying to get a sneaky look. So you have the key to this place, huh? More bangers. Empty cans, sink, cardboard box. None of them will be of any use. A flower vase. There's nothing else of interest. Liquor bottles. I don't need that right now. It's not that I don't drink. In fact, I drink a fair bit. To get away from the pain, the loneliness. But the drinking never changes anything. Anyway, I don't need it now. There's something that I have to do. There it is. Ooh, I love that green light on her there. Heaven's Night. So, this is where Maria works. She has the key to this place, at least. She seems to fit with the aesthetic of the place. Just a normal table. There's nothing unusual about it. Just a regular stage. There's nothing strange about it. Yeah, and in the Born from a Wish sub-scenario, this is where she wakes up. I think the idea is that she is literally born here in Born from a Wish. Spends her first moments here. I don't want to leave. It's too short-lived. We're gonna leave. Such a great little part of the game, this, after the apartments. Such a cathartic sort of intermission of sorts before we get back into the next meaty section, the next main dungeon.
Over there!
Is Brookhaven fixed here in this enhanced edition? I think it is. In the original game, it says Blookhaven instead of Brook here on this sign. Your typical L's and R's getting mixed up. I love how some of these areas load in with Maria just creepily in front of us like this. James staring at her. We got a map. No items? It seems to be about the patients hospitalized here. Jack Davis. He has attempted suicide 3 times in the past for reasons unknown. Although he is normally a model patient who follows doctors' and nurses' orders, he must be watched closely due to his past pattern of sudden and violent suicide attempts. Joseph Barkin. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. And Joshua Lewis, history of hospitalization, as well as numerous assault, battery, and other violent offenses. He has a strong persecution complex and a tendency to solve things through violence. Extreme caution necessary. I do like Silent Hill 3. Yeah, I did a playthrough of it earlier this month if you want to watch it. It should be up on my YouTube as well. So, interestingly, all of these patients have names starting with J. Jack, Joseph, and Joshua. And Joseph will be a character we read about several times throughout this hospital section. And I think maybe his description most closely aligns with what James is going through as well. His illness seems to be rooted in the fact that he believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. His symptoms suggest a psychotic break and paranoid delusions. Normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence when excited. Always makes me think of James when he snaps at Laura later on. You know, when she says something that conflicts with his internal timeline, suggesting that Mary was alive like weeks ago or a week ago. And he's like, "You liar!" And then it's almost like he surprises himself. He's like, "I'm sorry, Laura." However, when it came to Mary and what he did eventually to Mary, I don't think that was him snapping, really. It seemed to be premeditated. And he seemed to be quite calm while he was killing her. You know, in the videotape, assuming the videotape is showing us an accurate recreation of what actually happened, you know, he walks up to her calmly and he gives her a kiss on the cheek, and then he smothers her. It's not like they were in the middle of an argument or something and then he snapped at her and killed her. It seemed like, you know, he knew what he was doing. But yeah, maybe all of these are supposed to be applied to James in some way. This guy attempting suicide, a very suicidal patient. The guy who believes he's guilty of causing his daughter's death, normally calm, but has a tendency towards violence. Strong persecution complex, and a tendency to solve things through violence. Couldn't really apply much of this to James, I don't think. I don't think I have seen the new Silent Hill 2 screenshots. But it's okay. I don't really want a Silent Hill 2 remake in the first place, so if it doesn't turn out well, I won't be distraught. But I'm perfectly fine with what we have here. But I'll probably play it. It'll probably be a fun stream, whether I enjoy it or not. I'm sure there'll be plenty of laughs. But there's nothing of particular interest. Let's get that. Seventh, I thanked you for your sub, didn't I? And Gedrax and Stuggy. Cheers, guys. Something is written on it. The purple bull. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven like him to the other side. The other side, perhaps, may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? Something else is written by hand. I got the key from Joseph. It's probably the key to that box. And we get the purple bull key. I have no idea what this purple bull is supposed to be referencing, or what its significance is. Remember Googling it before as well, trying to find, trying to find if it was some like mythological reference or something. I couldn't find anything. A purple bull is drawn on it. It was on the desk in the document room. Quite a strange looking key. I've always found this to be particularly enigmatic, just the way it's designed and everything. Let's see here. Balam Garden with the 8. Wild, almost 10 years of following you. Hey, thank you. Thanks for putting up with me for this long. Cheers. Thanks for the 8 months as well. So yeah, we start off here describing how under the right circumstances, anyone could be driven to the other side. That's one interesting thing about James as well. You know, he is just this, seems like this everyday, normal guy who was probably a, decent man. And then fate fucks him over hard and he copes with it in the worst way. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there's no wall between here and there. It lies on the borders where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. Of course, it also feels like they're describing the other world, perhaps, and how the realities shift in Silent Hill. We see that happen for the first time during this hospital sequence as well. Later on, we get the 2 different versions of the hospital. Some say it isn't even an illness. I cannot agree with them. I'm a doctor, not a philosopher or even a psychiatrist. But sometimes I have to ask myself this question. It's true that to us his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him there simply is no other reality. Furthermore, he is happy there. So we're talking again about someone like James who is seeing a reality unlike the reality that everyone else sees. Hallucinations. But yeah, some people can be happy living in their other world. So why, I ask myself, why in the name of healing him must we drag him painfully into the world of our own reality? And now, yeah, this reference again to Joseph, who we'll be hearing about throughout this sequence. One of our main goal in the hospital here is to open Joseph's box. Originally, Joseph was going to be another character, like a fully fleshed out character that we met. And I think he was going to be like a Maria type of character. Like a complete manifestation, another person that maybe looked like James but wasn't James. A different version of James. And I think maybe that's what they're still doing here with this version of Joseph. Like another character to parallel James in a way, but a less fleshed out version of it. A more understated version of it. The Silent Hill Ascension app. I don't know anything about it. I watched like the trailer once, and I haven't really been following anything related to it. But maybe I'll check it out. I don't know. What do I have to do to watch it? Do I have to do, is it do I need to pay for anything? Can I download an app and watch it? Different types of papers and documents, but there's nothing of interest for me. You have to pay $20 to play the Candy Crush minigame? What? I thought we were talking about Silent Hill Ascension. Do I need to play Candy Crush to watch Silent Hill Ascension? Listen here, when we approach this door on the left side, we'll hear a different sound that only plays when you get close to this door. Some kind of breathing coming from the other side. And what's really cool, when we actually get to the other side of that door and we're inside that room, we're just smothered by that breathing sound. I don't think we have anything else to find now that we're here. We have all these doors on that side, but every single one of them are locked. Can't go down. What's this talk about Maria being a manifestation of James? Yeah, Maria is not a real person. Maria is kind of like the monsters in the game, where they are born from James's mind. The town using James's mind as a catalyst to summon these monsters. Maria is another one of those monsters. She's just a little bit different. No, the game doesn't take place inside his head.
Ow!
What's wrong?
I just pricked myself.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
I got a bent needle. Just a normal stuffed animal. There's nothing else. So I like to think that Laura placed that needle very carefully, so James would prick himself, kind of like Skullface. We find out later that Laura plays with these teddy bears. She has loads of them. We see her playing with like 5 or 6 of them later on. So this is probably just another one of her teddy bears. Jack. Looks kind of like James. That hair. More J's. We got a shotgun. The locker won't open. There's something inside the pocket of the white lab jacket. Examination room key. There's a white lab jacket. There's nothing particularly interesting. Checking your nails. There's a magazine here. That won't do me any good right now. What kind of magazine is it? Examination room is written on the tag. Found it in the pocket of the white lab jacket in the men's locker room. Kabum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, the examination room is on the bottom floor. We'll go check that out. What are my thoughts on the Maria playable content for Silent Hill 2? I really like it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Born from a Wish. There are medical records on the desk. Nothing particularly interesting. It's really interesting just playing as an entity rather than a real person in Born from a Wish, and just seeing how Maria was created and how she eventually gets sent on her journey. I really love the conversations with Ernest and just how Maria is portrayed. Almost like a... It's almost like an android story or something. Where she's slowly becoming conscious, trying to figure out what she is. But in the end, that isn't allowed, and she must follow her programming. It's really interesting because there's a part of Maria that's actually, you know, where she seems to have her own will. That's what makes her a kind of tragic character in a way, you know, because she's not just this monster, you know. She actually feels things and is confused about what she is. And the Born from a Wish scenario, you know, really goes into that. Let's see here. Oh! Is this what this was was this in the original Silent Hill 2? I never realized this was a Silence of the Lambs thing in Silent Hill 2. Was this in Silent Hill 2 and we're just seeing like a more rezzed up version of it so we can actually read what it says? This Bob Skins third thing? This is playing off Silence of the Lambs, right? Bill Skins fifth. The pin number this month is T. Last number it was X. And before that it was Z. But what are they going to do next month? That's all they can express with 4 numbers. Anyway, does the door to the patient wing really need to have its combination changed this often? Yeah, I don't remember ever noticing that on PS2. I do quite like how clear the text is on the whiteboard here, though. So yeah, we have to draw the letter T on the keypad. With 4 numbers. I'll have to take a look at that texture in the original game. Food only. Do not store drugs. Yeah, I think it is definitely a case of a remade image. But I'm just wondering if the original image was also the same thing. Just all blurred and hard to read. This is pretty cramped in here, Maria. I'm getting claustrophobic. Yeah, Blood. Shotgun shells and the lapis eye. All of these images have been redone for the enhanced edition. I kind of prefer the original images. If I had more time to tinker with the enhanced edition, I would have went for the original images. But at the same time, it's kind of interesting to see how they've redone these. I like how the purple bull key looks. An eye is carved into the top of the key. The iris part is made of a lapis lazuli. The needle looks nice. I thought the coins looked way too clean, too token-like. A bum 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 bum. Some more ammo, some more health. Bum 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 bum. Love their animations, the head. Stomp him out. There's a really well hidden little detail on the design of the nurse. If you look really closely at their face, which is kind of impossible to see in the game itself, you can see like the image of a baby. And they're also supposed to have you can see that their heads have that kind of latexy kind of sheen to them as well. It's supposed to look like a condom wrapped around their heads, as if they're being suffocated. Kind of similar to the mannequins in that way. Yeah, pretty weird. Look at that sheen. Look at that shine on her head there. Ooh, yes, I forgot about this room. There's a typewriter here. I've got no use for this. Wait a minute. What is this? What's going on here? There's a sheet of carbon paper still stuck in the typewriter. I can still read the imprint on it. I know the secret. I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes, the box will be useless. Now I must not forget it. 4512. That's good. He is the lowest now. I too will be free and he will serve me. I am a genius. No one can stop me. One can stop me. No one can stop me. Can stop. No, no. Okay, Kojima, calm down. Let's get you to bed. I know it's the secret. I'll give them something to deal with. This demon shelter is of no use anymore. He is my instrument. He must follow my orders. Yes, the box will be useless. I love how this is written. The lack of punctuation. I must not forget it. 4512. 4152. That's good. He is the lowest now. Okay. Pretty sure those linen rooms are locked. Whoa! Is this text different on hard riddle mode? Ooh, I can't remember. I can't remember if it's any different. So here we need to draw the letter T. And we can only use 4 inputs. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4.
James. Wait a minute. I'm kind of tired. It's just a hangover.
You should rest.
So comfy.
I'm gonna go look for her. For Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
I love this little scene here. The music, so eerie. And we get the roof key just lying in this stain of blood, pool of blood.
James, I want to ask you something. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't thought about that.
Of course, you have to think of Mary's death here on repeat playthroughs. The way he kind of settles her down into the bed as well. Good job there isn't a pillow here. We see her taking those pills there as well. Is Maria getting sick? Is she sick like Mary was? Nah, it'll be fine. Just a hangover. Actually, let's go back. We have the roof key. There's a fucking "It's bread" sticker in the Ascension Battle Pass. That'll sweeten the fans up. That'll butter them up before we kick them down the stairs again. Idiots. They keep falling for our tricks. There's something on the floor. Is this a diary? May 9th. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. Still not allowed to go outside. May 10th. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic. Weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11th. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12th. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13th. It's clear outside. The doctors told me I've been released. That I've got to go home. And then mad squiggles at the very end of the page. Was it ever clear outside? The diary ends here. There are no more entries. What was the diary doing up here? Almost implying that this is where he died, where he killed himself, jumped off here. Is that why they put up the barriers here? Was this before the barriers were put up? Are these anti-suicide barriers? Unclimbable? Oh. I wish I turned off the health notification thing. That's a PC version thing. But Pyramid Head, once again, really helping us. Because we had no other way into this room. He just has a strange way of showing his love. But he's really helping us again here. Wait a second. Does it say anything here? Something is written on the wall. If Joseph looks calm, he can be taken out of his cell. So yeah, another Joseph reference here. This was Joseph's solitary confinement room. There's something written on the wall. 5868. Turn the numbers. Better not forget them, so I'll write them down here. The other one, my secret name. James. Ah! There's something written on the wall. Louise, I'll take care of you forever. It's my destiny. And here's Joseph's box, which they were talking about in that first memo. Joseph, who believes he's guilty of causing his daughter's death, remember? And I guess this is the daughter, Louise. Let's use the bull key first. Now, the lapis key. That gets rid of the chains. The 4 is your indication that you need 4 different keys. Now we just have the 2 pads. Or the last 2 locks. Turn the numbers. 5868. I think. 4152. There's nothing inside the box. No, I'm wrong. There are a few hairs inside. I got a piece of hair. I guess his daughter's hair. Louise's hair. Long brown hair. It was in that box. That quote-unquote box. Okay. There's something stuck in the drainage pipe. The hole is too small. I can't get my hand inside to reach it. Maybe if I had a long, narrow tool of some kind. This green always stands out to me here. It looks so different to any other color we see in the game. It really stands out. And this, lo and behold, is where we use our piece of hair. We combine it with the needle. And this is how we get our elevator key. Hey, what's up, Mei Ling? Good to see you. What? Am I crazy? Or did they add a fucking ear to this key? In the original game, there is no fucking ear attached to this key. I really don't think there is. This is an enhanced developer addition to the game. Okay. Did I just not interpret it as an ear because it was so unclear? Hold on a second. I know it's a remade image, but I don't remember there being an ear in the original image. Did I just always look at it as being a different thing? Hold on a second. Ah. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw it as an ear. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I don't think it ever looked like an ear to me. Silent Hill 2, ear mastered. Okay, well now I've learned something new. That's interesting. Patient wing elevator is written on the tag. It was stuck in the bath pipe. Interesting. I wonder, is this supposed to be Louise's ear? Probably not. But that's interesting. Cool. damn, the amount of times I've looked at that image in Silent Hill 2, but I've never seen it as an ear. But I guess it makes sense to some degree with the blurry, pixelated texture. I always thought it just looked like some kind of tag. Weird. I guess, I wonder if people have, surely people have, like, commented on it in chat in the past, but I guess I just never really paid attention to what they were saying. Or maybe lots of other people are like me and never saw it as an ear. Cool. Hey, welcome back, Storm. Now we finally get to the first floor. Remember what I was saying? On the other side of the door with the sound? And now we are just covered in it. Love how decrepit this one area is in comparison to the others. The walls completely bare.
Laura?
Huh? You know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big fat blabbermouth.
How do you know about Mary?
What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No, I won't.
I was friends with Mary. We met at the hospital. It was last year.
You liar! Laura,
Fine, don't believe me.
But last year, Mary was already... I'm sorry, Laura. Anyway, let's go. We can talk about this later. This is no place for a kid. There are all sorts of strange things around here. I can't believe you haven't even gotten a scratch on you.
Why should I? Wait! There's something I gotta get.
Later, okay?
But it's really important.
What is it?
A letter from Mary.
Huh?
I wanna go get it. Is that okay?
Yes, yes.
Come on, hurry up.
Is it in there?
Yeah, in the back.
What are you doing, Laura?
It's further back in the desk.
Laura! What are you doing?
tricked you.
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Huh? Do ya? What's the magic word?
Laura?
Okay, I guess I won't open it. I think I'll just leave you like this.
You snotty little brat! Open up!
Why, you...
Laura?
You hurt me!
James gives up after that. Okay, she's definitely not opening the door. Love how they lift their feet up when you kill them. Here comes another. The siren's coming in.
James. James. James.
And suddenly we are in the garden. I love the end of that fight. The siren getting louder and then the little Jacob's Ladder homage as we get transported on the gurney to some other place. The way the camera just goes crazy. Like we're looking from James's perspective, but it's still kind of off. And the garden is not as big as it looks on the map. We get a little square. It starts to rain. Yeah, the part where James is getting when like where it kind of feels like you're lying on a gurney being pushed, you hear like the sound of wheels. That's a reference to Jacob's Ladder, which was a big inspiration on the team behind Silent Hill. There's a scene in Jacob's Ladder where the protagonist is getting pushed down this horrific corridor while lying on a hospital gurney. And he's looking around and seeing all these different things. Monstrosities. And now we are in the Otherworld version of the hospital, where we have where our map has been wiped clean, all the markings. And the whole hospital has changed. I love this, especially in contrast to how these sequences are in Silent Hill 1. You know, in Silent Hill 1, like, they just ramps up the craziness. But here, it's almost the opposite. It's like things get even more subdued in a way. Nope. This is like the main feature of the Otherworld Hospital in this. These sheets that cover up everything. Wait, I went down to the first floor again. I want to go to the second floor. The nurses change as well. They're all bloodied. Yeah, I love the feeling this gives off with everything covered up now. It's like... just feels even less lived in than it did before. Like, it's already this abandoned hospital, but now it's like... you know, it feels like the functionality has been taken away from all of the objects now that it's all been... now that they've all been covered up. It feels even less human. Makes it feel even more desolate. I got the dry cell battery. The basement storeroom key. Part of the wallpaper is torn. I can see something drawn on the wall beneath. Are those hands searching for something? Or are they just a sign of pain? There's a piece of paper on the bed. I was locked up inside the basement's basement. It was so small and dark, and I was so afraid. I dropped my precious ring, but I will never, ever go back there. And we got the basement storeroom key. It was inside the wall with that strange painting. It's the key to the hospital basement's storeroom. The basement's basement. Okay, let's find how to get there. Hey, what's up, Calon? Hey, nah, I'm good. It's one of my favorite games, too. No other open rooms here? No. There's a painting of a woman on the door. Oddly enough, the hand part of the painting is actually 3D and sticks out. Love this. So bizarre to find this now suddenly on just a random wall in the hospital. Like it's becoming a church. If we stand back as well, you can see, look at that other figure up there above the door. Ever noticed that above you? Yeah. I didn't discover it until many playthroughs. I think one time I just, I noticed that there were other figures here and then decided to come back to see if I could get a better look above the door. So cool, just this little patch here completely clashing with the rest of the hospital. Like its own separate reality here. There's a piece of paper on the bed, just some doodle. Huh, something is written on it. She is an angel. No one knows, only I can see, the lady of the door. I love how it feels like this is the same writer of the previous memo, the guy who wrote on the carbon paper. No one can stop me, one can stop me, no one can stop no, that guy. Just because of how it's written with the lack of punctuation. She is an angel. No one knows, only I can see the lady of the door. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. They fall from the weight of their crimes. Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike, she saves me. She is an angel. Again, tying into people who are being punished for their crimes. They cannot walk along her bridge of thread. It's making me think about Pyramid Head and how he appears later in that area beyond the door, and how he is an agent of punishment. And maybe the bridge in this sense is supposed to be that corridor that you make your way through inside that area. Is that her bridge? Like bloated and ugly corpses, their sins she devours them. Sin and sinner alike. She saves me. She is an angel. One of the rings that we need to get through that door, to get past the lady of the door, is a bloated face as well. It's like the image of a bloated face on a ring. I think, anyway, if I remember correctly, one of them is like a bloated skull, and it even uses that word bloated to describe it in the description. I think, anyway. We'll be getting it soon. And the other one is a ring with a spider on it. Walking along her bridge of thread. Just thinking of like a spider's thread. My game crashed. I don't think it did, actually. Hold on. Okay, we're good. There are empty medicine bottles here. Is this what Maria was taking? Is Maria sick now too? man. I don't remember the sound being this intense. I think these new headphones are making a difference here. You can hear like a low bass drum as well, like bump bump. So this is where we left Maria, obviously, last time. We saw her take those pills. She assured us that it was just a hangover, nothing to be worried about. Now we have 4 medicine bottles on the drawer here. What's really cool is that when we come back, if you come back to this room after you get Maria back, the breathing will be gone. You have no reason to come back here once you get Maria back. But just if you want to see if the sound is still there, it'll be gone. Yeah, it does kind of sound like a heartbeat storm, like we're listening to someone, like we're listening to a sick person. And yeah, when we get Maria back, it'll be gone, which kind of makes it feel even more like it's Maria's breathing. Okay, let's save. So now we can go down to the basement's basement, I think. In the other version of the hospital, it was just blocked off if we tried to go below the first floor. Huh, no cry? Guess that's another random sound. I feel like that's another sound that changes based on the version of the game as well. Sometimes you hear it and it loops. Sometimes you hear it and it only plays once. Sometimes it doesn't play at all. Looks like a big burn mark. Here we are, basement, storeroom. There's a shelf here. There are red handprints on the shelf. Move the shelf. Follow in the footsteps of these bloody handprints. Sure, what could go wrong?
James!
Mary? Oh, Maria. It's you. I thought you were... Sorry. Anyway, I'm glad you're alive.
Anyway? What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me. I was almost killed back there. Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life. You couldn't care less about me, could you?
No, I
Then
just...
stay with me. Don't ever leave me alone. You're supposed to take care of me. So, what about Laura? Did you find her?
Yeah, but... she ran away.
We've got to find her.
You really seem to care about her. Do you know her?
I've never met her before. I just feel sorry for her. She's all alone. And for some reason, I feel like it's up to me to protect her.
Okay, so we've found Maria again. Maria, your claws are scaring me there in your shadow. She's like the penguin from that Batman film. Whoa, shit. So this time, Maria finds us. And she is not happy that we mistake her for Mary. With sadness that it is not Mary. Oh, right, yeah, it's just you. Once again, Maria moving between different parts of Mary's personality. Lashing out one moment. And then craving care and comfort the next second. Really mirrors that scene later on with the hallway scene where we get that flashback to Mary and how she treated James in her sick state. At least I assume that's what they're doing there with Maria. It feels like it. Seeing all these different shades of Mary's personality. Although that one part of her where she wonders about Laura, that feels like it's the Maria side of her talking. The part of Maria that actually has her own will. Mary knew who Laura was. Knew exactly who she was. But Maria, she cares for her, but she doesn't understand why. The reason she cares for her is because Mary cared for her, and she has those feelings. But she doesn't really understand that. And that's what makes Maria interesting, that she's not just this, like, programmed creation. This programmed monster. She actually has her own confused feelings as well, her own sense of identity. But it's not really fully formed. It's kind of buried underneath this Mary persona that she has to play. This Mary role. And here we get the copper ring. I love this, you know. They build up the basement's basement as this terrifying place. But really, there's nothing down here that can harm us or anything like that. Copper ring. I found it in the basement of the hospital. It's engraved with a picture of a spider. There's Maria. She was pretty scary when she suddenly comes through the door. Oh, that's kind of scary as well. Okay, so it did play. Sometimes you only hear that noise on your way down to the basement's basement. But there, we heard it. It's weird, that sound. Because it doesn't always trigger in the same way. Oh no, they fixed the subtitles for this, didn't they, in the enhanced edition? Where they shouldn't be fixed?
Welcome to another exciting edition of Trick or Treat! Here you either answer the questions correctly and win a great prize, or fail to answer correctly and receive the punishment. It all depends on you. haunted house, roller coaster, Ferris wheel, and teacup. Silent Hill is home to a thrilling amusement park that both children and adults love. The question is, what is the name of this amusement park? 1. Fantasyland. 2. Silent Hill Amusement Park. 3. Lakeside Amusement Park. Okay, quickly on to question number 2. Silent Hill witnessed a gruesome murder a few years back. A brother and sister were playing in the road when they were attacked and chopped into pieces with an axe. Torn flesh, smashed bones, splattered blood, and finally, bitter tears. What a terrible tragedy. What a gruesome end to such innocent lives. Now the question. What was the name of the murderer who committed this vile act? 1. Walter Sullivan. 2. Scott Fairbanks. 3. Eric Gaines. Now for our third and final question. South of the lake is a deserted old neighborhood called South Vale. From there to Palevale, the central resort area northwest of the lake, there's only one road you can take. Just one road, no more. The third and final question is, what is the name of that road? 1. Bachman Road. 2. Rindell Street. 3. Nathan Avenue.
Nathan Avenue.
Well, that's the last of our questions. Have you got it all figured out? When you know the answers, head to the storeroom on the 3rd floor to collect your prizes. But be careful if you're wrong. Well then, everybody, thanks for tuning in. See you again sometime. Bye-bye.
What was that?
So there we go. They added subtitles for this enhanced edition, the developers of the enhanced edition. There's a moment there where the announcer gets really quiet and he whispers, "Shed your tears." And in the original game, you don't get subtitles for that, and you're left just wait, what did he say there? What did he say there? I kind of wish they left it like that, because it feels like it's supposed to be like that. It's supposed to make you wonder what the hell he just said. But it's a small detail, but the small details matter when you're a hardcore Silent Hill 2 nerd. But yeah, the answers, it's it's a Silent Hill trivia quiz. Some of the answers you can find out before this part of the game if you were paying attention to the memos and everything. Obviously, Walter Sullivan is the axe killer. The killer of Billy and Miriam LaCaine. The first one was Silent Hill Amusement Park, the name of the amusement park. And the third one, the answer is Nathan Avenue. Oh yeah, I really like that section. It's an iconic part of the hospital. One more reason to emulate? Yeah, maybe I'll check out the PS2 emulation next time I play. PS2 emulator's gotten a lot better. Love this room. Little chairs covered up. Okay, it's time. There's something that looks like a refrigerator. Will you open it?
You can't open it?
Yeah, Maria, give me a hand here.
Come on. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? What's this? Not very cute, is it? Here, James. You take it.
Thanks.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah. Oh, Maria. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Oh, there's nothing in the refrigerator anymore. A hideous smell is coming from inside. Oh, thanks. Let's take a look at this. Ring from the refrigerator. It's engraved with a disgusting, bloated face. Yeah, I thought it was described like this. Cool. You're supposed to be the big man around here. How's a little girl like me supposed to help? Okay, we have what we need to go through the door. But first, let's take a little detour. We need to go up to that quiz room to get our winnings. And enter in the correct answers. Back up to the 3rd floor. Jesus Christ, Maria. So here it is. Love the design of this thing, how ornate it is. So, question number 1, 3. Silent Hill Amusement Park. Walter Sullivan, Nathan Avenue. And lots of goodies. What happens if you get the answers wrong again? The room fills up with poison, doesn't it? Poison emanates from the box. But I think you still have enough time to leave the room. You just start taking damage. Oh, thanks. Alright, let's save just in case something terrible happens. Alright, let's place the rings down. There's the copper ring. And the lead ring. There's a note on the ground. The handwriting is hard to read. I took the director's key, the one to the museum. I hid it behind the praying woman when I went out for the day trip. I picked it up, but I did not steal it. I'm not a criminal. So this is speaking to the next section after the hospital, where we have to go back to Rosewater Park and find the key to the Silent Hill Historical Society, the museum, which is hidden behind the statue of the praying woman, Jennifer, who we saw earlier in the park. And we'll also be learning more about this hospital director soon, too. First floor. Back down to the basement again. Ooh, Jesus. I don't have a map of this area. Go. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be fine, Maria. Yeah, you have it covered. Yeah, I'm sure you'll be okay. See you later. Bye.
Open up!
Love when we come back out here to the lobby area. It's been completely redesigned too, even though you spend no time here, really. It's really cool to see how they change the environment. The floor. Look, everything's been stripped. And there goes Maria, her first death. Don't worry, she's gonna die several more times. She'll be back soon enough. And then she'll be dead again soon enough after that. But don't worry, then she'll be back and then she's gonna die again. The only room we can go into is the director's room, who we were just reading about. That guy who took the director's key, the one to the museum. Let's see what we find in here. Books about medicine, the town, and the region are lined up here. I don't have the time to stand around reading all this. He who is not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss is not bold enough to stare into it himself. The truth can only be learned by marching forward. Follow the map. There's a letter and a wrench. And the park highlighted again, and the Historical Society. And off she goes again. Laura is often just out of reach, always leading the way. We're always catching up to Laura. An ad for Lakeview Hotel at the bottom there. Okay. that written by the director, that note? Maria's dead. I couldn't protect her. And Laura has run off somewhere. Once again, I couldn't do anything to help. Mary, what should I do? Are you really waiting somewhere for me? Or is this your way of taking... I'm only going to find Mary. I'm going to find Mary. It's the only thing I've left hope for. Revenge was the word he was thinking of there, you would imagine. Is this your way of taking... taking the piss? I don't think Mary's responsible for any of this. So now we're back out on the town. And we need to go find that letter and wrench. If I can... There we go. So we need to cross through Saul Street, which I think we can get through now. Whoa! I was reading the chat and I walked into a wall. Oh, yes, we'll also take another detour here. We need to go back to Neely's bar. Oh, hey, it's the little mandarins. These guys. This monster that you only see in like 2 areas in the game. It's like a mini version of the closer from Silent Hill 3. Check out these guys here. Oh my god. He's gonna drop. Yeah. Yeah, they're called mandarins, I think. Anyway, I think that's the official name given to them. I kind of like that you don't really see them that often, you know, that they are only in a couple of areas. It makes them stranger, you know, that they don't become a normal enemy type. Let's save here. But I wonder if they were originally going to be more of a recurring enemy. Creepy. Love how the street lights are still on. Traffic lights. Safe to cross. So now, when we come back to Neely's bar, we had this cryptic message here earlier. There was a hole here. It's gone now. And now, we have another message. If you really want to see Mary, you should just die. But you might be heading to a different place than Mary, James. Who the fuck is Mary James? No one will ever know. Another mystery. And I think if you actually interact with this, it's another thing that will add towards the in-water ending, just like this. I think both of these add points to the in-water ending, leading to a higher chance that you'll kill yourself at the end of the game. I really love this, how the town just starts like directly addressing James during this part of the game. It's really spooky. The next note that we read up at when we get the wrench, that note will also address James directly by name. You don't even really know who you're talking to. Something I forgot to show earlier is a cool little detail here. Right here we have the Silent Hill post office. And right next door, over here, Jesus Christ, they appear from all angles. Right next to the post office, we have this place. Magical envelopes. Which feels kind of significant because this letter we have here disappears. Later on in the game, if you try and read the letter, all you'll find is a blank page. And then eventually the page will disappear, and so will the envelope. And it just will not be in your inventory at all. So I always wondered if this was like just a little allusion to that. Your own little magical letter. Yeah, the letter is something conjured up from James's mind. Except there was a real letter. James is just choosing to ignore 3/4 of it. The real letter keeps going after it says waiting for you. This is not the end of the letter. This is just the opening lines. We're just reading the opening few lines here. But James chose to forget the rest of it. And he created his own version of the letter. And here we get our wrench. Speaking of envelopes and letters, or perhaps you are a fool. The truth usually betrays people. A part of that abyss is in the old society. The key to this society is in the park, at the foot of the praying woman, inside of the ground, inside of a box. To open it, I need a wrench. My patient buried it there. I knew, but did nothing. It made me uneasy to have such a thing near. I wasn't looking for the truth. I was looking for tranquility. I also saw that thing. I fled, but the museum was sealed as well. Now no one dares to approach that place. If you still do not wish to stop, James, I pray to the Lord to have mercy on your eternal soul. So, this begins as a continuation, I think, of what we were reading in the hospital, in the director's room, in the director's office. My patient buried it there. So, yeah, I think what we are reading is coming from the director of the Silent Hill Hospital. But is he the director that currently operates the hospital now? Or is he the director who used to work here a long time ago? Is he one of the old directors? The hospital doesn't seem to be in much use right now. So now we're headed towards Rosewater Park again. Earlier we had to cross through the Woodside Apartments to get to Rosewater Park to meet Maria. We cannot do that now. But remember, we also found another locked door at the start of the game that said something about a door waking in darkness, opening into nightmares or something like that. Well, now that it's dark, we can pass through that door. More ammo. Kaufman? Yeah, I don't think this is Kaufman. This is a different hospital in a different part of town. I always really like this little section with the director suddenly getting messages from the director of the hospital. How does he know us? How is he addressing us? Looks like the lock is broken. Yeah, can't go through the apartments anymore. The door that wakes in darkness, opening into nightmares. 2 bloody handprints on the door. Okay, now we can go straight up to Rosewater Park. Okay, now, where was this praying woman? Victim of persecution by the Christians, Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. The ground is raised up only here. Could there be something under here? Will you dig? The small metal box is fastened by bolts. I can't open the lid. What age was I when I first played this? I was 10 years old, I think. 10 or 11 years old. I remember really enjoying it. I don't think it scared me as much as the first Silent Hill. But that might have something to do with Silent Hill 1 just like hardening me up to horror for life. Playing that game when you're like 7 or 8, it you know, it really toughens you up, I think. But Silent Hill 2 is also a very different kind of horror. You know, it isn't so visceral with its imagery of blood and rust and you know, its loud industrial soundtrack. I don't think I was really old enough for Silent Hill 2 to affect me in the same ways, you know, like it did when I got a little bit older, when I was actually able to understand what it was saying, what the story was about. Not that I wasn't able to understand the story when I played it as a kid. I was, but you know, only on a very surface level. But yeah, I can't really remember how I felt exactly playing it when I first played it, but I remember really enjoying it. I remember I borrowed it from a friend of mine. I didn't actually own it. I borrowed it from a friend, and yeah, I just remember really enjoying it. But, you know, Silent Hill 1 really scared the shit out of me playing that as a kid. I think there's a big difference between being a 7-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 10, 11-year-old. You really feel a lot more grown up when you're 10, 11 compared to how you were when you were 7 or 8. Silent Hill 1 as well, it almost seems tailor-made to scare the shit out of a child. Right, because you're looking for, especially a child of that age, the age I was. You know, you spend the whole game looking for a 7-year-old child. And I think it was those moments that focused on Cheryl that really scared the shit out of me as well. Those are the moments I remember the most. Cheryl on the phone in the school, calling out for your help. Cheryl appearing inside the shopping mall. You know, that face where she looks like she's in agony, crying out. Man, that shit was horrifying as a kid. And it was probably because I was unconsciously putting myself in Cheryl's shoes. You know, I wouldn't want to lose my parents like Cheryl did. I wouldn't want to be alone in this fucking hellhole. So I wonder if that had something to do with it, playing it at that same age as Cheryl. Going through the elementary school, dealing with those child monsters. Let's open up the box here. The old bronze key. Old bronze key. Antique looking bronze key. It was hidden behind one of those statues lined up in the park. So now we can take this up to the museum, up to the Historical Society. But yeah, I don't really remember too many specifics about my first Silent Hill 2 playthrough. I just remember loving the game and being really immersed in the world. Being intrigued by its mystery. I remember being really impressed by it visually as well. The first image of James in the bathroom, I have a strong memory of seeing that for the first time and just being wowed by that scene. Really hooks you. I think I remember being confused about, in the opening moments, whether it was Harry from Silent Hill 1 or not. Yeah, I remember that. I remember, because, you know, their designs look similar. Sato's designs, his character designs, they all kind of look similar in a way. I remember like, is that Harry? He kind of looks similar, but I don't think so. And then realizing shortly after that, no, this must be another character. Didn't know anything about the game going into it. It was completely blind. Had no idea it was its own standalone game. Toluca Lake. Keep the nature. Do they even reference Silent Hill 1 in this at all? You can find this. You can see the seal of Metatron at the end of the game. So you have like a little tie-in there. And you have like signposts showing you like places that you heard about in Silent Hill 1. Or even a signpost giving directions to where Silent Hill 1 takes place. This takes place in a different part of town. Silent Hill 1 takes place in Old Silent Hill. And you can see a signpost for Old Silent Hill. You can also, on that same signpost, you can see Brahms being highlighted, which is where Sybil is from. I'm just going to leave you there. All right, we're here. The Historical Society. What do we have here? Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. Sweet. This is the enhanced edition. Yeah, the fan-made remaster. Not the HD collection. I've never played the HD collection. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment, and all these boxed up, caged up figures. This is not my Windows wallpaper. No, I think I used to have this as my channel image. My offline image at one point, I think, maybe. I love those that pair of feet just hanging there at the front. You don't see any more of the figure, just the feet. Here he is. There probably used to be a painting here. Only the explanation remains. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. A scene from this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. Sir Butterlegs, thank you for the 7 months. Cheers. Hey, what's up, Ayad? So yeah, I guess this painting is another thing just completely born from James's mind. Wouldn't make sense otherwise. We see him holding a spear here. Up until this point, we've only seen him with the great knife. But next time we see him, he'll be holding this spear. A photo is hanging here. Wilt's coal mine. Can't read this one. I always wonder if this is a picture of some of the developers. So it looks like Hello, everyone. How's it going? Welcome back. Welcome back for some more Silent Hill 2. Hold on, I'll get rid of this black screen in a second, hopefully. um, yeah, unfortunately, my internet died yesterday, but which was a shame, obviously. I had the Halloween night Silent Hill 2 playthrough being interrupted like that, but it could have been worse. It could have been worse. It crashed at a really good time, I think. It wasn't in the middle of a major area. It wasn't at the end of the game. If it happened in the hotel section, I would have been really fucking pissed off. But it was a good place for it to end, I think, because we still have a good chunk of the game left. And, it crashed right before we were about to start another major area. We were in the middle of an in-between section. So it wasn't too bad. It wasn't too bad. Give me a sec here and I'll see if I can get this game up and running. Oh boy. Well, let's see. Connor, how's it going? Blad, good to see you. Storm, everyone else. Ip Man community, what's up? It's good to see you all. So let's see here. Right, we should be able to continue. I'm pretty sure I saved correctly at the end of yesterday's stream. Historical Society Building. Yeah. Part 2. Part 2. So I think it crashed after this room. I think I was just about to look at the stuff in here. I was looking at stuff in here, and I think that's where it crashed. Something like that. Hey, what's up, Left Hand? At least I got to watch Nub play Ascension. Oh my god, man. What a... it's hard to even have words for Ascension. Jesus. It's just the absolute shamelessness of it. You know, like, it just goes beyond tone deaf. It's like, they don't even care, you know? Releasing that shit on Halloween night? Oh my god. You know, like, predatory gacha gambling simulator to the fucking extreme on Halloween night? You know, and you're like building up to this as as some kind of like major release. You know, they had this big fucking panel with that guy, Greg Miller, interviewing the like lead designer behind it, you know, and they were talking about it like it was this revolutionary thing. And yeah, it's just like this blatant mobile gacha thing, essentially, at its core. Just insane, you know? I was saying on Twitter, like, I don't even really give much of a shit if they release some kind of gacha mobile spin-off, right? And this still managed to anger me, right? Just because of just the scale of it and just the complete shamelessness of it, the way in which they're doing it on the day that they're doing it. It's just, oh, like the Konami, they're so easy to hate. It's like they want to be hated. It's just such a lack of care, or, you know, it's unbelievable. It really is. How low can they go? How low can they sink? And this is going to be like, this is something that they want to keep running every day for 6 months. Am I right? With new content every day. And the system in place has like, it's designed, it seems like it's designed in hopes that influencers and streamers will rally their communities into donating to this thing. You know, because you donate for the story. You know, the story can go down in a variety of different ways, and you get to vote for what happens in the story. And like, there's like a rallying system where you can like encourage your community to donate more. It's it's like they looked at our Merrill donation wars and said, "Hey, how about we multiply this by 100 and have it be the entire point of the game?" And instead of supporting your streamer, you're actually supporting us, a multi-billion-dollar company. And also, the movie you're watching is like absolutely dog shit quality with terrible textures and models. Oh my god! Like when I was watching Nub, you were just going through these like disgusting menus with just just your typical mobile gacha looking menus with these awful icons. Everything feeling like you're interacting with some kind of gambling machine. And then you get into the story itself, and it's like, how the fuck am I supposed to care about these characters after everything I've just witnessed? Given the whole presentation of the thing, how is anyone supposed to take this seriously? When it comes to the meat of the thing, when it comes to the story and actually investing in your choices and caring about like what your money goes into, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Like, how is anyone supposed to care about the about the core of this thing? Oh my god. It's it shows that there's just something really wrong at Konami, at the upper echelons. Just just beyond tone deaf. It's not even it's crazy. The fucking trauma sticker. Jesus Christ. Oh. Oh yeah, let's ironically poke fun at ourselves because we keep making games that copy Silent Hill 2 and the fan base made a meme out of it, and oh yeah, everything is trauma, everything symbolizes trauma, funny, lol, hey look, we're self-aware, we get it, we know the memes, we're cool with the community. Now let us refry your memes and sell them back to you at a premium price. Yeah, you want this sticker for $20, and now you can choose to put the sticker up on the screen while you're watching your new Silent Hill movie. So you can poke fun at how all of this relates to trauma. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. I don't think I don't have words. I really don't. Like, what do you even call that? I think that's something you can do, right? With the stickers you buy, you can then like you can then put those stickers up on the screen during the episodes. That's what it looked like in one of the trailers, at least. Someone had their trauma sticker up on the screen. It's really fun. Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah, I feel like I'm seeing into the future or something watching this. Like, this is one possible future. This is where all entertainment and art is going to go. This'll be the new normal in 20 years. And we'll all be indoctrinated. They'll just make all of this. The quality will just be better. But it'll still be the same at its core. The hero has failed timeline. Oh boy. Okay, anyway, let's try and enjoy some just Silent Hill 2, shall we? Some good old-fashioned Silent Hill 2. We're about to get into one of my favorite parts of the game. There's this prison. The prison atmosphere. Oh, Jesus. Waterfront landscape. Alan Smith. Date of birth and death unknown. a scene of this area from long ago. From the style, it looks like it was done sometime around 1820. There were a lot fewer people then, and only a handful of buildings. I really love this section as we get these little tidbits about the deep history of the town. All these things going back to the 1800s. The Brookhaven Hospital, which was around since the early 1800s or late 1800s. Wilt's Coal Mine. Misty Day, Remains of the Judgment. It's him. I guess all these other things are actually really here, but this thing is it's coming from James's mind. Let's take a look here. There's nothing useful written on them. There's nothing particularly special about this photograph. Looks like a bunch of workers lined up taking a photograph, like a school photograph, or maybe the people who work in the coal mine. Brookhaven Hospital, 1880. This hospital was built in response to a great plague that followed a wave of immigration to this area. It was originally little more than a shack, but it gradually grew and grew. A photo of the director of the old Brookhaven Hospital. It looks like he was a famous person in town. I love this little thing with the director. You know how we seem to be getting messages from the director? At the end of the hospital sequence, we go into his room. We hear some guy talking about him, taking the director's key to the museum. And then we go and find that key. So it looks like this is the director that's been speaking to us. A director that would have died a long time ago. There's a photo of a deep, deep hole. What could this be? All right. Let's make our way down. If you walk all the way down here, it probably takes like 5 minutes. Love the looping. Just gets faster and faster as they start to overlap. Some kind of document is lying here. September 11th, 1820. Prisoner number C221. So it's like we just went through a portal that has now taken us into the past. We are now inside an 1800s prison. Deep, deep down into history. I can't read the rest. What is this? The sound and ambience in this section is so good. Wow. Turn that camera around. I'm just thinking of the the inspiration behind the monster again there. You know, the guy listening to music on his headphones, jamming out with the hoodie over his head. Wow. Akira Yamaoka, what a legend. And now we're hearing like the sounds of someone dangling from a rope. That's a great sound. A photo is hanging here. Toluca prison camp. Built during the Civil War, later became Toluca prison. A photo is hanging here. Death by skewering. An execution at the prison. Death by skewering or strangling. To choose his death is the prisoner's last taste of freedom. Kind of looks like lying figures in the image there, being skewered. I think that's what they are. Although their heads kind of look even more deformed. You know, they're looks like they have these huge bulging heads, if I'm looking at that correctly. Almost looks like they're being impaled by the branches of trees, but I think those are just trees in the background. Strangling seems like the better option. Seems like the less painful option. Skewering sounds like it might be a little bit slow. I think I would go with strangling. A painting is hanging here. Crimson and white banquet for the gods. And there, in that image, I think we can see an image of the old executioners that Pyramid Head is based on. That guy with the red thing over his face. The red hood. Triangular hood. Does the guy on the left even have a mask? Hold on, let me get closer. Yeah, the guy on the left does, but it's just like a square thing over his face. The guy on the right has a very triangular shaped hood. Oh, did somebody raid? Hold on a second. I need to thank some people as well. Blad, thank you for the 80. Much appreciated. Heavy lifted with the 8 as well. Thank you very much. Hold on, let me refresh my thing here. Wow. Rez, thank you very much for the raid. Ambient, thank you for the 39. LNPHL as well, thank you for the 7. Cheers, guys. Alright, I think it's time to jump down some holes. Yeah, this is the picture we were seeing earlier. The hole is dark, and I can't see anything. Will you jump down? Well, this is what happens when you jump down dark holes. You get stuck forever. Stuck down an inescapable well. With walls, no matter which way we look. Let's examine the wall. It's just a wall. It would be impossible to climb this. So the fact that you can interact with the wall is your hint that there's something up with the wall. It's kind of unusual to be able to interact with a wall in this game. That in itself kind of stands out. And there's nothing else we can do. No items, no keys or anything. So what you have to do is you just have to keep interacting with the wall until you find something unusual. Here we go. This is different. Just this spot here feels different than the rest of the wall. I wonder if I could somehow break it. Hey, what's up, Never Lucky? Hold on a second. Electric Bob. Yesterday, when James was back in that hospital room where Maria was and she was gone, but there was a heavy breathing and slow heartbeat sound, I had that theory that the symbolism... That this symbolizes the killing of Mary with the pillow, and that sound was her dying breath. I didn't really associate it with that, but I think that whole scene alludes to Mary's death. Like when she takes the pills when you enter the room for the first time, and it's like it's like history is repeating itself. We're seeing this other version of Mary possibly get sick, and then the way James puts his hand on her as he puts her down on the bed, as he helps her down onto the bed, has a very, like, ominous quality to it, especially when you know the truth of what happened. And then you're just left in the room with that image of James standing above this woman as she's on the bed. It's like, yeah, like they're creating an illusion towards her death and what happened there. But then when you come back to the room and she isn't there and you're just left with the breathing. Yeah, again, I think it's just like the same kind of idea, but it's, because before and during the first scene, she said, oh, no, it's just a hangover, nothing to worry about. And then you come back there a second time and there's bottles of pills all over the thing. So it's like, oh, shit, maybe she really is sick. That combined with the breathing, it's just like she's starting to feel even more and more and more like Mary, or like this history is repeating itself. That's really what I take away from it. Yeah, that it's all just kind of foreshadowing. That gets darker and darker. Let's see. Love how we fall out of the room there. We're on a ledge. Hey, what's up, AJ? Appeasement. Oh yeah, the bees. Forgot about that sound here. More bars. Wonder, do they twitch out more under the water? That was a big twitch from him that time. Nothing. Of course, we have no map for this place. Not yet. There is a door at the bottom. The door is locked. Cool room here. Yeah, I love just the unreality of this whole prison section. And how it just gets crazier and crazier as you go on. Every place we've been to so far in the game exists in reality. It's being shaped and twisted and contorted by our minds, but the places are still actually there in the town. This is where we're starting to go through areas that are just complete manifestations that do not, you know, there is no prison underground. Now whole areas, entire environments are manifesting. Wow. I got the spiral writing key. And the light goes out. And if you remember, way back in the hospital, we found the dry cell battery. Got it in the hospital room. Just an ordinary dry cell battery. Kick him! Oh, it's gonna be the fucking last one, isn't it? Yeah. The last possible one. Of course. There is a door at the there is a door at the bottom. The door is locked. Well, what about this spiral writing key? It says, "'Tis doubt which leadeth thee to purgatory." It's random. Yeah, that puzzle is always randomized. It's pitch black beyond the door. I can't tell how far the blackness stretches. Will you go down?
Killing a person ain't no big deal. Just put the gun to their head. Pow.
You killed him?
But it wasn't my fault. He made me do it.
Calm down, Eddie. Tell me what happened.
That guy, he had it coming. I didn't do anything. He just came after me. Besides, he was making fun of me with his eyes, like that other one.
Just for that, you killed him?
What do you mean, just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Oh yeah? Why not? Till now I always let people walk all over me. Just like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Eddie?
I was just joking, James. He was dead when I got here, honest. Anyway, I gotta run.
You're going out there alone?
Yeah.
Eddie?
That's my favorite moment in that scene. Yeah. So here's Eddie down here in this prison of the mind. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. Once again, we meet Eddie next to a dead body that he denies having killed. It's a corpse. The body is marked with bullet holes. The spoon right beside him on the table always makes me think of Walter. Now Walter stabbed himself in prison with a soup spoon. And here we get the tablet of the gluttonous pig. One really cool thing here, if you look at the painting at the back of the room, it is a painting of this room. And if you look at the bottom right corner of the frame, you see that the guy sitting at the table is also in the picture. See him there? See that red mess on the table there? And then, of course, the painting is also in the painting. The painting is at the back of the room where the painting should be. I wonder, can you see if the tablet of the gluttonous pig is there on the table? I wonder if it's possible to make out. Let me examine. Tablet of the gluttonous pig. Metal tablet with gluttonous pig drawn on one side. Found it in the dining room. And pretty obvious who this is supposed to symbolize. Finding it in this room where we just met Eddie. What's he eating there? 2 kebabs? 2 shish kebabs? Prison cafeteria. That was you yesterday? Yeah, you actually had 2 kebabs yesterday? That was crazy, the pictures you were showing of the reviews for the restaurant you were working in, cool man. That chicken, quote unquote. That was hard to look at. It looked like it had been burned to a crisp or something. That black mass was chicken. That looked very dangerous. Looked like that might kill you if you eat it. A thing that dares call itself chicken. I thought the review was like quite polite with how they described it. Like it was hard to believe looking at it. Yeah, overcooked. Hold on. Let's go back. We can find a map up here, I think. Deesh. So now we finally get a map inside this prison. It's all been fairly linear up until this point, but now we have a whole set of rooms to explore. Let's check in here first. Hey, what's up, owl brother? The seductress. Come on. Come on. Metal tablet with seductress drawn on one side. Found it in the shower room. Hey, what's up, Jet? Love it. Isn't this like the sound of the engine on a boat or something, on a ship? We hear a very similar sound later on in one of the rooms. I think it's one of those rooms that talks about the little Baroness. You know, the ship that sunk into Luca Lake. The ghost story. I always love when you get these contextual sounds, like just in a certain part of a room. Like, I don't think we hear this sound up here, do we? Yeah. Oh my god. Deesh. The crumbs would have been wet and the oil was probably filthy. Wet crumbs get darker quicker, and dirty oil makes things darker quicker too. Okay, so it was... I couldn't even tell that there were crumbs on it. I didn't really know what I was looking at, you know? It's like, okay, I guess it's chicken if they're calling it chicken. It just looked like some kind of burned mass, you know? It looked like something that had been in the oven for 4 hours longer than it needed to be. That's a cool looking door. Cool, filthy looking door. Okay, we try going down one of these halls with the cells. We'll go investigating these cells. Oh, here he is, I think. Here he is. Or in here. In here. I kill him? The mesh, the wall of sound in here is so good. The enemy sounds, the ritual guy, the footsteps, the water dripping all over the place. Oh my god, so oppressive. I got a wax doll. Books are scattered all over the bed and floor. Black Magic from the Abyss, Resurrection of the Dead, The Chronicle of Agrippa, Manuscript of the Iron Rings. I guess I shouldn't worry about these too much. On Sacrifice and the Art of Demon Summoning, Tome of the Seer, The Feast of the Succubi, The Fallen Angels of Mercy and Favor. Love that, just the clutter in here. Symbols and drawings all over the place, cultish texts. Candles and chalices. A lovely toilet here at the back. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. There are blood-stained clothes here. Just love how these areas look. Just the filth and the grime all over the walls. The colors are great. We'll check out this big room later. 436 people at a recital. Another picture drawn by one of the developers' kids, maybe. I have no idea what the significance of that is supposed to be, if there is any significance. Burning Man. This is an image of the Lakeview Hotel, the final area of the game. In its initial form, when we make it to the hotel, it'll be in good condition. But then, once we watch the videotape, we see it in a burned down state, which I think more accurately represents the reality of the hotel. Burning Man. Another picture over here. Woman in Flight. Okay, DRK, can it wait until after this stream? Alright.
Ritual.
Here he is again. And now we get the final tablet, the Oppressor. Tablet of the Oppressor, a metal tablet with the Oppressor drawn on one side. Found it in the cell. The oppressive figure on the right, subduing the figure on the left. And now, to really reinforce who the Oppressor is in this context, we have to force our way out of this room. When we try to leave this room now, I can't force it open. The iron bar door is tightly closed. Keep trying, James. Push. So yes, James, of course, is the Oppressor, the Smotherer, the Subduer. Eddie, the Gluttonous Pig. And Angela, the Seductress. But shouldn't Maria be the Seductress, you may ask? I don't think so. Not in this context, because I think here we're dealing with the three sinners. The three criminals in the story. The three characters in desire of punishment. The three real people in the story. And Angela may not have been a seductress in reality, but it's how she views herself. It's how she viewed herself. She was told she deserved what happened to her. Does Angela deserve punishment, though? Well, she feels she does. that's what really matters here. The town isn't just picking people and punishing them. These people want to be punished. It's their guilt and their desire for punishment that leads them to Silent Hill. And yeah, Angela murdered her own father and brother, and maybe even her mother. It's hard to know with regards to the mother. I think probably not. But yeah, you get that horrifying line at the end of the game, which we were talking about yesterday. You know, when Angela says, even Mama said it. I deserved what happened. And just the picture that paints of that household. The mother knowing that that the father was sexually abusing Angela. And then telling her own daughter that, you know, she deserved it. And what reasoning would she use, do you think? You know, oh, you know, she's asking for it. She's inviting it. You know, whatever kind of fucked up mental gymnastics she has to go through to justify it. It's trauma! Ha! Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Let's see. Angela Orozco should have just played Silent Hill Ascension, you know? That would have soothed her pain. That's all she needed. She needed to take her mind off it with some memes and the lulz. Let's see. What do I want now? I think, yeah, now we can just go back to the big room. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, you can buy loading screens. You can buy loading screens in Silent Hill Ascension. You can customize your own loading screens. Oh. Oh no. I give you blood to atone for the 3 sins is written on top of the engraving. Beneath the engraving are 3 square depressions. There are 3 ropes hanging from the scaffold. Why is the room so big? Yeah, for public, so, you know, so a crowd could gather and watch the criminals be executed. Cheer them on. Got the two executioners overseeing it with their spears. A very similar scene to what we see later on with Maria in the hotel. We get a horseshoe. I love this, how we don't get the key. We don't get our reward, you know, where we enter in the tablets. We have to walk back to the door. This horseshoe is here, just hanging over the handle. Love the design of this room as well here. These weird-ass tiles here. They almost look flesh-like or something. Oh, that was close. Yeah, so this horse. I love how random the sounds are, you know? You could be here for a few minutes and you won't hear it get that close to your ears. You won't hear it get that loud. But yeah, this is invisible. There is nothing actually here. Nothing can hurt you. Not really sure what the significance of the horse is supposed to be here. But it certainly creates an interesting vibe. The horseshoe as the key that we get. Even when you know there's nothing coming, it's still disturbing when it gets that close, when it gets that loud. Just because you still don't really expect it. I took his shoe. Metal horseshoe. It was hanging in the door of the square. So we actually used this horseshoe as a handle. We found it, looped around a handle, and we use it as a handle. Doll carved from wax. It was lying in the cell. Now we are going to check out the rooms on this other side. Do I have an opinion about the Ascension thing? Yeah, I think it's a complete disgrace. And maybe the worst thing that we've seen so far in the Silent Hill series. The filth all over the glass here. So good. I posted a few tweets about it if you want to go to my Twitter. But yeah, I was talking about it at the start of the stream as well. If you want to go back, I don't really feel like going on another rant about it. I really want to just enjoy Silent Hill 2 for the most part today, if possible. Metal lighter. Looks like its flame is stronger than normal lighters. I don't remember that being the description for this thing in the original game. But I guess it was. I knock on the door, but there's no answer. Do you hear something there? Oh, shit. I love how that's random as well, you know? On a first playthrough, it might not trigger. Then on the second time through, you'll think, oh, I know there's nothing here. I remember this. And then it'll catch you on the second time. Someone fell down the hole. There are very few little jump scares like that in this game. Like sudden sounds like that. I prefer the broom in Silent Hill 4. Oh, yeah. That never really made me jump that, because it feels much lighter. You know, it's not as loud and as shocking. But still cool, yeah. I guess I just never really thought of it in the same way, you know. One is going for a more shocking scare, I think. But yeah, I feel like that's like the only thing that's really like that in Silent Hill 2. Maybe the lying figure that jumps out at you from under the van, from under the car, outside, you know, when you're exploring the town up around the apartment key. Oh, the sound in here is so good. This loop. There's a magazine here. I've never seen it before. It's probably a locally published magazine. Toluca Lake, the town's main tourist attraction. This clear, beautiful lake has another side as well. It may seem like just a typical ghost story that you might find in any number of old towns across the country. But in this case, the legend is true. On a fog-bound November day in 1918, the Little Baroness, a ship filled with tourists, failed to return to port. A newspaper article from back then simply says it most likely sunk for some reason. Despite an extensive police search, not a single fragment of the ship, nor any of the 14 bodies of passengers or crew, has ever been recovered to this day. In 1939, an even stranger incident occurred. There are many pages torn out. Many corpses rest at the bottom of this lake. Their bony hands reach up towards the boats that pass overhead. Perhaps they reach for their comrades. And over here, this one is very easy to miss. You have to be right in here. to get this diary. Prisoners do not feel remorse. In fact, they do not feel themselves to be villains at all. Even the most uneducated brute will use what little words he knows to justify himself. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. Prisoners, too, are no exception. No matter how foul nor loathsome one's own life and existence may be, human nature is abiding. Fuck this asshole. Who the fuck does this guy think he is? He's really getting off on this. I don't like this guy at all. How the fuck do you know how everyone feels? No prisoners feel remorse? None of them? No, they're all fucking loathsome, vile creatures. And such trifling dreams they have, flourishing even in the darkness. This guy can go fuck himself. Fuck you, Raguchi. And here we get some rifle shells. Hunting rifle. That's some crunchy floor sound. There's a cover on the ground, but I can't open it. There's only a depression left where there was probably once a handle. So now, we have to combine our horseshoe with our lighter and with our wax to create an absurd handle. That is some strong wax. Will you jump in? I love this sequence now as we just get lower and lower and things get filthier and filthier. As I approach the door, I get a whiff of some rotten smell coming from inside. Ooh, that sound. That low rumbling. Did that just move, or was it only my imagination? The corpse smells nauseatingly of rotten flesh. A horrible smell is coming from the hole. My God. In the hole. I didn't see that. I love this detail here. These markings on the floor from the wheels, from the gurney wheels being pushed through the door here. This corpse into this hole. Look at that thick, crusty blood plastered on the wall there. There's a hole in the floor. I can't see the bottom. How far does this thing go? Will you go down? Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? I love how in some sense it still looks like part of a normal room in the prison. You know, the sink and the little painting up there. Another hole. Do I really have to drop through it? Will you go down? The little light hanging off the ceiling. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it. I love just little things like this as well. I don't think you hear this door locking sound for any other door in the game. Just a weird little thing. More weird, fleshy looking tiles. Alright, step into the elevator. Next area. Now we're out of the prison and into the labyrinth. I think they call it the labyrinth, don't they? Well, here it just says elevator. I don't think the ending system is wonky. It's just hard to know what actions lead to what endings. You know, because it's not an ending system that revolves around a key decision or a couple of key decisions. It just calculates the way you naturally play and then gives you your ending based on that. I've done a couple of things. Actually, wait, no. I think the only thing I've done by mistake is look at Angela's knife. I want to get the leave ending, but I looked at Angela's knife by mistake. However, in the grand scheme of things, I think we're still good. I didn't look at the whole message. I didn't interact with the whole message or the other message. I've been keeping my health pretty high. I looked at Mary's photograph a couple of times. Not sure if looking at the letter affects the leave ending. I know the photograph does. How cool. The 92 in this game is a Centurion. What are you talking about here, DRK? One of the guns? I have no idea how good or, you know, how accurate the gun details in this are or not. As you can probably guess, I have no idea how accurate these guns are. Or what guns they're supposed to resemble from real life. All right. He's gonna crawl back here, I think. Dead end. So, one really cool thing about this area is that we find no map here. The map just manifests out of nothing here. I think the idea here is that, you know, that we are just deep down in the abyss of James's mind, and the map is just forming. I don't think we're even supposed to be drawing the map, you know, like you do, say, in Silent Hill 4, where it's clearly like the hand-drawn image. I think here the map is just appearing. Which I really like. And yeah, this place is just like a maze. I can't get through here because of the wire stretched across the path. Why am I picking leave? Because I'm a James sympathizer. Yeah, no, it's just my favorite ending. It has my favorite conversation between James and Mary after the final boss. With one of my favorite pieces of dialogue, which I don't think plays in any of the other endings. Maybe it does. No, I think it only plays in during the leave ending. You know, when he says, "That's why I did it, honey. I couldn't watch you suffer." And then he stops himself and says, "No, that's not true. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back." And then Mary responds with one of the best lines in the game. "James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?" That's, it speaks so much with so little, you know? James thought he could fix his life. He could get his life back by getting rid of his wife, by killing his wife. He couldn't take it anymore. And then, instantly, has the realization, wait, no, she was my life. Guess it's time to go insane. I've made a colossal error in judgment here. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back. If that were true, then why do you look so sad? Yeah, clearly didn't give him his life back. And yeah, I sympathize with James, you know, like the hospital memo says earlier in the game. Any man or woman under the right circumstances would be driven like him to the other side. I think anyone is capable of these horrific acts, especially under this circumstance. I don't think it's an uncommon thing for people to wish death upon their loved ones under these kinds of circumstances. People, you know, someone who gets incredibly sick, who's lost all capacity for living. It's actually something they talk about in one episode of The Sopranos, where Dr. Melfi is when he's talking to Tony about Livia and Livia's death. She talks how it's a very common but taboo thought for people to feel relieved when a loved one dies, you know, and it's something that many people feel guilty about because there are all these confused emotions. They love the person, but at the same time, they were going through hell, taking care of this person and, you know, suffering at the hands of this person, with whether they were lashing out at them, whether they were just showing no desire to live, whether, you know, they might have wanted to die. I don't think James should have killed his wife or anything like that. It's still horrifying, you know. Mary spent her last moments knowing that she was being murdered by her husband, you know, fighting it. They cut out the audio in the... Originally, you were going to hear the muffled screams of Mary as she was being smothered. They decided to cut out the audio in the final version of the game, but you can still see her kind of squirming. It's horrible. But when you're playing as the guy, when you're seeing things through James's eyes and you're experiencing all the pain that he's experiencing, and you're seeing how fucked up he is over it, yeah, I can't help but empathize and want him to be, you know, where I want him to be forgiven at the end. I feel like he's done enough to show me that he's sorry, you know, that he's guilty, you know. He's shown me that he feels enough guilt and enough pain. I really like later on in the hotel where we get all those little details regarding, you know, the game does a lot during the hotel section to show you how much James actually did care when Mary got sick. Like the books, the medical books that you learn about, that he was reading all these medical books, trying to help her. When you interact with the piano, how that shows just, it's such a sweet little moment, you know, where he comments on how he loved to listen to Mary play the piano, even though she wasn't that good. It's the way that's written. It's kind of hard to describe it. I mean, we'll get to it later when we get to the hotel sequence. It's trauma! Oh. Let me just scroll up in chat here as well, see what I've been missing. There's a breaking point when caring for the sick. James was at that breaking point. Yeah, like I think a lot of people in real life probably go through similar stuff, you know, where just fate kicks them up the ass and they're put into the most horrible of situations. I think most people don't snap like James, but yeah. AAR Mister, thank you for the 17. Yeah, the in-water ending... I like the in-water ending. I just don't like the jarring credits music, you know? Every ending has different credits music, and I just don't like how abrasive the credits music is in the in-water ending. It might seem like a somewhat shallow reason for not wanting to do the in-water ending, but it's important to me. Overdose Delusion is still a heavy track that plays for the Leave ending, but it has an undercurrent of melancholy, you know? There's still a sadness underneath it. It has a melodic melody underneath it. Underneath the heavy chords. And here we get Pyramid Head's great knife hanging here on the table. So the great knife is actually supposed to be a scissors, 1/2 of a scissors blade. And if you look at the design up close, it's kind of hard to make out here. We can't examine it to get a close-up look at it, but you can even see the little hole at the top, you know, where the pin would go through to connect the other scissor blade. That's what it's supposed to be. A giant scissor blade. And originally it was going to be a much more fleshed out idea where like you were going to get the other half of the scissor blade and they were going to communicate it better, that this was like 1/2, where James had 1/2 and Pyramid Head had the other half. Again, just another idea to like show them as mirror images or something like that. Masahiro Ito has posted about this on Twitter, talking about cut content and stuff that he wasn't able to really do with this idea. So in the end, we just kind of got a cut down version of it. But yeah, this is it's actually a scissor blade. Here we see these caged bodies hung up here, just like the painting at the start of the area. I love Ito's caged figures, his boxed monsters and figures, which he rips quite a bit from the famous painter Francis Bacon. If you ever look up any of Francis Bacon's stuff, you'll see a lot of you'll see how Ito took a lot of influence from his stuff. He makes very, very strange, horrifying art. Contorted figures, contorted human forms. And you know, look what we have here on the table. You know, it's staring you right in the face here. Right beside the great knife, you have all these forceps, these other scissors. It's telling you right here, shoving it in your face, it's scissors. That's what the great knife is. It's on a table full of scissors. He loves posting BDSM nurses. Yeah, I think those are usually ones that he draws himself. He, yeah, a lot of his stuff is very sexual. Down here we can find Pyramid Head. Patrolling the corridors. Yeah, here he is. I got your knife, man. So, oh yeah, we came up the other side. Both of these ladders lead down to the same place. Now we're gonna go back this way. Eesh. Were those Silent Hill 3 enemies under the grating? Kind of, yeah. Almost like a prototype version of the closers that you see in Silent Hill 3. You only see them a couple of times in Silent Hill 2. They're only in like 3 different areas in the game, I think. They're called mandarins in this game. But yeah, they're like a miniature version of the closer. They look a little bit different in their design, but yeah, the concept is very similar. They look very much alike. You can shoot them as well while they're hanging there. And if you shoot them enough times, you'll see them drop down to the floor. Eventually, they'll lose their grip if you keep shooting them. I showed it during yesterday's stream. So in here, we have this room. And with this cube, we can turn the room around. Like so. Just to reinforce the unreality of this place. I figured that out way faster than I usually do.
You're alive! Maria, I thought that thing killed you. Are you hurt bad?
Not at all, silly.
Maria? That thing, it stabbed you. There was blood everywhere.
Stabbed me? What do you mean?
It chased us to the elevator, and then...
James, what are you talking about?
Just before! Don't you remember?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
I'm not your Mary.
So, you're Maria?
I am. If you want me to be.
All I want from you is an answer.
It doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real. Don't you want to touch me?
I don't know.
Come and get me. I can't do anything through these bars.
Okay. Stay right there. I'll be there soon.
Brain chemistry has been altered. New mission. Wiring has been reconfigured. Now she goes back to sit on the bed. The bed being the hospital bed. Mary's hospital bed. I think the chair is also significant, right? Isn't that the chair he had in his house? I think that's the chair you see him sit on at the end of the game when he has that conversation with Mary, which I think is supposed to be an accurate recreation of the room where she died. I think that's the same chair. Is he looking at the chair? Ah. Forgot that he actually focused his attention on something here. Yeah, I think the developer said this was like the first scene that they conceived of when making the game. This idea for Maria shifting between different personalities. So yeah, here she is, this iconic scene. I almost wish they didn't show that scene in the opening trailer montage. Part of me always felt like it kind of spoiled the moment, you know, for such a significant scene. I almost associated more with the trailer montage than in the game itself. Well, maybe that's just me. I guess this is the first time she makes it very clear that she has Mary's memories, where even James is noticing. Bringing up specific items like the videotape. Speaking 100% as if she is Mary. I guess none of the other scenes have done that up until this point, where she is speaking 100% as this other person. And then in an instant, shifting back to someone else. Sato's work in those scenes is so good. The subtle expressions when she becomes suddenly more sinister with the "I'm not your Mary" line. The look in her eyes, the shadows over her eyes. FAQ command, what, for people asking about Silent Hill Ascension again? Yeah, just to steer people to my Twitter, I guess. Although you need to have a Twitter account, don't you, now, to read tweets. Now when we come back, we get the wire cutter, so now we can cut those wires back where we came from. I love the, just this, again, just the surrealism and the absurdity of all this. Oh, you know, the electricity isn't working anymore in this completely unreal environment. Yeah, I really just don't want to keep talking about Silent Hill Ascension. You know, I just want to enjoy Silent Hill 2. But yeah, I think Silent Hill Ascension is just a complete disgrace. Maybe the worst thing we've ever seen in the series so far. Complete scam. Terribly made. Just beyond tone deaf. Releasing the thing on Halloween night is just absolutely embarrassing, you know? Beyond laughable. It's like, I don't know. I don't really want to go into it too much. Okay, let's cut these wires. They banned the word scam and the words Hideo Kojima before they started banning racial slurs in the chat. So the chat was just a massive mess of the most deranged comments. But at least you weren't allowed to write scam or Hideo Kojima. Priorities! Priorities! Jeez. I'm gonna leave you there. How am I doing on handgun ammo? Shitloads of shotgun shells. More than we will ever need. Love this droning sound starting to come in now. Wow. Nope. Vlad, thank you for gifting the sub to Az. I know exactly where to go here. On a first playthrough, you'd be getting a little bit more lost here. Look at this shit. Out in the void here. Now, when you first enter an area, the map, there is no map. You have to walk through it a little bit before it starts to manifest. Ah! And now, we've reached a new area, and there's a newspaper on the ground. It's stained with something that looks like blood and is partially illegible. The body of a man, later identified as Thomas Lumberjack. It's Orozco. Angela's surname is also Orozco. This is talking about Angela's father. Age 39, was discovered in the something room. I think that's supposed to be living room, discovered in the something room, lying face up, face down. The probable cause of death was multiple stab wounds to the front of the neck and the left side of the torso by a sharp-edged weapon. The same knife that we've been seeing her carry around the game. Maybe the blood on the knife comes from her father. Maybe it comes from her cutting herself. I always thought when you see her in the room with the mirror that she was probably cutting herself there, and that's maybe why she's speaking so slowly. You know, because of blood loss. Again, maybe not. But I always wondered if that was partially what was happening there. The estimated time of death was somewhere between 11 p.m. and 12:30 midnight. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. I pronounce the River Thames the River Thames. I don't say the River Thames, Jesus. Due to signs of struggle in the room and the lack of a murder weapon, police are considering this a homicide and have opened a murder investigation. Furthermore, given the room that the cash in the room was untouched and Mr. Orozco had a history of drunkenness and violence, the police suspect that the motive was not robbery or something, but a crime of passion. That's what it's saying here. It's hard to make out exactly what it is. So yeah, detailing the death of Angela's father at the hands of Angela herself. Mr. Orozco, who had a history of drunkenness and violence, not surprising. Okay. Time for One of the most disgusting and horrifying rooms in the series. Love how as we get closer and closer to the room, we just see more and more newspapers pile up. I kind of get the impression that Angela is just seeing these newspapers everywhere in her Silent Hill. Newspapers are scattered all over the walls and floor. There seems to be nothing of interest. But this one has today's date. That's kind of strange. See that they cover the entire door up there as well. Okay, let's get this fucking over with.
Daddy, please don't!
Oh, Jesus. Shoot it. Thankfully on normal, it won't take that long to get rid of it. Just a few shots. Ow!
Are you okay? Angela, relax.
Don't order me around!
I'm not trying to order you.
So what do you want then? Oh, I see. You're trying to be nice to me, right? I know what you're up to. It's always the same. You're only after one thing.
No, that's not true at all.
You don't have to lie. Go ahead and say it. Or you could just force me. Beat me up like he always did. You only care about yourself anyway. You disgusting pig.
Angela.
Don't touch me! You make me sick. You said your wife Mary was dead, right?
Yes. She was ill.
Liar! I know about you. You didn't want her around anymore. You probably found someone else.
That's ridiculous. I never.
All right. So here we are in this lovely, lovely room. Even the footstep sounds here, man. This damp, squidgy sound. And these lovely holes. These lovely thrusting holes. Walls that look like torn flesh, bruised flesh. Bubbling flesh. So what we have here, I think, is some kind of symbolic representation of Angela's bedroom. the TV in the corner of the room. This creature, the official name for it is Abstract Daddy. And if you look closely at the figure, it's one larger figure lying on top of a smaller figure. We're seeing it as this monstrosity. Angela is probably seeing it as something a little bit different. Maybe something that actually just looks like her father. Maybe in the same way that Maria kind of looks like Mary. Maybe she's seeing something similar. Possibly. And now Abstract Daddy becomes one of our monsters as well. We'll see this thing pop up later as a more normal enemy in the hotel. Which is interesting. You know, we see Angela draw parallels almost between her situation and our situation. I think they do that a few times in most of the scenes, really, with James and Angela, you know, where James is this, you know, this dangerous man. You know, it's almost suggested that Angela is, you know, should be frightened of this man, especially considering what happened to her. She is scared of him in that one moment, you know, where he tries to take the knife off her and she recoils because it feels like she's almost, you know, those memories of her father are coming back as James approaches her and tries to reach out to her. I think she sees some of her father in James. I guess she doesn't have, you know, she probably feels that way about most men, given how her expectations have been shaped by her own father. Jesus. One of the most disturbing rooms in the game. It's trauma. It's trauma. But yeah, I just think it's interesting how the monster becomes one of James's monsters, you know, and again, a figure lying on a bed, subdued by a larger figure. You know, because that's what this is supposed to be. It's supposed to be like a bed frame. A monster symbolizing the sexual abuse, where you have one larger figure on top of the smaller figure on this frame. And then you have James's situation, which wasn't so different with how he killed Mary. He didn't sexually abuse Mary or anything, but, you know, there's still that parallel there. With the powerful male figure subduing the woman. Oh, now it's time for one of my favorite puzzles. Just the setup for this, the presentation of it all. Here in this room we have 6 floating figures. His face is covered with a piece of paper. There's something written on it. This man was hanged for the crime of kidnapping. Justice and revenge have been served. This man has been hanged for the crime of swindling. Justice and revenge have been served. Murder. Bodily injury. Counterfeiting. Embezzlement. And there's nothing else we can do in there but look at the bodies lined up. And then in In direct parallel, we have the ropes which hang those bodies. In the other room, we don't see the bodies hung up. They're just... Are their toes supposed to be touching the ground? Or are they... I always felt like they were just kind of floating, especially when you think of how they should be, like, hung up. Maybe their toes are touching the ground? I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. Please, someone, answer me. Why must I die come the morning? The man imprisoned beside me believed me. Because they're all insane, that's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that that was not true. But the man who was to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The man who was hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. The man who is always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home, but I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. And then another note right beside it. Only the sinless one can help you here. Mistakenly pull on a criminal's rope, and your reward will be returned to you in a shape most wondrously strange. So the punishment here isn't actually too bad. Your only punishment is that more enemies will appear in this corridor as you move back and forth trying to find the right rope and the right criminal. So it's really not that bad. You just have to deal with a bunch of lying figures in the corridor. But let's take a look. I do not wish to die, but tomorrow I will climb the 13 steps. Please, someone, answer me. Why must I die come the morning? So the idea here is that it's the writer of the riddle that is the innocent one, which is kind of interesting. We have to trust him, I guess. The man imprisoned beside me, and now he's talking about all the other people who are admitting to their crimes, or where it becomes obvious that that is their crime. The man imprisoned beside me believed me, because they're all insane, that's why, he said. Of course, I know his opinion will change nothing. Now you know why I struck out at them, he muttered. That's bodily injury. So you can mark that off the list. The man who was executed yesterday, the one who had said his job was to sell dreams, said that was not true. But the man who was to be executed the day after tomorrow for stealing children shouted back that it was true. The kidnapper, of course. The man who was hanged today did not answer. They'll kill me either way, he said. He was caught embezzling public money, so he hasn't any hope for mercy. The embezzler. The man who is always quietly smiling to himself said, I am happy, for I will soon be with her. That is the murderer. And it's probably supposed to draw a little parallel to James. James, in his with his suicidal thoughts. I do not wish to die. I long only to return home, but I know it is not to be. Though I have done nothing, this crime has been thrust upon me. Someone save me. This is not judgment. They are bloodthirsty, and I am their sacrificial lamb. So let's just go back and read all of the other ones again. See if we can deduce which one was not mentioned on the list. Kidnapping, yeah, then we can cross that off. The swindler was there. The murderer was there. The bodily injury was there. Counterfeiter. The embezzler. It's the counterfeiter. The counterfeiter is the only person not mentioned. I actually prefer this riddle on normal difficulty, just the writing of it. On normal difficulty, it's a really cool poem that you read here. That just has a nice rhyme to it. On hard mode, it's quite different with how it's written. All the riddle difficulties have different riddles, of course, different writing, different text. It's been so long since I've done the extra riddle mode. I really must do that next time I play this, because loads of people don't know that even exists. And I think I've only ever played it once before myself. I can't even remember what the riddles are like in extra mode. Yeah, I think on normal difficulty it is a different criminal, or is it the counterfeiter every time? I can't remember if it's the counterfeiter every time. This was the counterfeiter, wasn't it? Yeah, and it just disappears. But the face mask remains. Key of the persecuted. Key left by prisoner who was wrongly executed. The paper that was covering the corpse's face is lying here. I can't turn the handle unless I remove the handcuffs.
Maria? Maria? Maria, no! What happened to you? Why? Why? Mary.
Oh, the music. One of my favorite moments in the game here. So many favorite moments. The music that keeps playing here into this next area. I love that long pause as you just see him with his head in his hands. And then the eventual Mary. And now we walk into this indoor graveyard. This little crypt in the labyrinth here. epitaph is inscribed here. This felon drank one last bottle of ale before he was executed and laid here to his eternal rest. This track, so ghostly. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Miriam K. Traitor. Nobody has any idea what this means. I think still to this day, nobody knows what that means or who the fuck Miriam K is. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Walter Sullivan. Hello again, Walter. He keeps coming back throughout the game. First the memo in the apartments, then the quiz show in the hospital, and now we're finding his grave. Walter is keeping us company throughout the game. There's a deep hole here, but there's nothing inside. There's a name inscribed on the tombstone. Eddie Dombrowski. Angela Orozco. James Sunderland. So good. Absolutely classic shit here. Time to jump down into our own grave. I really wish they animated a little scene showing him jump down. With all the other holes, you see him jump down. But again, those holes are wider, big square openings. I wonder if it was like a technical difficulty trying to animate that, or a lack of time, because it would have been really cool just seeing him jump down. Especially considering just how cool the other scenes look when he's jumping down the holes. When they go out of focus and you hear like those surreal sounds, those whooshing sound effects. Uh-oh. We do the slow walk. It's been a while since we've seen fog. I'm looking at the chat. I didn't want to interrupt the walk. Why the fuck? I don't give a shit why you're doing the Homer dance. I don't care. Okay, maybe I do care. Why are you doing it? Sounds weird, but there's a theory that Miriam K is some Hawaiian princess in history. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard any like solid theory relating to Miriam K. Are you just doing it for no reason and now you just want me to wonder why you're doing it even though there's no reason for it? Alright. I love the sudden shift to blood red here at the end of the hall. Let's get ready for an absolutely terrible boss fight in typical Silent Hill fashion. Let me get my pipe ready so we can get rid of the first phase quickly. We get some cool scenes with Eddie, though.
Eddie? What are you doing?
What does it look like? He always busted my balls. You fat, disgusting piece of shit. You make me sick. Fat ass, you're nothing but a waste of skin. You're so ugly, even your mama don't love you.
The erratic cuts here.
Well, maybe he was right. Maybe I am nothing but a fat, disgusting piece of shit. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you're smart, dumb, ugly, pretty. It's all the same once you're dead. And the corpse can't laugh. From now on, if anyone makes fun of me, I'll kill him. Just like that.
Eddie, have you gone nuts? I knew it.
You too.
Very smart.
You're just like him, James.
Hey, I didn't mean anything.
Don't bother. I understand. You've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? Ever since we first met. I'll kill you, James.
No, you don't know what I have in store, Eddie. Ha! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! 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 Get the hell out of here! Now, let's carefully pick up some rifle shells and some shotgun shells. Can we go back out the door? We can, yeah. That's how you deal with phase 1.
Do you know what it does to you, James? When you're hated, picked on, spit on, just because of the way you look, after you've been laughed at your whole friggin' life. That's why I ran away after I killed the dog. Ran away like a scared little girl. Yeah, I killed that dog. It was fun. It tried to chew its own guts out. Finally died all curled up in a ball. Then he came after me. I shot him too, right in the leg. He cried more than the dog. He's gonna have a hard time playing football on what's left of that knee.
You think it's okay to kill people? You need help, Eddie.
Don't get all holy on me, James. This town called you too. You and me are the same. We're not like other people. Don't you know that? Let's party!
Let's do it. You're just gonna stand there? Okay. So, this boss fight is pretty shitty, but there is one cool little detail in it, which I will try to show. Get away from me, fat boy! He hits pretty hard with these punches, I think. Did I miss him and shoot the fucking slab? I didn't even know you could shoot the slabs. No. Yeah, I should strafe more. Hey, that got him along with the slab. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, he's doing it. He should run to another slab now. Yeah, look. Of course, these slabs of meat also have these little shorts tied to them. This green fabric. Just like Eddie is wearing. And, yeah, at this part in the fight, he'll just run and sort of align himself with them.
Eddie? Eddie? I killed a human being. A human being. Mary. Did you really die 3 years ago?
No. No. Not at all. Definitely not. So now we have killed Eddie. And I think right after we kill Eddie is the point when the text on the letter disappears. Maybe we have to leave the room first in order for that to happen, but yeah, it's gone. There's nothing written on the stationery. So Mary's letter is now disappearing. And by the end of the game, the whole letter will be gone. This is something that's very easy to miss on a first playthrough, because obviously not every player is going to be checking the letter all the time. But yeah, by the end of the game, even the envelope will be gone. And it just won't be here at all in our inventory. Can we interact with Eddie here? We can't take his revolver. And now, when we come out after the Eddie fight, we are all the way back up on the other side of the Historical Society. This is such a cool moment, you know, after dropping down God knows how many holes. You know, we just keep going down further and further and further at the start of the Historical Society. And now suddenly, boom, back up out of nowhere on the other side. Let's save. Am I missing some shit in the chat? According to the theory post about Miriam K, the game seems to have jabs at American stuff, the gun in the shopping cart, and the Hawaiian American princess was supposed to marry some Japanese nobleman or so. Something about 1993 being 100-year anniversary of some Hawaiian conqueror. Okay, I'll have to look into that myself. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about that. Okay, it's time to take a little boat trip. One thing that's interesting about this boat trip is that if you play the game on hard mode, the controls completely change for how you row the boat. And they try to more accurately simulate the action of rowing a boat with the controller. You have to move the left analog stick anti-clockwise round in a circle and the right analog stick clockwise. And you have to do both of them simultaneously, rotating in a circle at the same time. It's pretty cool, actually, the effort that they go to change the controls. Makes sense because it is harder to do as well. I think it's one of the things that's a pain in the ass if you're going for a 10-star rank, because you have to do this sequence in a short amount of time. But I have never done a 10-star rank, so I'm not sure how hard it is. Okay, let's just align ourselves as best we can here. On normal difficulty, you just have to hold up on the left analog stick to go up like this to row the boat, to go straight. Yeah, I wonder 120, something like that. Oh, I might be a little bit behind on thanking people. Just wait until we get to the hotel and then I'll check my dashboard again. place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. Love this opening shot. The howl. There's the light that we were following. This place hasn't changed at all in 3 years. That's because you're fucked in the head, James. And you're not seeing things straight. At least I think, anyway. I think in reality, this hotel is burned down. Before we go inside, we can find one of the key items that we'll need for the main puzzle here. The Little Mermaid music box. I think a lot of people get stuck on this when they first go through the hotel. They find the other two music boxes. They assume the third one must be somewhere inside the hotel. But no, you actually find this one outside. So you can really pay the price for not exploring this outside area. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. There's a fountain in the shape of a bird. No water is coming out of it right now. Are there any hints to check the fountain? I don't think there are. I don't think you get any hints for like how to find the music boxes. You just find them by exploring. So good. Waiting for you. 312. This is another one of my... Such a small moment. But, again, one of my favorite moments in the game here. Just the introduction to the map. With this ambience, with this sound. Just, iconic. What is this? Room 312. That's the room Mary and I stayed in. Mary, are you there? Or maybe I got a hotel map for guests. And I think, like the letter, when we actually have the ability to access room 312, the text on the map will disappear. Mr. James Sunderland, the videotape you forgot here is being kept in the office on the first floor. Oh. The whole setup here is just pitch perfect. I got the key to room 312. The key to the room where Mary and I stayed. So you can get the key straight away, but of course, if you try and go up there, you won't be able to get up there. It's not going to be that simple. Room 312 is the room Mary and I stayed in 3 years ago. There's nothing here that looks particularly useful. Mary in 312 with the sniper rifle on the opposite side of the room, outside the window. We need a Silent Hill 2 secret theater. So pretty. Take a look down here. On the floating bed. Mary has the advantage of the supernatural. She can just sort of fly around while James is stuck in reality. Flying around on her hospital bed. Venus tears. Thinner. Small can filled with thinner. It was lying inside the elevator. Can't use the elevator. Love that sound that plays in there. We'll be going to this bar later on. Venus Tears. This ambience, man, too good. That crash. Lakeshore Restaurant. Can you interact with that sign? No. I got the fish key. An empty plate, a knife, and a fork. That's all. Nothing much of interest. Look at this room. Look how good this game looks, man. The fog outside, the trees.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, you did.
You're here to find Mary, aren't you, James? Well, have you?
No. Is that why you're here too?
She's here, isn't she? If you know where she is, tell me. I'm tired of walking.
I wish I knew.
But she said it in her letter.
What letter?
Wanna read it? But don't tell Rachel, okay?
Who's Rachel?
She was our nurse. I took it from her locker.
My dearest Laura, I'm leaving this letter with Rachel to give you after I'm gone. I'm far away now, in a quiet, beautiful place. Please forgive me for not saying goodbye before I left. Be well, Laura. Don't be too hard on the sisters. And Laura, about James. I know you hate him because you think he isn't nice to me, but please give him a chance. It's true he may be a little surly sometimes, and he doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's really a sweet person. Laura, I love you like my very own daughter. If things had worked out differently, I was hoping to adopt you. Happy 8th birthday, Laura. Your friend forever, Mary.
Laura, how old are you?
I turned 8 last week.
So, Mary couldn't have died 3 years ago. Could she really be here? Is this the quiet, beautiful place she was talking about?
Me and Mary talked a lot about Silent Hill. She even showed me all her pictures. She really wanted to come back. That's why I'm here. Maybe you'll get it if you see the other letter. The one, Mary. Huh? I must have dropped it.
Laura!
I gotta find it.
Laura!
All right. Love the music. A drawing done by Laura. A cat? There was something wonky going on with the background there. With that last shot of Laura. That shouldn't be like that. I think it's an issue with the increased resolution with the enhanced edition. And over here, if we interact with the piano that Laura was playing, I think that track is called Laura Plays the Piano as well, that last theme. There's a piano here. I remember how much Mary liked to play the piano. She wasn't very good. But I still love to hear her play. That was so long ago, before we were even married. Why am I thinking of that now? Oh boy. Ugh. The way they deflate, man. They do something very similar in Silent Hill 3 with the insane cancer enemy. The big fat boys, when you kill them, they just deflate. The sounds out of them. Jesus. Kick him. Yeah. Wah. Let me just catch up with the chat. Make sure I'm not missing anything. It's Minmo. Yeah, in reality, Mary only died days ago. The 3 years thing is just another part of James's delusion. Just a part of the story he's concocted. Laura suggests earlier in the game during the hospital sequence that, you know, Mary was alive not so long ago. James lashes out at her. But now it's like he's starting to accept it. Or, you know, he's starting to get closer to the truth. Now that he's seen this letter, it's becoming harder to deny. A cardboard box, there's nothing inside. A laundry cart, there's nothing useful inside. Wherever he is, do you think he's being looked for by the police? Well, I think he is in Silent Hill. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think the game is too concerned with the police. But yeah, did he get away with it? Do the police know? I don't know. I just, yeah, the game just isn't really concerned with that, I don't think. Yeah, he would have, well, yeah, he killed her when she came home. And I guess the hospital would be expecting her to come back to hospital soon, right? So, at this point, the police probably wouldn't be after him, no. But I feel like this game is almost like, it's kind of like what James is getting instead of having to deal with the police. This is his punishment. I think Mary knows, you know, while she was being suffocated to death, I would imagine she knew it was James that was on the other end of that pillow. But yeah, I kind of see it as like, you know, instead of James going through the justice system in order to get punished for what he's done, this is what he goes through instead. Because if you do get the leave ending and James does get forgiven, I don't think you're supposed to be thinking about all of this in like the most realistic of terms. Like, oh, is James gonna, you know, if he goes back to his real life now, won't the police still be after him? Like, logically, you could, you know, you could think of all this, but I don't think, yeah, I just don't think the game is concerned with that, really. You know, it's like, this is the process James goes through to receive his punishment. Just another thing that works well with the in-water ending. Yeah, I guess with the in-water ending, you don't have to have any of these thoughts, right? Because he doesn't escape alive. He kills himself. So you don't even have to think about him going home and what the police might be doing about all this. The in-water ending is not, the developers have said that there is no canonical ending, but the in-water ending is the one that they cared for the most. It's the one that meant the most to them. Did I look at this? The suitcase is locked. I think this one requires the fish key. I got the key to hotel room 204. So now we have the key to room 312 and 204. Took it from the suitcase inside the cloakroom. Health drink. I love just how the fog looks outside the windows in the hotel here. The trees shrouded in the fog. So nice. There's a book open on top of the desk. It looks like a medical book. I've already read enough medical books. None of them ever did any good. Okay, more abstract daddies. Come on. You gonna come or what? And it deflates eventually. And we get the employee elevator key. This place looks pretty trashed. Looks like the curtain was burned. And they do such a great job with some of these effects and textures. Photos are scattered all over the bed. What is this? What is this? Part of the photo has been colored over with a marker. If you look at the photographs on the bed, you can see that they're all Silent Hill 2 characters. Eddie, James. HVCP. So what we do here is we use our thinner. To get rid of this marker. Love. This isn't always the same. Code. Sometimes the code can be Mary. Can't remember the last time I had it be Mary. And we get the Cinderella music box. Oh yeah, I forgot to even show the music box earlier. We didn't hear it this time. Sometimes you can hear a cry beyond this door. But I think it's random, doesn't always play. Yeah, we have this thing in the central hall here. There's a rectangular indentation. There's a plate in front of the indentation, and something is engraved on it. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. Play the music box. This doesn't sound quite right. Is this music box broken? Or maybe... There's another slot here. Beauty, both a blessing and a curse thou be. And on the other side... 'Twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood. So 3 music boxes are required. We have 2 already. Cinderella, Little Mermaid. Even so, I still want to believe that she was happy. That is Little Mermaid. And 'twas shameful greed did stain her shoe with blood, Cinderella. And now we just need Snow White. Let's see how this sounds. This doesn't sound quite right. Whoa, camera. Will I play Alan Wake 2? Maybe. I'll play Alan Wake 1 first, and I'll see how I feel about it, and we'll go from there. Still need to play the first game. And here we get to use our employee elevator key. The shelf is empty. Weight allowance, 1 person. What's this? There's a notice above the buttons. Weight allowance, 1 person. They're calling you fat, James. No, what they're referring to there are all the items stuck up my ass. What we need to do is we need to get rid of all this shit. And there's an empty shelf here. Put Pyramid Head's great knife on the shelf, yes. The pipe, the wooden plank, the ammo, the rifle, the shotgun shells, the shotgun, the handgun bullets, the handgun, all the healing items, the key, Angela's knife, Laura's letter. But we will keep the photo. I think the photo is the only thing that you can bring. Anything else will put you overweight. And if you keep the photo with you, it's another thing that will add points to the leave ending, making it more likely to get the leave ending. The more you show your desire to stay alive, the more you show your loyalty to Mary, the more likely you are to get the leave ending. Yeah, maybe you can bring the letter as well. That'd be funny if the letter puts you over. Right? Because it's not supposed to exist, really. And down here we get another hotel map. This one for the employees. Okay, I think we are headed for the pantry. If I remember correctly, this is where we find the Snow White box. Of course, right next to an apple. I got a Snow White music box. There are apples and pumpkins here. Always being reminded of The Shining here. Where Jack gets stuck in the pantry with all the canned foods. Juice cans are lined up here. There's no reason to carry these with me. There's nothing here, but the whole thing smells vaguely moldy. Music box with a figure from the fairy tale Snow White attached. Found in the pantry. So much cool props around. Yeah, the environmental detail is just great. First floor office. That's where he said we could get the tape. There it is. And a can opener. More shells. We'll be able to come back here later on and get a very strange little hidden detail, but we need to have our flashlight to be able to see it. Normally you would have no reason to come back here later on in the game. But if you do, once you get your stuff back, you'll be able to see one strange little thing in this room. Hey, what's up, Bunya? How's it going? Yeah, of course, now you don't have a radio, so if you've been relying on the radio, you can get surprised quite easily by these guys. Get out of my way. Our key. Lots of stuff. There's a can with no label on it. Use the can opener. There's light bulbs in the can. Everyone's favorite, canned light bulbs. A light bulb can. I don't need it anymore. Surprised they don't have a sticker for this in Ascension. They probably will eventually. There are a variety of canned foods here. Found inside in kitchen of bar. Normal light bulb. Ooh, I love the colors here. There's a jukebox here. It doesn't play, so it must be broken. And now the absurdity of getting out of here. If we try and interact with the door. I tried to use the bar key, but it's too dark to find the keyhole. Now, in the game's defense, I don't think the game should look this bright. If you're playing this on the original hardware at the original resolutions, which should not look this clear. But even with that in mind, this is still kind of absurd, right? Because it just so happens that there is a light pointing directly at the keyhole. So with our canned light bulb, we can now put it in so we can see the keyhole. Who has set this up? But in a way, it still kind of works, right? When you just think of the unreal nature of all this is still kind of fitting, I think. Especially when you think that in reality, the hotel is probably burned down. I used the bar key. Jesus Christ. So now we can go back and get all of our stuff from the shelf. Jesus. And now when we come back out the door, those fucking mannequins are gone. So now that we have our flashlight, let's go all the way back. Wait, no. The art design of this game is incredible, looks fantastic to this day. It really does. These environments are just gorgeous. Some serious wizardry the team got up to back on the PS2. The colors here, the textures, how the wood looks. It's just so nice. Get out of my way! So we're backtracking all the way here just to see one strange little interaction in this room. This is the only reason you would have for coming back here. Earlier we didn't have our flashlight and we couldn't see clearly, but now that we have our flashlight, we can interact with this. There's a heater here. On the back, in small letters, it says, "I'm Johnny, one hot guy." And that's it. So is this supposed to be just some little joke, some little meaningless Easter egg? Maybe. But again, it also makes me think of the hotel in its burned down state later. And it makes me wonder, is this how the hotel burnt down? Is this how the fire started? Just simply in some room with a curtain catching fire? You know, we have this heater underneath a curtain here. I guess the "I'm Johnny, one hot guy" thing is like the company slogan that's on like the, you know, that's written on the heater. It's weird how it shows up when in the purple text as well. Shining reference? Yeah, kind of weird to use the name Johnny in that context. Okay. Whoa! The target locking there was going crazy. Oh, yes, something I forgot to show earlier as well. I hope I can still trigger it. Of course, our goal right now is to get up to room 312, where Mary is. Already, yeah, the text has disappeared from 312. I wonder when that's what the trigger is for that. Maybe when you find the final music box. But yeah, the text is gone. I wonder if now maybe we won't be able to hear her call out anymore. But if we go up here, if we try to get up to room 312, this door is locked.
James.
You can still hear it. Okay, last music box. It's time. I love how jarring this is. How different this room feels to like every other room in the game. Guess it's just the combination of the colors that you don't see in the rest of the game, the light, how well lit everything is. Not that it's even that bright, but yeah, it really stands out as being unique when you come through here. The calmness, yeah, I guess so as well. Doesn't feel threatening like most of the other rooms do. Silent Hill is written on the label in my handwriting. This is definitely the videotape I recorded back then. There's a television here. Even when it's plugged in, all I get is snow. There's a VCR here. It looks like I'll be able to use it.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Mary.
So there you are, James. Did you get the letter? Did you find Mary? If not, let's get going already, okay?
Laura. Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar, that's a lie!
No, that's not true.
She died because she was sick?
No, I killed her.
You kill her! Why'd you do it? I hate you! I want her back! Give her back to me! I knew it! You didn't care about her! I hate you, James! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you! She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. The Mary you know isn't here. Laura, I'm sorry.
Just like the apartments.
Where are you? I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you. Please come to me. Do you hate me? Is that why you won't come? James?
That voice!
James? Please hurry.
Right back up on his feet. Back on the mission. She's still out there somehow. Even after he admits to himself that he's killed her. But the voice again still tries to deny it somehow. I love that moment when he falls back into the chair and it's just like the body from the apartments at the start of the game, sitting in the same position with the static in front of him. And now when we walk back out, the hotel has changed.
Mary's going to die? You must be joking.
You must be joking.
I'm very sorry.
But you're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. How can you just let her die?
Please, calm down. As her doctor, I promise I'll do what I can. But there's still no effective treatment for her condition.
How long does she have?
I'm afraid I'm not sure. 3 years at most. Perhaps 6 months. It's impossible to say with certainty.
So this is probably where he got the 3 years from, as a part of his story. That at most, she'd lived for 3 years. Although you also learn that that was when he first came to, that's when they were here together as well, at the hotel. That was also 3 years ago. And yeah, based on the videotape, it seemed like, that was when she was starting to get sick, when you see her cough on the videotape. I can't hear anything anymore. So that meeting with the doctor was probably shortly after they spent time here. The last good moments they had together was here at the hotel before she started to get seriously sick. No, he killed her it would have been around 3 years. So she really did last. She really did fight the illness for a long time. If they were here 3 years ago. This track, man, another one of my favorite pieces of music just for how effective it is here. Pieces of sound. Just complete oblivion. We're on the second floor west side. We go through this door and we are on the opposite side. What if we go back through this door? um... The lying figures look so freaky when they're splashing around under the water. Like someone's dying breath.
For you. Now you're the only one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh. I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought. James, give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself. It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Well, there we go. The framing here, man. Look how steep these stairs are, like climbing a mountain. So sad. I know it's her final line there. That's like the famous line, the iconic line. But like I always say, the line I always go on about, the one that really gets me is, even Mama said it, you know? Jesus, that fucking line, just what it says, you know, the picture it paints. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened, you know? She's saying it with her gut, with everything she has. Like, that word is the gospel, you know? If even Mama says it, if even she said it, you know. I guess to me it feels like that's really her downfall, you know, the fact that she can't look past that. So tragic. And then when James tries to tell her, you know, like, no, Angela, that's wrong, you shouldn't think that way, and she immediately, like, recoils at the thought, you know, when James says that she's wrong, that she shouldn't think that way, just because her mother said it, she's like pushing him away with her hand, you know, no, don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Oh God. I love that opening shot as well. Just as the scene begins, there's that very strange moment where she's just staring at the image on the wall. There are those two framed bodies on the wall. Ito has said that they symbolize the father and the brother, the two people that she's killed. The father on one side and the brother on the other side. But yeah, it's just such a kind of eerie shot of her just staring at this thing on the wall, and you're not even really sure what it is. Where is it stated that Angela killed her brother? It is never stated anywhere in the game. Only the developers have commented on it. But, like, the implication is there. I don't think it needs to be explicitly stated when you look back on the very first scene with Angela, when she talks about her father and brother as she caresses the gravestone. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either. She says that line while she caresses the gravestone. And then later on, you learn explicitly that she killed her father. And I think with that, you can also come to the conclusion that she most likely killed her brother as well. But aside from that, you also have Ito commenting directly on the two figures on the wall there and what they were supposed to represent. The two people she killed. Pretty fucked up as well that Angela, over the course of the game, you don't really know why she wants to meet her mother, why she's here to meet her mother. But with that last scene, it seems as if she thought if she killed her mother in some fucked up way, that then she could rest. Maybe she was planning to kill herself if she killed the whole family. Kojima did not create this game. No, but he still needs therapy. And now, the final save point of the game. Let me thank some people. Jesus Christ. I said I was going to thank people earlier when I got to the hotel, but I got distracted again. Jesus Christ. Sorry, chat. Hold on. I think I'm way behind on thanking a donation and everything here. Fuck's sake. Hold up. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. We're about to go back into the lobby where the music box was. Scar Alien, thank you for the 7. Phantom Cigar, thank you for the 44. Bunya, thank you for the 44. Snake, thank you for gifting a sub to George Sears. John Mello, thank you for the tier 1. Daddy Big Pyramids, thank you for the $5. I hope you are still there. That was ages ago. Blad, who gifted the sub to Az. AAR, Mr. Ambient, LNPHL. I know I'm re-thanking some of you. Cheers, guys. Love how we're just out in the void again here. Okay.
I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. But that's all over now. I know the truth. Now it's time to end this.
Okay, Edgelord. Look at James trying to be all badass. I do love how the Pyramid Heads step back for the first time. For the first time in the game, they seem threatened. Now it's time to end this. No. So thankfully we're not on hard mode and this shouldn't take a crazy amount of time. Oh, what a slick dodge. Oh, nice. I'm gonna get hit. So sick. Pyramid Head won't move anymore. It looks like he's holding something. A rust-colored egg. And a scarlet egg. I don't need this anymore. It's just a corpse now. So yeah, this is, once again, he needed to be taught a lesson after watching the videotape. Still convinces himself that she could still be alive. Pyramid Head is like, Jesus fucking Christ, are we gonna have to show him one more time? Really? He's seen the videotape. Alright, let's make a spectacle out of this one. Right. This time I'll get my bro to show up, so there's two of us. We'll place her up here. We'll make a real show out of it. And here we have the Seal of Metatron on the ground. At least I'm assuming this is supposed to be the Seal of Metatron. Two of them as well. Two triangle symbols for two triangular boys here. A lot of people, again, interpret this as being related to like the two people now that James has murdered. Mary, and more recently, Eddie. And the eggs representing both of them. The rust-colored egg and the scarlet egg. Not sure if Ito or any of the developers ever commented on the eggs and whether there was truth to that theory. I always thought that was an interesting idea. There's a round indentation in the door. Did he really want to be punished for killing Eddie? I don't know. I guess it wasn't so long ago. But he seemed surprised at himself after he killed him, that he was capable of such a thing. But yeah, I'm not sure either if the second pyramid head is for Eddie, or the second pyramid head, the second egg. But it's an interesting theory, I think. Doesn't matter which egg you put where. You can put the rust one here, the scarlet one here. It doesn't matter which. Don't examine the knife, I won't. You do. You have to put both eggs in or the door won't open. Love this face on the door here. Looks like the lock is broken. I can't open it.
Mary?
What do you want, James?
I brought you some flowers.
Flowers? I don't want any damn flowers. Just go home already.
Mary, what are you saying?
Look! I'm disgusting. I don't deserve flowers. Between the disease and the drugs, I look like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here! Leave me alone already! I'm no use to anyone. I'll be dead soon anyway. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow. It'd be easier if they'd just kill me. But I guess the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Are you still here? I told you to go! Are you deaf? Don't come back! James! Wait! Please don't go! Stay with me! Don't leave me alone! I didn't mean what I said! Please, James! Tell me I'll be okay! Tell me I'm not going to die! Help me!
Love how the stairs just silently fall.
Mary?
When will you ever stop making that mistake? Mary's dead. You killed her.
Maria? It's you. But I don't need you anymore.
What? You must be joking. But I can be yours. I'll be here for you forever. And I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. That's what you wanted. I'm different than Mary. How can you throw me away?
I understand now. It's time to end this nightmare.
No! I won't let you. You deserve to die too, James.
No! You can avoid the moths if you just don't turn the camera around. You can still get the hits, but you can avoid the moths. Nope. Oh, they didn't come there. Okay.
Mary?
James.
Forgive me.
I told you that I wanted to die, James. I wanted the pain to end.
That's why I did it, honey. I just couldn't watch you suffer. No. That's not true. You also said you didn't want to die. The truth is, I hated you. I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
James, if that were true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary?
James. Please. Please do something for me. Go on with your life. In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well, I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you. Waiting for you to come to see me. But you never do. And so I wait, wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness. I know I've done a terrible thing to you. Something you'll never forgive me for. I wish I could change that. But I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here, waiting for you. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it all is. The doctor came today. He told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this may be my last chance. I think you know what I mean. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I've missed you terribly. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Whenever you come see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me, or maybe I just disgust you. I'm sorry about that. When I first learned that I was going to die, I just didn't want to accept it. I was so angry all the time, and I struck out at everyone I loved most. Especially you, James. That's why I understand if you do hate me. But I want you to know this, James. I'll always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. We had some wonderful years together. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. That means that as you read this, I'm already dead. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. These last few years since I became ill, I am so sorry for what I did to you, did to us. You've given me so much, and I haven't been able to return a single thing. That's why I want you to live for yourself now. Do what's best for you, James. James, you made me happy.
Christ. That hit me harder than it usually does. My God. There we go, everyone. Thanks for watching. Ba-da-da-da. It's trauma! Whoa! Konami can really go fuck themselves, man. They really can. All of the fuck. Yeah, it seems like this is way louder than the rest of the game. The sound mixing on the enhanced edition is a bit fucked up. Oh, man. That letter. Right in the feels. Now we get the beautiful results music as well, as is tradition. Oh wait, no, we get PC credits. We can live without the PC credits. Wait, no, those were the those were the enhanced edition developers. Sorry, enhanced edition developers. I appreciate the hard work. I'm just used to having the second set of PC credits, which I usually skip. Sorry, Enhanced Edition devs. I really appreciate your work. Even though I don't like all your remade stuff. It's still God's work you're doing to give us a decent remaster of the game, because Konami are not capable of doing that, as we all know. They have real problems when it comes to simply re-releasing their old games. They find it very hard. So yeah, there we go. Normal action, hard riddle. It's always going to be a shitty rank on a story playthrough, of course. 4.3. Actually, 5.3. Not too bad. Halfway. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-da-la-da-da. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da. But yeah, no, I think there is a bit of a difference with the sound mixing overall in this compared to the original game. I noticed it at a few points, like when you come out of the James and Mary's room in the hotel, when that track plays. I think that track is called Black Fairy, isn't it? Just that swirling wow wow sound. I always remember that being a bit louder there, like where you're completely enveloped in it. I remember I thought this last time when I played the Enhanced Edition, that I thought that music was just a bit too low, like it should be a bit louder. But yeah, maybe I'll play the PS2 version next and see what it's like in comparison. Ever heard the OST where they use different songs to overlap one another? Such a cool thing to do. I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Are you the OST where they use different songs to overlap one another? You're talking about like a particular track on the soundtrack or something? Yeah, I really like the Leave ending because, of course, I am a James sympathizer more than maybe I should be. I don't know. I can't tell you to remember me, but I can't bear for you to forget me. She does such a great job with that letter. I think that was all in one take as well. She read that out all in one take with very real tears, you know, trying to hold back, trying to stay calm and read the letter, you know, where she kind of cracks towards the end and you can hear her trying to catch her breath. What a game. So much pain, so much sadness. So much loss. Ba-da-la-ba-ba-dum. Okay. I think we will leave it there for this evening. Maybe we'll do Born from a Wish next time. tomorrow I have a sponsored stream. So I will be doing that tomorrow evening. I think I'll be a little bit later, probably around 7 p.m. My time. And maybe after my sponsored stream, I might do Born From a Wish, possibly, because I think it's going to be a pretty short sponsored stream, like a couple of hours. And after that, I'll probably have time to fit in Born From a Wish as well, because this thing is pretty short. Yeah, so maybe I'll fit this in tomorrow. We'll see how it goes. Sponsored stream, Hitman, a game that I actually really like. So, yeah, I got an offer to do a short little Hitman stream. So I have no problem with doing that, promoting that. They want me to show one of the elusive targets. And I said I would probably do like a little bit of freelancer beforehand. And yeah, so we'll probably start off with a bit of freelancer and then do the little elusive target thing that they want me to show. And we'll see how it goes. The SH2 making of? Nah, I think I'll just play the sub scenario. Maybe sometime, maybe someday I'll play the making of. But yeah, there we go. Oh, hey, we didn't show the opening cinematic montage, did we? I don't like to show this generally before I do a playthrough just because of the spoilers and the shots. Although this time I didn't have a save, so we would have been able to watch it without all the dialogue. But we haven't heard Theme of Laura yet in the playthrough, so it would be a bit of a sin if we went through the playthrough without hearing it, right? So how about we play it now to wrap up?
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Maria?
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there.
How do you know about that? Aren't you Maria?
here for you, James. See? I'm real.
Okay, so do I have the other version of the collage? I guess the other one just plays naturally on the menu and you don't have the option for it here. Do you want to watch some trailers as well? Fuck it, let's watch some trailers.
James, honey, did something happen to you? After we got separated in that long hallway? Are you confusing me with someone else? You were always so forgetful. Remember that time in the hotel?
Love this version of Promise.
You said you took everything, but you forgot that videotape we made. I wonder if it's still there. I'm not your Mary.
Oh. Oh.
Are you taping again? Come on. I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful. You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why. It's too bad we have to leave. Please promise you'll take me again, James.
Hey! Oh! 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just put the gun to their head.
Anyway! What do you mean, anyway? You don't sound very happy to see me.
What do you mean just for that?
Eddie, you can't just kill someone because of the way they looked at you.
Well, yeah? Why not?
Why didn't you try to save me? All you care about is that dead wife of yours. I've never been so scared in my whole life.
Like that stupid dog. He had it coming too.
Lost?
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
Huh? Are you blind or something?
What's that letter?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. You could be her twin. Your face, your voice, just your hair and clothes are different.
Name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
Frame rate!
Oh, it's you.
were gonna just leave me
No, but
with all these monsters around?
no, I just.
Sick.
I'm here for you, James. See? I'm real.
I prefer how the FMVs look here compared to how they looked during our playthrough. I feel like they look too clean. Like you were seeing it look too clear. To the point where you were just seeing how unreal the models looked. I think maybe those scenes look better at a slightly lower resolution. Certain things I think you're not supposed to see too clearly. Even during the gameplay there as well, some of the shots of the gameplay, I was like, man, I kind of prefer how this looks to what comparing it to what I just played. Maybe I'll try and get the PS2. Maybe I'll try and play it on an emulator next time. See how good I can get it to look on a PS2 emulator. I almost don't like the game at 60 FPS. Weirdly enough, all the crisp visuals. Yeah, I think it can get to a point where it just looks too much, where it gets too much. Where it's just clearer than it should be. Where it loses some of its rough texture. You want to watch a Silent Hill 3 trailer?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear.
Sins will be judged and punishment exacted. We pray for your forgiveness. You will lead us to eternity.
So much machine gun. When am I gonna wake up?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed. Remember me, and your true self as well. Also, that which you must become. The one who will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
But when am I going to wake up?
I still feel like I'm dreaming.
More like a nightmare, I'd say.
Cool. I don't think I need to watch another one, but I want to just have a quick look at the TGS trailer.
Where am I?
Those Silent Hill 3 models, man. Insane. They still haven't made models as good since.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
This bitch again.
Hey, wait! What's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They've come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
Started raining. Are you sleeping?
I'm awake.
You cold?
Get the hell away from me!
Cool. That's a cool image to end it on. Heather being dragged away. All right. There we go, fools. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you enjoyed Silent Hill 2. It's always a pleasure coming back to it. And I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow for some Hitman. And maybe some Born From a Wish. We'll see how it goes. Let me just check my stream elements one last time. Pyrotechnic Productions. Thank you for the raid. And I think I'm good. I'm thanking everyone else. Phantom Cigar with the 44. Scar Alien again. Cheers, guys. Thanks for watching. And I'll see you soon. Till next time, everyone. Peace.